There's a fire in my heart, yeah, it burns for the game we play. Now I rise and take my turn to be born again for this day. I know they're waiting for me now to win it all. I hear my name cried in the crowd. They call, fighting through all of the pain, I'll never fall.
Racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
The world converges. The race to be the one begins. The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship will be held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 24 to December 14. The ultimate stage where legends are forged and champions are crowned. Let's dive into this year's updated format. The journey starts with the Gauntlet, a high-stakes 3-day stage where momentum and pressure peak from day one. The top 7 advance directly to the grand finals. Teams ranked 8 through 16 head to the group stage. Also new, Rondo replaces Sandhawk in the map rotation, starting each match day. After the Gauntlet, the PMGC continues with Group Green from November 28th to the 30th and Group Red from December 2nd to the 4th. 32 teams are split into 2 groups of 16. In the group stage, the mission is simple. Finish in the top 3 of your group to secure a spot in the grand finals. Place 4 through 11 and you get one last chance to stay in the fight. Land in the bottom 5 and you're eliminated. Once the groups are over, the final 2 grand final spots are determined in the last chance stage. 16 teams compete over 2 days on December 6th and 7th with no room for error. Only the top 2 keep their dream alive. After the PMGC League concludes, it's time for the final 5, the grand finals, the best of the best. 16 PUBG Mobile teams, including the host country, invite. Prove they are the one. The epic conclusion takes place from December 12th to the 14th. Who will rise on the road to glory, claim the crown, and take the lion's share of $3 million prize pool? Who will write their names in history? The journey to greatness begins here. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك. بالتاكيد يعني احنا ابطال بي ام اس ال عربي. مينا ريجن من افضل الريجنات في العالم.
Chúng tôi khá là tự tin ạ, tại vì chúng tôi là đương kim vô địch C nên chúng tôi không sợ. Chúng tôi đã đạt được 4 top 1 trong một ngày, thì chúng tôi đến đây mục tiêu phá kỷ lục. Chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng sẽ được 6 top 1 trong một ngày.
I think we will qualify straight to the final.
اذا انت بطل بي ام اس ال ممكن تكون محظوظ بجيم جيمين، اما انك تكون محظوظ انك تفوز بطولة هذا الشيء مستحيل.
Bên Milan, tại vì họ là một đội mới nên họ sẽ có những tâm lý khá là bất thường.
büyük ihtimal Wolves derdim.
I think probably Virtus Pro just looks like that.
Нельзя, блядь, сказать, что они удачи, что они нормально сыграли. Там нет неудач, ну, те, кто на удачу выиграл. Я посмотрел, типа, фавориты своих регионов выиграли.
Wolves Esports. They have Coops. Best player in the world in my opinion.
Đội VP ạ, tại vì bên khu vực đấy khá là căng thẳng và họ chứng minh bản thân mình từ những ngày đầu tiên.
İyiler, kötü değiller ama heyecanlı oynuyorlardı.
Study everything and we'll be ready.
Я считаю, что из всех победителей PMSL мы являемся самой сильной командой.
Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten bu PUBG Mobile oynadığımdan beri hiç sevmiyorum oyun tarzlarını. Kendilerini seviyorum ama oyun tarzlarını hiç sevmiyorum. Yani bölgeleri güçsüz olduğu için ben MENA bölgesi demek istiyorum. Oradaki takımları biraz daha vurmak kolay diyebilirim. Main fight hariç.
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
Я думаю, для нашей команды будет легче всего зарабатывать поинты на плюсах с Америки.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك.
Em muốn một lần nhắc đến đội đương kim vô địch BMSL Milan là cách chơi của họ có thể là khá là ổn ở bên khu vực đấy, nhưng ra đây chúng tôi chưa chắc các bạn đã làm được.
Yes, I think we have a lower experience than the other teams, but I think this is benefits us. It's in our advantage because the teams don't know how we're really going to play.
Takım içerisinde binada en beklenmedik pozisyonda kim oynuyor?
Silas. Berken abi. Evet.
İlk başta fight atarken kim ölüyor?
Silas. Silas hata.
Fight içerisinde fight olarak değil de genel olarak panik yapabilen kim?
Arda mı?
Wild Panic oğlum.
Ha, tamam Arda, ben de o zaman Arda.
Ben değilimdir ben Fight'ı gelmem. Mahmut abi ben Mahmut'u değil.
Evet, farklı. En iyi karar veren Silas, en iyi aim de bence
Hepimizin
White'dır ya aynen. Heyecandan.
evet yanlış yere geldik. En kötü arada bir koşu giden bir adam bu.
Takımda en iyi eğime sahip olup da kötü kararlar verebilen da IG'li, hiç dinlemeyen, kendi kafasına göre hareket eden kim?
Bunu Hacı'ya karar versin.
Ben olabilirim.
Sence kim?
Gelsin abi yerine karar versin.
Kimse yok ya. Nolan.
En fazla konuşan kimdi?
Berkin abi.
Saylas.
Küçük kardeş statüsünde kim var?
White.
En küçük sensin oğlum. En küçük ben. Yok en küçük. Sensin o bırakıyor.
Takımda diğer oyuncuları en çok kim güldürüyor?
White.
En fazla şikayetçi olan kim?
Loxi. Mahmut. Loxi. Net Loxi bu arada.
Yani bir şikayetimiz yok ya.
En geç uyanan kim?
Wild.
En fazla yemek yiyen kim?
Aynen bu nasıl bir soru yani?
Yani
şöyle.
Bizi izlediğiniz için teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok komik bir takım. Görüşürüz.
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
요 정도?
진짜?
못할 것 같은데.
100% первое место.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 팀 놀부입니다.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 우살이라고 합니다.
Меня зовут Вик, я из команды Go Team.
Я держу из команды Go Team. Сегодня мы прошли в гранд-финал PMGC и будем выбирать предикты на группу Red.
먼저 트위스티드 마인. 일단 잘 모르겠어가지고
Куда их поставим? Давай на 6 место.
한 4등?
4등.
4등?
그 16등 하지 않았어?
Мне попались ГК. Я думаю, что они где-то в конце будут обитать, потому что коммерческие турики они так все играли.
ARC 일단은
Евро 하겠습니다. Только потому, что они наши друзья. Я им поставлю Евро куда-то в 5 место.
ЕИ. 10등. Зайцы, учитывая опыт Гаулета, возможно, топ-8.
좀 친근한 팀인데 인플루스 레이지. 이거 좀 과감하게 할게요.
Ну, где-то возле Гикеев поставим, наверное. Ребят на их ирачу.
잘 모르겠어서 한 11등? Смотря их игры, мне кажется, все-таки группа для них будет непростой и где-то на 7ом месте.
이번에 그 양곤을 꺾고 올라왔어서 좀 잘할 수도 있지만 또 세계 대회에서는 경험이 중요하다 보니까 조심히 가시면 되겠습니다.
요 정도?
진짜?
못할 것 같은데.
급파 올라오면 어떡해?
올라오면 뭐 올라오는 거지.
오케이.
100% первое место.
몇 등이라 생각해?
3등?
Там 한 2등.
그건 뭐야?
몰라, 2등 아니면 3등 할 수 있을 것 같아.
Очень сильный коллектив из Китая, который упал, но поднимется на 2 место.
DRX? 일단 건틀렛에서 하는 거 봐서 한 5등?
에? 나 2점 줘야 되는 거 아니야? 2점?
아, 이거 2점? 아, 2점?
한 2점.
오케이.
Сильно?
Нет.
Ну, 4 место.
ETSH. 새로운 팀인데요, 이게.
TR? 14등?
Это я вообще не знаю, кто. Наверное, где-то тут.
저도 한 이쪽 반열까지. 오케이.
뭐? 오케이.
Китайцы, которые неплохо, да, показали свою игру, будут на 3 месте.
처음 보는 팀이 몰라요. 뭐 어떤 팀인지.
Девятое.
유명한 말레이시아 팀인데 요즘 좀 많이 흔들리는 것 같아서 한 이쯤 들어가겠습니다.
Как будто нужно было расставить на 14 место, на 9.
어떤 팀인지 몰라요, 이것도.
Ну, НРЗ остались, как будто очевидно.
바꿀게.
Окей.
아, 나는 솔직히 한 이쯤?
아, 그건 아닌 것 같아.
오케이. 여기로 가고. No will pick this. I don't say anything.
В итоге получились у нас предикты.
Возможно, мы были неправы, и команда на деле кажется сильнее, чем мы думали.
또 여러분들도 좀 많은 예측과 기대를 좀 해주시고 다들 화이팅!
Давай.
tekanan tu memang ada. Bila bawa nama Malaysia, saya bukan main untuk diri sendiri je. Saya main untuk komuniti, untuk fans dan orang yang percaya pada kami.
Bom, o ano passado foi muito especial para a gente. Senti que estávamos ali a um passo do título. Mas às vezes, por mais que você se esforce, o resultado não vem. Essa derrota ficou com a gente e nos mudou.
آخر سنة ما راحت بالطريقة اللي ردناها، حاولنا وتعبنا بس بالأخير ما حصلنا النتيجة اللي ردناها.
My first PMGC taught me a lot about myself, the pressure, the nerve, the mistake you can make only on the world stage. Now I'm here with a new roster, but my goal is still the same, to perform the way I know I can, to play with clarity, confidence and discipline.
A gente está aqui para jogar e ser feliz e buscar o topo. Sim, a gente está ainda mais confiante. Eu acredito que a PMGC vai ser a melhor de todos os tempos da Influence.
أنا واثق من نفسي هواي، واثق من تيمي هواي أيضاً، ونتأمل ناخذ توب 1.
Perjalanan PMGC kita orang pada tahun 2024 boleh dikatakan sangat teruk. Kami langsung tak berjaya untuk lepas ke next stage. Tapi 2025 akan berbeza. Saya tak akan biarkan kesilapan yang sama berlaku dua kali.
It's not my fault, but I always come back.
Don't get it twisted. Our talent was never the problem.
Bom, este ano voltamos com mais fome, mais disciplina e com a mentalidade bem mais clara. Acredito que este é o nosso momento.
Saya tak nak orang lain ingat tim Malaysia ni datang untuk bercuti je. Tapi saya nak diorang tahu yang kita orang boleh bagi saingan terbaik untuk tim-tim global.
Son iki maçta kalp krizi geçirmiş olabilirim galiba.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi, ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
Oo izledim. Ben olur mu? Kalp krizleri geçirdim ben burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz, geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kalp krizi geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum annem. O da diyorum ya, 3 gün formayla takıldım.
Vallahi.
3 gün formayla gezdim. İş yerinde görmüyor mu? Resim atıyor beni iş formada.
İş yerinde de formayla yani şey yaptın değil mi? Formayla gittin.
Evet, evet.
İyi, sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyiyim anneciğim. Özledim seni, sadece seni özledim.
Ben de seni özledim vallahi.
Aradım, akşam bakmadım hayırlı olsun demek için.
Uyumuşum, bir de uyuyakalmışım.
Ben de dedim kutlamaya mı gittiler, ne yaptılar?
Öyle işte.
Tamam anneciğim.
Tamam.
Seni seviyorum, öpüyorum.
Ben de seni seviyorum, öptüm hadi.
Hadi arkadaşlarına çok çok selam söyle.
Aleykümselam.
Yok annem, canın sağlığı. Bunları da tebrik ettiğimi söyle, ilet hepsine tek tek.
Tamam, aleykümselam. Onların da selamı var sana.
Tamam, aleykümselam anneciğim, hadi görüşürüz.
Hadi görüşürüz, öptüm, bay bay.
The action continues as Group Red is ready to take the stage at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2025. 16 squads are ready to face each other and their destiny. I'm your stage host, the 7WG. Over the next 3 days, dreams will be made or be broken depending on where they end up in the leaderboard, because we will have 3 squads going directly to the grand finals. 5 will be going home, and 8 will get one last chance. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 1 of Group Red. It's time for these squads to show if they got what it takes to make it to the PMGC Grand Finals.
That's right, you heard the man. The gauntlet is over. Group Green is done, and now we are in Group Red, which means it's time to pull out all the stops. It's your last chance to make it into the finals. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with Maxman and Neptura. We have been covering this since the beginning. Max, the final part of the group stage is here. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Group Green was absolute cinema, and I think Group Red is going to be very close to that one, Hot Jukes, and we've got so many big squads here that, again, picking 3 teams to qualify, it's not easy. So unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to some big names here for the next 3 days.
That's for sure. As a matter of fact, we tried to, just the other day on trying to do a little tier list, and it was quite difficult because, man, Group Green definitely surprised us. As we break down the schedule here, you can see the dates. We're going to have 3 days of Group Red, Neptura, 1 day off, and then Last Chance begins.
Yeah, it does indeed. And yeah, I mean, when you go to the last chance, it gets even harder, right? Because not only, it's not top 3 anymore once you get past group stage, it's top 2. So time and time again, we keep saying this group stage, the gauntlet was your best shot. Now the group stage is going to be your better shot. You don't want to get into last chance and leave it all up to just getting top 2. It's so difficult, especially seeing how we've seen Group Green, right? These teams have been insane over the last 3 days in Group Green. Group Red, I expect is going to be no different. So this is going to be really tough for the next few days.
What you're saying is you have to be top 2. Also, keep in mind, it's not just bottom 5 that get eliminated. If you're not in top 2, you're done.
Everyone's eliminated.
It's done after last chance. So last chance is going to be brutal. So you want to qualify now if you can, because otherwise, I think it's going to be hectic going into the last chance here, Hot Jukes.
That's right. These were the participating teams from the different various regions. We're here in Group Red, though. We got some new teams joining the fray, Maxman, right? Which team do you think you are most excited to see finally step foot here on the battlegrounds?
I mean, I'm looking for Weibo. I feel like Weibo is going to be a big contender here for one of those top 3 positions. I mean, looking at Sook, you know, cursed with the 2nd place, which would be enough, right, Niptura? 2nd place, Sook, he'd love to be cursed this time around. With, of course, Order, the back-to-back PMGC winner from a few years ago. But 33Z also stepping up massively back during PMWC. So for me, Weibo here are the highest chance we could see China maybe win the entirety of PMGC. But that's alongside Thunder Talk. So China are looking really good this year.
Yeah, they definitely are. I'm looking super forward to Rondo as well, in particular, right? We've been talking about Sook with his explosive bow. Add that to terraforming on Rondo. I'm so excited to see how they're going to be performing here, Jukes.
Yeah, because Rondo has just been such, I think, a shock to the system, right? Of this whole entire rotation. We start off in it. You got, you know, those recall towers, and I definitely noticed, Maxman, with that aggression and that you know, whole tactic being put into play here, it's just a huge chance for teams to soak up eliminations off the rip, right?
Yeah, I mean, from the get-go, you're just like, well, we can just do that typical 3-1 splits. I know that you made a video about it recently, right, Neptune, talking about the importance of recall towers, and they're just so meta-defining on this map. I love it. And the meta on Rondo is just so different from the 2 other maps that, for me, I'm really always looking forward to the first game because it's so different and it feels just so refreshing here in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yes, it is indeed. Well, we're about to get this whole thing kicked off, guys. Why don't we go ahead and take it back to the stage with the 7WG to introduce all these squads and players that are going to be playing here in Group Red.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the teams from Group Red. From China, Weibo Gaming. Nuclear Zone Esports from Egypt. From Iraq, Twisted Minds. Boars Gaming representing Czech Republic. Arcred from Uzbekistan. Representing Vietnam, Team Flash. Burmese goals from Myanmar. From India, Infinix True Rippers. GK Esports from Saudi Arabia. DRX representing South Korea. From South Africa, ETSH Esports. E-Arena from Thailand. from Brazil, Influence Rage. Virtus Pro, representing Central Asia. The pride of Turkey, Regnum Karya Esports. Alliance from Malaysia. Here are the teams from Group Red, and every player knows what's at stake. Who will crack under the pressure and who will shine through to the PMGC Grand Finals? The action of Group Red Day 1 starts now.
And there we go. There you have it. Those are the teams that are going to be playing today here for Group Red. Now, Neptura, right? We got a whole bunch of new teams that are coming into the fray. And of course, they're all going to be playing on the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage, right? Well, we got those new squads, but we also got some OGs coming into this from the Gauntlet, Neptura. Which team do you really want to see, right? Kind of pull out that performance that we saw from Group Green from Alpha Gaming.
The biggest one for me, Jukes, has got to be Regnum Karya. Come on.
Yeah.
They almost won PMGC 2024, but they lost by 2 points. They were this close, right? And to have them here, they didn't make it through Gauntlet. We didn't really see the same sort of team that we were expecting, but they have this second chance. They've got 3 spaces that they need to grab, or one of the 3 spaces, not all 3, that, you know, don't get too greedy, just one will do to get to finals. I really need to see something. We saw a tiny bit of something in Gauntlet. I just need to see so much more from them, and I know they can do it. I'm definitely looking to them.
You know, at least they're not in D+'s group, so that was definitely a good dodge. A little bit too much drama in that group, otherwise it would have been hot Jukes, but they do make it out. But yeah, Regnum Karya, a big favorite. Alongside, of course, DRX, right? That's the team that I thought was going to make it directly out of the Gauntlet stage, but they're back here in relegation hole, Jukes, in this Group Red. So also DRX would have to be a clear favorite. Do we need to see make it to the finals at some way or in this tournament?
Well, let's see if they can do it here, guys. We got Rondo, first match up for the day. Let's see how some of these teams, right, that are coming in here for the first time are going to compete against those Gauntlet teams, because during Group Green, Alpha Gaming showed up and showed out. Well, let's get match number 1 started. We got our casters, John Allen and Blank. Take it away, guys.
I'm only too happy to take it away. We've got 2 planes in the sky for Rondo to kick off Group Red. We're heading in for the mayhem of the early game here, as the first match will indeed start now. Right here, right now, we are ready to kick things off.
in a big way with the double plane path, like you're saying. A very little awkward one to start things off. Does create some interesting aspects in terms of where people are dropping here. So it's a little bit harder to get a grasp of things here on day one for Rondo, especially for teams. I think most teams would prefer the singular plane path day one personally, just so they can realize exactly where people are dropping. This throws a spanner into the mix, right? It really does change up where a lot of players are heading off to. But to start with, looks like there's a fair few teams heading towards test track as well as Neox. This is a lot of players in the area.
Ooh, okay. There's a lot of, well, everything is popping off here as well. We got Hot Drop already on our screens. There's scrapping going on through. Of course, not as deadly as it once was with those recall towers on board. Remember that you can get your teammates back up by getting to those recall towers, and that's what a lot of teams have been investing in right now. Arc scrapping back and forth with VP versus Pro. Oh, can't get an aid in through there. Easy for Bad Boy. Steps out though, and the spray is still good. Swaps to the micro Uzi for it, and Arc are running rings around VP. This is a great start for them. I'm still wondering what's happening over in Test Track though, because that did look pretty hot.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in there. For Arc Red, an interesting start there. I'm kind of sad that we saw Easy for Bad Boy with the very first nade that he throws here at the PMGC. Because Easy for Bad Boy is actually an insane player. He actually is insane. I think Arc Red a bit of an upstart from their region, doing some pretty fantastical stuff already versus VP, who are a significantly potent squad. Alliance, though, you got Jimmy, Cluck, Iftar, Olio as well. All names that people should be very, very familiar with. I'm most familiar with Jimmy Joe. Great player.
Yeah, he's always happy to contribute to the points tallies. Hopefully he can make Alliance's dreams come true. As they kick off the fight, E-Arena from the Gauntlet stage. With Alliance breathing down their neck now. A little bit of a grudge match coming on through as Tony K steps in. He's got the pump action. Got the rifle at his back as well. Spots a player jumping straight up into the border and immediately flicks to the right. Shot to the gut and he's down almost immediately there. Knocks it over towards Jimmy as well in the meantime. This is a good start for E-Arena on their engagement. Earn a couple of points. Snuffle those ones away, but Alliance should be able to get themselves back up. Tony K, he's burning. He's a man on fire right now, and he will go down. It's actually 2 Cluck, who's still alive on that top floor. Sakura joins him on the upstairs, but doesn't have the angle. Steps down, and the spray is good for another. I wonder if he's got any healing to keep himself alive on this one with, but E-Arena may be worrying a little bit more than they once were.
Nice plays, though. Running rings around this team at the moment. Sakura going to go for the res now. Cluck looking to drop a smoke, potentially. Actually going downstairs. Going to see if he can grab them on the stairway. In fact, he's just going to start looting. Respect. Okay, you know, he's got priorities correct here. Get the loot on board. The limbs can come later.
I mean, grab a first aid, grab anything, grab any healing you can. It's good news, but there's the shotgun shell. Sakura eats the bullets and spits them back out. Goodness me, just about staying alive. Those 5 bandages. Feeling mighty good right about now. Unfortunately, it felt like that was a full-on 1v3 there, but didn't happen. And now Olio, he's on the road, finding a recall beacon.
I mean, it's the first time in a while we've seen like a drop shot that actually tricked me as well. I thought he was knocked when he dropped down to the floor. No, just down to 10% HP. Okay, cheeky. A lot of pretty brutal EMP zones right now. There's an EMP zone over towards test track, which is sort of hindering the escape right now for some of our teams. Still stage 1, about 3 minutes remaining. So they have a lot of time to get out of here. On the other side of things, though, you have an EMP towards the center of the zone around where Weibo's playing. It seems the EMP zone is determined to ruin the chances for Chinese squads.
They disappear, though. They're out of the way. Yeah. Allow us a little bit more breathing room here is still around the test track. Rectum Kaya. Yeah, they're not going to find it. And immediately, yeah, they're out of there. It's going time.
They knew about it. There is another EMP zone out to the west that's just about to spawn as well, Blank, so could not be more timely.
Yeah, get yourself out of here nice and quick. I respect that from True Rippers. Just want to remove yourself from test track. I think at this point in time, you know, you didn't find the elims. That's okay. Move down towards the southwest side. But Weibo's got a very, very central position. I know that there's quite a few fans out there looking for a strong performance from this team. They do have some of the most shiny names on side, and arguably the best player of all time on the team order, just from experience and statistics alone.
Wow, that's a big call.
I said arguably the best player of all time.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think he is obviously a phenomenal player. But if he's so good, why wasn't he in the Gauntlet? Why didn't he get through that way, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Thunder Talk were pretty damn good, let's be honest. So, yeah, can't blame him too much.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Ooh, True Rippers lose the player. But remember, those recall beacons are still there. And, I mean, at least one of True Rippers is absolutely very far away on the north side. The majority of their team, sure, they're sending towards the middle of the circle right now, but Jelly up on that north side, north of Jiaotin, actually, a very, very long way away, almost 3 kilometers away from this rotate that we're seeing, we'll be able to get those recalls on.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad play, to be honest with you. I think splitting off here between two sides. I mean, you were late to the circle anyway, because you were locked into test track because of that EMP. So you get a 2-2 going. That's fine. It's going to be slightly more difficult to regroup later, I would definitely presume, but still possible. We saw another... Honestly, Group Red's a cool lobby. It has a lot of really cool names in it. I mean, we got Lord here as well on Twisted Minds. Another fantastic player. Yeah, I think Group Green was definitely the group of death, but there is a lot of famous players in Group Red.
It's looking pretty stylish right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about famous players. We keep talking about them, right? It's Silas. It's the rest of Regnum Kaya as well. These guys did not perform in Gauntlet.
Silas and the rest.
Yeah, well, I mean, look. He definitely, in terms of accolades, he stands head and shoulders above the rest of them. They are all still very decorated, but it is definitely, you know, he's in a different strata when it comes to that. But they absolutely dropped the ball back in the Gauntlet stage. We were very disappointed with them. We were looking at them as being one of those top teams making it through direct to the grand finals. But no, they have to go and duke it out here in Group Red, and maybe they'll get one of the top 3, or maybe they'll have to join the Falcons over in Last Chance and keep them company there. For now, they have a central position, and hopefully they can do something with it this time around in the group stages.
Yeah, I think for Regnum Kaya, there was definitely a bit of an issue where just taking down the NPCs. It's fine. I thought it was slightly more dangerous because he was taking quite a bit of damage from it. And I was like, come on, this is kind of ridiculous. But we're fine. We're fine. We're just grabbing all the loot we can from that position.
That's fair, you know. Grab it while it's hot. Grab it while it's out of arm's reach of pretty much everyone else. Everyone already condensed to this next circle, pretty much. There's only a couple of dribs and drabs left to go on through. We've seen a lot of elims start to add onto the tab. Actually, I say a lot of elims. Kind of for Rondo, this isn't as many as we've seen in the past, certainly, right? What is that? You've got 9 elims earned so far. I feel like we've seen bigger tallies before these recall beacons shut off. There is still a little bit of time before they shut off, but yeah, that's maybe quieter than I was led to believe by what's happened so far.
Yeah, I mean, both of them being on the side, kind of making the zone look like a Mickey Mouse right now a little bit. Do you see it? Do you see
I see it. You guys at home can see it as well if you open the map feed, which is on the YouTube channel.
It's gone.
You missed it.
You did miss it. We had a Mickey Mouse circle. It is getting a little bit Mickey towards the center right now with True Rippers, BG, as well as Regnum Kaya all on top of one another. Slightly weird circle down towards Hongshan, where you do have a lot of this terrain you got to pass through. And then towards the north side of Rinjiang, like a little bit of area with buildings, etc. to push on by. It's tough, definitely tough.
Yes. A little bit unfamiliar terrain as well for a lot of these teams, right? Sure, they'll have played it a bunch, but nowhere near as much as on Erangel, on Miramar. It'll be a little bit less familiar, and with this new lobby, with the new setup, it's going to be even harder. Maybe the Gauntlet teams will be afforded an advantage because of that as well.
Yeah.
And having a little bit more experience with the global state of Rondo.
Speaking about things that are new, just want to quickly remind everyone that we do have a you're cruel production. We do have a slightly different graphic on the right side of our screen there in terms of the leaderboard. Instead of the eliminations popping up from time to time, we have decided to change that where they are visible at all times, so you guys get a clear idea of who's doing well in these games. But as those eliminations go through, they will be immediately added to the points total, so you won't have to worry about adding anything up. It'll be right there in front of your eyes.
I believe as well, when a team gets eliminated, those placement points will also get added to their points tally immediately. So if you see someone going down in third and leapfrogging someone who's still alive, you're like, hang on, they've got more placements guaranteed. It's because they haven't been added yet. What's going on? Virtus Pro looking to add a couple of points to their tally with a roll up to E-Arena right now. Two cars slam into the side of the rock, and Joker backs off. Tony K on the back line, looking to hold it down, but Aragon's got the MG3. Ooh, is going to be backed off, though. I think he had the pin on the nade, and Joker's got an MG3 of his own.
We'll back off this one. This is always a curious part of the map as well. Playing around this area, a little bit hard to leave from because the third parties can come through thick and fast. Fajita able to take down Jimmy from Alliance, but you got Iftar and Olio underneath, but he's still going strong though from this balcony.
Oh, Molotov though on the wood as well. There's no way there's no way. Surely the spread gets him there. Okay, yeah, he's out of position. Will have to move. Surely he's not going to be able to get the healing done. He's still alive, but spotted by Jimmy. Oh no, hang on a minute. It's by Iftar. Jimmy's dealing with the rest of his team, and they will go down. Our first team to get eliminated here in Group Red, and maybe First Pro will be not too long for it either. E-Arena as well. Good find a nade sent their way, and they're certainly going to try their best to dodge them. One on the trades, and there's another one. Oscon in the smoke, moving forwards, getting the flush as well. And NC2 nowhere to be seen. Sakura from up on high can only watch on as his teammates get obliterated.
I mean, I was hoping for a little bit more out of E-Arena there. That looked like a much better fight. That's some great names. So there we go. That's a big thumbs up to Sakura there. But yeah, that looked like a much better fight. But falling down to a player basically crawling through the smoke of the front lines, a little bit concerning. I definitely want to see more of E-Arena. There's a lot of talk online about how this team has a lot of strength in them and they can push further into this tournament. But again, there is quite a few other squads here inside this lobby who all are deserving of a top 3. And I think the way that E-Arena played in their portion of the tournament earlier on, it was a little bit lackluster.
Not as powerful as they needed to be. DK as well. They really suffered over in the Gauntlet stages. And now here they are in Group Red just about. But not having a good time here either against the South Africans right now. They are just down to one player. But it's not going well for either of these two squads. They have both taken heavy casualties, and they're not in this next zone. They do still have an option to go for a recall beacon down to the south side. I think that's a little bit more accessible for ETSH, but only for the next few minutes, Blank. The time is ticking away.
Yeah, Reverb's going to send out as well. Both teams rotating side by side. That's cool and all. Getting... Damn, the quick switch. That's dirty. Okay, for Influence Rage, on the other hand, knocking your own player with the old emergency cover flares. It's not ideal and doesn't look as cool. Okay, it's still a knock, which is fun. But yeah, that's not the idea that we wanted to see happen in game.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Something we saw during the Gauntlet stage, though, was the development of the use of these cover flares, right? The use of that cover that was deployed in the open battlegrounds in those later circles really started to actually have a bigger impact than we've seen when you look back towards the regional stages, the qualifiers for PMGC. So it's potentially going to continue to develop here in Group Red. Group Green as well, use their fair share of them. As True Rippers try and rock up and immediately are just obliterated on the approach by everybody. Well, it seems actually mostly by Influence Rage, but there are a lot of other teams taking shots out their way. That was not a super great kickoff for True Rippers.
I think they got slightly cut off on either side. Couldn't really do too much off the back of it. And then struggling to find the center of the circle there. But they gave it a good crack towards that south side. Not meant to be. Circle moves up. We do have a fielded area here, and it's for quite a few teams that have to pass through it. Particularly Regnum Kai. I'm kind of worried for their position, but they do find a shot over towards Havlik from Boars, and I think Havlik's a great player to remove from that team if you're going to be fighting them soon, because Havlik is a fantastic player when it comes to finding those sneaky angles. So removing him is really big, and these are some great shots assisted by DRX.
Oh dear, Boars just getting roasted out in the open there. On the open campfire. I mean, this is a team that, to be honest, Blank, I'm not expecting great things from, right? Boars came into this one. They didn't even qualify for the finals of their region. They came through on points from, I think it was, I can't remember which part of Europe it was, but one of the points tables there, they were basically uncontested on it because they were the only team that had played in both the spring and the fall season. For me, Boars have a lot to prove. And it's just not coming through, certainly in this first match. Maybe they'll have something more to say later.
My God, dude, it's like game one. You're already ripping them to pieces.
Hey, man, they did it to themselves, you know.
That's bad to even me. Even for my standards, that's bad. Can't be doing that. But I agree, Boss are really not great.
Like, am I wrong? I don't think so. They're going to be shaky at best, I think. Good to get the experience on board, right? Maybe, but I think this is a 15th or 16th place team.
Yeah, I think for Boars, they do have good players on side. It's a little bit sad for me watching that team because there's a lot of names that I recognize on that squad and have casted for many years. For instance, Havlik has been bouncing around multiple teams and has always found success on there. But at the moment, even Cause is actually quite a good player. Cause is quite a good player, but yeah, I think Boars just they don't have the full package, and a lot of teams here at PMGC they already have the full package in terms of the rotations, the team fight macro, the gun skill, and I think Boars is lacking in some of those areas.
Ooh, Alliance playing around those cover flares as well. Zarkred looking to get past them. Not going to be so easy for Bad Boy. He will be taken down and flushed. Those recall beacons no longer in action. Not that any of them would really be accessible at this point anyway. So we'll have to play on with 3 for them for the time being. Regnum Kai on the south side, not too much to work with. And they have to keep pushing across this open area towards that E-Arena dominant high ground you can see in the background there.
Yeah, for E-Arena, they got the 4th player back up as well, so they're currently playing as 4. Budget Tony K, maybe not this game. He's been doing very, very well at the moment. I think Tony K's been playing that early game quite strongly and then transitioning well into the late game for E-Arena. Some great nades from Sakura. He just was confident in his position. Weibo, though, up against FL. As the nades start to fly on through, and this is one thing that Weibo has always been fantastic at, is placing these nades and ending fights before you even get to the point where you need to start shooting.
Regnum Kai as well on that south side, taking a fight in the picture-in-picture. If you guys want to keep up to date with that, take a look over there. But Weibo still going in for this fight, keeping the pressure up. Man of the hour, Order. You said you want to see a lot from him. He's jumping up, he's hopping around, but it's the nades coming on through. The hero who's able to land that extra knock and keep this pressure up against Team Flash. as an answer, but again, it's not going to quite connect. Order does go down, though, and they still have barrels pointed their way. Arcred circling this one, wanting the third party. Weibo starting to falter here, Blank. They couldn't quite cross the open ground. The bounce is big, and Hero goes down. 33Z needs to stand up and will be able to find one, but there's still two more on the inside to deal with. Hero is down. Order completely flushed away. There's off angles starting to come through from Arcred as well, and this is going to get nasty. I don't think anyone's making it out here. The question is who gets the points.
Way bad? I'm kind of confused by that push a little bit. I like the initial start to it. I think they had to finish it quickly. I think they thought they had a lot more time than they realistically did. Now Arcred moving into the situation, it's a little bit worrying, but win so far. He is winning. He is on a big win at the moment, holding off two separate squads. Finally, Sook will finish off at least one of those teams. Oh, come on, look behind you, look behind you, look behind you. Please look behind you. Oh!
Hitting him with the pantomime plays right there. Team Flash was behind him the whole time. Oh, no. Win able to be the only survivor of that engagement. Said I didn't think anyone was getting out. I stand corrected. We have one player who did make it through, but he's going back. Blank, he can't bear to leave it. The sight of his fallen comrades. Oh, you love to see it. But you do need to get a move on.
All right, that's a loot goblin. That's a damn loot goblin.
Just two more first aids and then I'm fine.
I love it. I love it. I'm a kind of a loot goblin as well, so I respect it. I respect it. I know Maxman. Maxman's the worst loot goblin in the world.
That's true.
One time I was in a 1v3. He was just like, I need to find a cheek pad on this guy. I'm like, you don't need the cheek pad, Max. You don't need it.
Max, he needs the cheek pad. It makes his shots more stable. Ooh, one player left for the RXs. Ragnarkaya have been successful in their campaign to push up north from their south edge, up to 6 elims now, and they get rid of the last player for DRX. Silas, though, does get spotted. So does Zedwolf. Ooh, that is nasty, and that's Irina. Nades coming through from Influence Rage. Immediately take them down. Not so successful anymore, Blank. Wild and Loxy, the last two to remain.
You know what? For Influence Rage, I love this. They've got the field of Doritos off in the distance right now. Set themselves up in a very awkward location, but it works. It really does work. They're expending so many smokes, though, to make this happen. But they have a central spot, and it looks good right now. I did not expect Alliance to get this far into the game, but they have. Doing quite well off the back of it. I mean, only 3 players, but still going strong. Now, I'd like to see a win out of the arena. I would love to see a win out of the arena.
Yeah, it would be good. And the high ground that they've been afforded by this, I mean, it's basically unassailable at this stage. For Sakura, he's just been able to stay up there basically the entire game. They are farming elims from here. The question I have is ammo. Okay, he's still got another clip behind him. I think he's going to have to descend. Well, he will have to descend after he runs out. But they've got 10 elims already, Blank.
Yeah, it's great. The Sakura with the 8 of them, like you say, it's nuts. I think they can push further on this one. Again, it was strange because, like I said, there's a huge amount of talk around E-Arena saying this team was going to bang coming out from SEA, and they just didn't, right? They just didn't. And we were kind of I was kind of confused by it all. So that is a nuts nade. That is a nuts nade. What was that? That was from up top as well. What? I'm going to stop talking. I'm just going to let them put on the show right now because it looks sublime.
And I mean, this is one hell of a way to kick off your group stages, right? A big rondo. That is absolutely what you're looking for to start off the day, to start off your group. And on the south side, I mean, who's going to stand up to them here? The circle helps them out even more. I mean, they have been helped a lot by the circle and that high ground the Sakura's been on. Sure, now you have to drop it back down. But I think, has Joker gone up there instead?
To be fair to E-Arena, right? To be fair to them, they have fought for this spot. It wasn't gifted. It wasn't like just sat here and they were just like, oh, the circle's going to us each time. They fought against VP. They've cleared teams out in front of them. I think they've not played this badly. And I like this push out from Tony K as well. You know, this is very proactive. They know that it's fielded area down towards the south side. You don't realistically want to just let teams wander over towards you on this high ground. Allow them to get up towards the trees, because if they can get towards the trees, then they can play the game. You don't want them to even get to that point.
Yeah, you want to keep them all locked in a really uncomfortable situation if you can. And Tony K's flex out. I mean, Godspeed spotted it. But will he be quick enough on the trigger? That's the question. Win that challenge, even if he is. That doesn't mean that the rest of the arena can't keep that suppression going. 9 elims for Sakura, by the way. That's crazy. And climbing, as he's able to get another one. Flushed out by Tony K, but that elim is attributed to Sakura for getting that initial knock. Regnum Kaya up into 4th place, but maybe not going any further. Those nades from Influence Rage have been brutal to Regnum Kaya.
Yeah, it's been tough. I mean, Wild is doing wild things alongside his teammate, but Loxy did go down there, and now Influence Rage can continue to throw the Molotovs in. It's getting real hot there for Wild. Will just try and drop a first aid kit, trying to live longer than teams around him, but it's looking like a 4th place to me, personally, unless things get really difficult over towards BG, but I don't think they'll go down first. Surely not. No. So Wild does get a 3rd place. Well played.
Oh, nice. Healing it out. Getting that 3rd place. Brilliant stuff. Influence Rage with Lil Boy down. Now the only team that stands in E-Arena's way. They have got that field of D4s, the Tetrahedra, littering around them. Sakura, I mean, he's got 11 eliminations this match, Blank. A lot of them were up on the high ground, but he's got, I think, at least 3 since he's come back down. Grabbed a lot more ammo. And Influence Rage, I mean, there's nowhere really that they can move where E-Arena won't fully know exactly what's going on. The difficulty and the vulnerability is, I mean, exactly that, right? They are very split, so could potentially be vulnerable to that.
I mean, for Influence Rage, they've created a fantastic stronghold for themselves, but they need to leave this stronghold soon. This is so cool for Influence Rage. If they can win this game, it will be a comeback to start things off. But it's very unlikely. I think what they've set up here really does show off like the cool aspects of Rondo, in my opinion. Let's see how things do pan out as we are getting in towards our final zone very shortly.
You see those jammer packs on a couple of players as well. That's not going to last you too long at this stage. You imagine they've been bled through. Tony K. A cheeky little peek out the side there. Diego can't connect, and neither can Tony K. The regroup comes through from E-Arena, and Influence Rage are going to have to leave their stronghold. As Lil Boy steps out, the smokes are starting to fade as well. Up into the trees, up into the vehicles. It's going central next, Blank. The open hillside, I mean, E-Arena probably have to move a little bit later. I don't know if they've got any more flares, though, to play around with. And they could send them tumbling down towards the low side, and that's a big pickup. Tony K, the off angle, isolated and taken down. Now in a 3 versus 4.
I think that peak's bad. That peak is just categorically bad, where the circle hasn't even started to push in yet. You're challenging a team that has cover right now. Luckily, you've got Byakuya Kuchiki here with the Senbon Sakura in action right now for the squad in the arena.
Have you put a curse on me? What's going on? My goodness me. I'm sure Maxman knows. I'll ask him afterwards. He can translate. I mean, it's
a 17-point game. This is unbelievably good. I mean, Law's definitely just going to deny the point here, but oh my days, 27 points in the back pocket. It's a blossoming game here for E-Arena.
Absolutely beautiful. What a way to kick things off. And I think that might be a record for a single player, Blank. Sakura able to do so much on his own. Well, I say on his own, with the protection underneath of the rest of his team. He was hunting from up on high. I'm really waiting for that MVP card, because 100% is Sakura, first of all. Yeah. I want to know how much damage.
The Eye of Sauron has entered the battlefield here with EA. Are you kidding me? Sakura with the high ground was just unstoppable this game, Max.
He could see all, and if he saw you, well, your survival time would go down to like 5 seconds. Unfortunately, you don't want to be encountered with Sakura. He had 11 eliminations at a portion of this game here. Sakura was putting on an absolute clinic from the high ground. And he was not just only getting eliminations right, Nipchara. He was also giving valuable information to his teammates to get really strong positions, transition points in the later stages of that game. E-Arena, it was... like, sure, the circle was definitely favoring their position, but they used that spot to its absolute full potential.
They really, really did. I mean, Sakura doing massive amounts of damage there, 1,400 damage. But I tell you what, every knockout he's getting, he's confirming as well. Some really good stuff there. And I want to point out as well what I loved seeing there in that transition point between being up on that mountain to having to now fight in the end zone, right? Was the mobility. They switched so quickly. They were ready for that transition. It was not, oh, we're going to be up on the mountain and then, oh no, what do we do with the aggression? It was like, no, time to go, Max.
Look at Tony K. He took 757 damage. What is?
Wow.
He's a paladin on the team. He's the tank of the squad. I think that's literally one of the highest damage taken stats I've ever seen. I don't know if you've seen higher, but of course, because Rondo got the recall, but what, oh my god, that's high.
Those stats are wild. Okay, 757 damage taken, 837 damage done, and 1 elimination. That is by far the craziest stats. I mean, I'll tell you what. I mean, yeah, that high ground position from Sakura just paid dividends here in this match. We can't stress just how crazy it is for a team to get a 10 elimination chicken dinner. For one player to do that by himself is just wild, especially for the first game of Group Red, Max.
Yeah, first game of Group Red. Again, absolute cinema being provided here. I'm really happy with some of these fights we did see in the mid-stage portion of this match. Virtus Pro, though, this was one of the most important fights, right, Nipchara? Them losing that position over to E-Arena kind of locks in that chicken dinner early on this match for E-Arena.
Yeah, they really, really did. You have to challenge that kind of position early on, and if no one does it, or if you lose that challenge, then that just solidifies that team even more. After that, there was not really much chance of really challenging them and getting them out of that position. So EA hunkered down, held their ground, and they were able to get the win just off of that, really. But the other thing that was interesting, what are you saying?
You want to hear a crazy stat?
Go for it.
Right off the rip here. All right, well, EA, ridiculous amount of eliminations and the chicken dinner. During the Gauntlet, right, all 3 days combined, they had 74 points, guys. In their first match here in Group Red, they are going to put up 33% of that total in just one game.
Wow. I mean, you know what? I love that for them. I love that for them. Yes, because I think we were expecting so much more in the Gauntlet stage with them, right? We were thinking E-Arena is going to be one of those top teams, and they just weren't. So now, coming into Group Red and seeing them put up such a performance, it's like, finally, E-Arena is back, Max.
Do you want another fun stat? Team Secret, during the entirety of their group, got 32 points. In one game, E-Arena got 27. Just saying, okay? That's a mad game they just had on that Rondo. Sorry, Team Secret, but... probably at the airport, so they can't fight back. Whatever. Anyways, Influence Rage, also a really good performance here. Able to survive against the likes of Regnum. Burmese Ghouls, also a really good hold on that southern position, low ground position. Really happy with their performance. And Burmese Ghouls, actually, Nipchara, way more silent than I would have liked to see coming out from this team. They had opportunities to maybe third-party your Regnums versus Influence Rage, or even that fight to the west versus Flash and Weibo and even Arcred at some point. But no, they stayed very passive, and that scares me a little bit because passive, would it be enough for you to be in top 3? Not quite, so I want to see more presence from this team eventually.
I mean, they are generally a more compact team, so I think they probably are going to keep to themselves a little bit, but I don't hate it for the first game, right? Especially when it's a Rondo, it's still a little bit unsure about how the lobby's really going to be playing that. So I don't hate it for the first game, but yeah, we definitely need to see a little bit of a step up and more proactiveness coming through from them later on in today's matches. But your MVP of Rondo is going to be Sakura. We knew it was going to be Sakura. Come on now, 11 eliminations. No one did that. There's just no beating this guy in this map at least.
Yeah, we're probably not going to see that for the rest of the Group Red, to be honest. I mean, that's just a crazy, crazy day, you know? So, I mean, for him to bust that out in game number 1, it's got to be so hype for EA. Like, I did the official math. It's 36% of their total points from the Gauntlet in just one game here off the rip. We just really hope this is not a flash in the pan, you know, moment. We want to see this just rocket launch this squad, you know, and kind of have that little alpha gaming presence, right? That big improvement from Gauntlet to here. And that's the advantage, right? If you're in the Gauntlet, you get a little bit more time under your belt to come in strong. They understand how important Rondo is here, and they really took full advantage of it, Max.
Yeah, definitely. And I want to talk about a team in particular we didn't highlight just yet, which is going to be Alliance. They went for position. I think some people might look at this game and think, oh, that road dip, it's not really a great position. But you can make it a great position with, guess what? Emergency cover flares. And they put down, I believe, 3 emergency cover flares in that position. And they were holding it for so long this game. I was really happy about it. The main issue was, of course, Sakura on top of that rock mountain. That was going to be an issue. But outside of that, Alliance, for me, had a great macro game, positionally speaking, so it gets me excited to see what their rotations will look like going into the other 2 maps on today's matches.
Yeah, for sure. The other team that I was actually really impressed with how they were setting themselves up was Acred, actually, up onto the northwest side it was. They were really split across the mid stage, and they had a really nice split going, and then they had a really quick regroup, and were trying to third-party the Flash WBG fight as well. And I really liked how mobile they were. They were surrounding that fight. They were trying to get all the best angles. They seemed like macro-wise, they seemed like a really switched on. They were really doing a great job there. So I'm excited for them as well in the next Erangel.
Yeah, I think Alliance would have done a lot better, right? If those emergency cover flares, they're pretty tall, Max, right? But not tall enough to block that high ground that EA
Not where Sakura was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, that nade, right? By the way, so sick. I mean, from the high ground, rocket launching it all the way down, he laced it. And then he had an earlier one, right? Where he got those, he wiped out Virtus Pro. All 3 players with 1 nade from that high ground position. So that is just crazy to see. But you know what? Another good fight that we saw, Max, right, was between Flash and Weibo, right? That was a pretty interesting fight. It was going back and forth for a good minute. We saw Tops with a really good nade onto 2 of their players, but then he ended up pushing out by himself, got knocked eventually. But it's good to see Weibo, you know, with a good fight at the start here.
I really respected the approach, actually, from Flash, trying to leapfrog the position in the compound itself against Weibo. That was a really good idea. Then it got a little bit messy, Niptura, I would say. There was a very good idea at first, but then it got down to like some 1v1 fights, some 1v2s. It was a little bit all over the place. And I actually did really respect what Arcred were trying to pull off, which is third party, just a player north, a player south, try and get a little bit involved in that conversation. But Win, unfortunately, had the final word there in that fight, and he was able to survive the entire compound fight.
Messy, because we did see that Flash went all in and then immediately stepped back, and I almost want to say that they used those cover flares on the corner to actually kind of bait WBG, to bait them out and just kind of push them out a little bit into a more compromised position, and then they were able to take them out more easily, because as soon as Weibo pushed out, it got really messy really quickly. If it hadn't been for Acred, I think Flash would have won that more decisively. So I kind of want to give them the benefit of the doubt there just a little bit, but otherwise, yeah, it was a really interesting fight. I might want to go back and look at that again because it was interesting.
I do think you highlight a very good point, because we saw the Flash took some heavy casualties really quickly in that fight with Weibo, and they just started to play a bit more passive. And I think that actually that utility you bring up is very important. Those cover flares kind of forcing Weibo in a full sense of security, like they were in control of that fight, but actually no, they were never in control. And then Arcred even tries again to get involved in that fight and kind of ruins it. So yeah, it was very smart play from both teams, but at the end, just one player comes out on top. So is it really a win? To some extent, maybe, but not quite the win they were looking for here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, you know what? Match number 1. I always say match number 1 in a tournament like this, you get I like to call it the Hot Jukes excuse card. I'll give a little punch for it, all right? You got to get warmed up. Crazy things are happening, you know. EA definitely didn't use that. That's for sure. They went out crazy. But you know what it is for the first game. But we're going into Erangel here now. That excuse card is over, okay? Looking at some of the potential drops that we have, Max, right? I am looking here. I don't think there's a big chance we're going to see one. One that could be interesting, though, at least in my eyes, is that Primorsk and Yasnaya area, right? There's a good chance that we're going to see Those are two different drop locations for Flash and Influence Rage. So both their main and backup spots are pretty much in the same spot here. I think that could make things interesting.
It could. I mean, if it goes in Yasnaya Polyana, Yasnaya, as we all know, big enough city, right? Hot Jukes for two teams to coexist. If you're not, if you don't have too big an ego and you're willing to share, then it shouldn't be an issue. But Primorsk, I mean, Niptura, Primorsk hot drop, you can't share Primorsk. I know we drop Primorsk quite a bit in our Ultimate Royale games. If there's a team there, 99% of the time, it is going to be a hot drop. So if you do go for a fight there, I think it is going to be resulting one team getting instantly squad wiped in that position.
Yeah, I think it's really got to be. There's just not enough room, and often just the loot, you can't get the loot you need fast enough when it comes to how small it is, right? So I would think Influence Rage probably, if they do think that they're going to get hot drop there, that you see a third location here, Quarry. They probably do a 2-2 split here normally, but if Flash is going to try and hot drop them, just go to Quarry and do a Quarry split, and they should be fine.
Should be fine indeed. Well, you know what, man? I want to hear from the Obi-Wan Kenobi of the last match, right? He had the high ground, right? Sakura. So I know we're about to hear from him and the 7WG. They're getting that ready. So, man, what a crazy game number one. Game number two is coming up any second now. But let's go ahead and take it on over to the stage to hear from the 7WG at Sakura.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Sakura from EA. They just had an stellar performance. I want to pick your brain a little bit. What was the biggest change that you guys made from the Gauntlet here to Group Red?
อะไรคือการเปลี่ยนแปลงที่ใหญ่ที่สุดจากรอบ Gauntlet มารอบกรุ๊ป Red กรุ๊ปแดงก็พยายามเล่นให้ใจเย็นกว่าเดิมครับเพราะว่ารอบ Gauntlet ที่เราเล่นคือเราเล่นรีบร้อนไปหน่อยครับทำให้เสียง่ายครับ So we try to play more calm because in the Gauntlet stage we rushed our timing too much and made us like die easily.
Well, that makes sense. You guys played it out perfectly too, and making sure that you cleared the North of Alliance. Some little quick stats for you guys. In the Gauntlet, this team was averaging about a 10th place to 2 to 3 elims. Today, first place, 17 elims. Now, looking around here in this Group Red, is there any team that you're looking at that maybe is going to cause you some trouble throughout the days?
ในกลุ่มแดงกลุ่มนี้คิดว่ามีทีมไหนไหมที่อาจจะเป็นปัญหาให้ทีมเราก็ตอนนี้ยังไม่มีครับ Right now we have no teams that are going to be a problem for us.
All right, well, hey, right now, 11 elims to you. Great performance. This is not looking like a 16th place team. I can't wait to see what they're going to be doing for the rest of the day.
Yeah, that's a fact. Goodness gracious, right? I love that shout too, right? Saying that, you know what, we were rushing our timing just a little bit too much. And that's where, I mean, we talk about it all the time, just how imperative these nerves are to these players. You know, you're at such a big stage. You've worked all year to get here. You're not in the comfort of your own house anymore, Niptura, right? So it's understandable why some of these teams will be a little bit quick to jump the gun on certain decisions. I'm glad that they realized that and calm things down here. It definitely worked, that's for sure, for match number one.
It sure did, right? Yeah, it's interesting because looking over my notes, you know, you go that E-Arena are actually really instant to rotate. They always are ahead of the zone when it comes to those zone shifts and trying to rotate as quickly as possible. So it's interesting that they say they're rushing, because if you're rushing instant rotates, you are really, really quick. So it is nice that they've adapted to the lobby, especially these teams. You know, they've done their research, figured out what they want to do, and just slowed it right down. And that, yeah, like you said, I mean, they slowed it right down to the point of having one singular position basically the whole match, and it really, really worked.
I like during the interviews, like, oh, we just played calm, a little bit slower. I'm like, bro, you just got a 17 elimination chicken dinner. What's slow about that? what's calm about that? I think he's just a humble king, Hodrick. Just a humble king. He's like, don't worry, we'll make it fine. But actually, we're the best team in the lobby, and right now they proved it. They're the kings of Rondo because, well, you only have one Rondo per day. Because now it's a wrangle coming up. Let's go.
Let's get it going to the grassy pastures. Let's get match number 2 started. It's Aaron Gale, John Allen, Blank. Are we going to see another player get double-digit eliminations today?
Today? I don't think we'll see it for the rest of the tournament. We'll probably won't see it for the rest of the year, Blank. I'll go as far as that. That was something special from Sakura, assisted by the rest of E-Arena and a little bit by the Circle. But beautiful stuff nonetheless to kick things off. A massive lead earned by E-Arena very early on. And they'll need it.
Moving in, there'll be plenty of teams looking to take that top spot from them. Plane path from the west coast down towards Novo Blank. A little bit hard on the south side.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very difficult plane for the south side. And there was a lot of talk about Primos there in terms of the drop on that side with the Flash as well as the Influence Rage. There's a chance that Influence Rage just picks up Quarry, which would make sense as well. Instead of going far down towards Primorsk. I am curious to see where the Flash do end up, though. Both in the meantime, going to go for the very peer split.
Yeah, looks like, yeah, Primorsk going to be just the one team and actually dropping a little bit short to split around that quarry area to grab those vehicles for Influence Rage, get them on the road nice and fast. The circle yet to reveal itself. Looks like Team Flash, they're currently out towards Potato Hill, just heading over farm. And we are going west with the circle, so maybe they wish they would have gone back to that southwest side, but the access there for Influence Rage up the west coast will be nice and quick. A lot of teams out onto the military island as well. 3 currently taking up residence. You've got Burmese Ghouls, as well as VP and GK, all on the island.
Do you know what I always find very interesting is that you finish Group Green and you come into Group Red. Now, if you're a melee-based team, it's a weird one now, right? Where if you're Burmese Ghouls, you're trying to think to yourself whether it's a good idea to continue playing this drop spot or try and figure out somewhere else to play. Because even if you do make it into the grand finals, you're fighting for your drop spot between you and arguably the best team in the lobby right now, right? What will be arguably the best team in the lobby in Alpha Gaming. So do you think about changing your drop spot, or do you just play things out for the time being and then figure that out when you get into grand finals? And right now just try and get into the top 3 from this position?
I mean, that's a big win, right?
I know, right? It really is.
It needs you to qualify towards those grand finals because they won't be in last chance, remember? So that contest won't be there if you're able to get to that last chance stage, which will be potentially interesting. So maybe that's what they're relying on. And finals is sort of like the gravy on the meal for them if they're able to get there. Not to say that they're not capable of it. They absolutely are. But I think, all things considered, there are more likely candidates right now. Certainly candidates that people would say are more favorite to be getting through in the spots that we have available here and in that last chance stage. It'll be a difficult road to run. So for now, I think focus on what you can do, what you know. If what you know best is that military base area, go for it. But I don't think you need to worry too much about that.
Yeah.
For now.
A little PSA for everyone watching. For Twisted Minds, if you weren't aware, 4YDO is pronounced Chudo. So if you hear me talk about Chudo, it's that guy. So I know that's thrown me off before, about 2 years ago. So hopefully that helps some of you guys at home if you're not familiar with that region too much. But they got Walsh on board. Overall, pretty damn good team is Twisted Minds. I think they have some very good players on side. And can go very far with that team. I think that right now, I would say they play Pachinki better than the Falcons do, personally.
Okay. Well, I mean, at the moment, what we've discovered about how the Falcons play Pachinki is get out of there as fast as you can and don't play it at all. It works better for them. So you might be right on that one.
GK down towards the southeast side. In Novorobnoye. Bit of a journey up towards the north, but should be okay. They are cut off by quite a few teams. That's purely because of the plane path, which cuts down towards the southeast. With True Rippers playing in Milter, which I think is a pretty damn good spot to start from. It gives you a lot of options. On this circle, it's not so great, obviously, because you do have to move off to the west and pass through farm. But I imagine Alliance will leave at some point to try and get that crossing. Boars moved early off of Ferry Pier towards the north side, around Geka.
Trying to get in towards the center here. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of circles end up towards Everest, around those Gatka fields, right? Back in Gauntlet, and I think quite a bit into Group Green as well. Looks like Group Red will have their fair share. Are we going to get more Everest finishes? Is anyone actually going to go up to the top of Everest? And is anyone going to go to the compound that, certainly for a match or two, nobody seemed to want to go to on that south point of Everest, overlooking those Gatka fields? Right now, looks like Regnum Kai are looking to go up the mountain. Twisted Minds, they transition from Pachinki to a compound a little bit further along the way. We'll see where everyone else pulls up as well.
Yeah, again, this is what I love, because I think if you watch Team Falcons, they would have played Church. They would have 100% played Church on this circle, and they would have been slow to the center. I think the Twisted Minds they have a better understanding of how to take advantage of this central position. I like it. I like it a lot. They're playing a little bit of a lineup right now, which cuts out teams coming through from Ruins, so it's a good split. Weibo coming in from that north side. That's from North George, just heading over the top of Everest at the moment. But we do have a lot of teams already fairly central on this one. Teams who did get cut out by the plane early have yet to move. And fair enough to them, because it's a long journey in. It's likely you're going to be playing Edge for a while. So that's teams like True Rippers, Burmese Ghouls, Geekay, Virtus Pro as well, all the way towards Lipovka.
Yeah, I think you've got Nuclear Zone as well, rather aptly playing it towards Mill to Power. Big fan of that thematic naming, thematic drop spot. Coming through on the Egypt points qualification. Big pickup for them. I'm already a fan. I want them to win the whole thing.
You do? Because they're dropping in Mill to Power?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You know, I'm a sucker for it. What can I say? ETSH, they found Win. He was the lone survivor of the fight in the fight. Goodness me. Hopefully not that. But the fight in the last game.
Smelly.
That's some off chicken dinners there. But he was the only one to be able to get out of that scrap we saw in the last match. But we'll go down first this time. I know.
The lone survivor, you say. Must have been pretty deadly, right?
He's been sat in the casting booth with you before.
What the hell? The hell? That's crazy talk.
No, you're very clean.
Everyone knows I'm incapable of. Over towards the western side, we've got Irina from last game, who were not silent, but they were deadly over on that top side. Now looking over to the east, it's a bit of a more difficult run out for them. They got Influence Rage in front of them, trying to get a little bit of revenge for last game. Feel some vindication from that hold that they had. I think the only thing that concerned me in that last game was Tony K's angle and the time which he was peaking. I was looking back on it just on the feed, and I think that the reason he's doing that is to prevent any runouts coming through from Influence Rage. And that's the only reason I can think he would go for that. But again, they were fairly locked in. I suppose you can't play too passive. So he does his job. He did make it slightly more difficult though. And I think maybe you could have backed off the angle a little bit quicker, because you only have to do like short bursts of fire. It depends how accurate Influence Rage is there. But I'm really going into very much specifics there. So I don't think there was too much that bothered me from Irina's gameplay last game. I want to see them do something similar again. You've got a lot of momentum coming off from the back of that rondo. It's time to put that to good use.
Absolutely. It's a tool in your arsenal, and you need to be able to utilize everything at your disposal. So hopefully they can use, as you say, that momentum. Influence Rage, I mean, they have a little bit of momentum coming into this one. Everyone over 10 points on that last match will probably, well, hopefully have a little bit of momentum, right? And Alliance, we'll see if they can keep things going on their 11-point spree in that last game and get a little bit further. They're on the southwest side of that Gatka field, and we'll see what they can do. Geekay currently fueling up at the petrol station, making sure their cars are topped up from the gas. Prices, well, there's no attendance, so it's free. That's not normally what you're allowed to do, but here in PUBG Mobile, no one's going to stop you.
And great shots from Easy for Bad Boy there over towards Aragon on the back line. Voston's going to try and back up there and he's chasing him down, barking at him. And he will continue to be a nuisance, though. He's not leaving fully. I'm coming back. I'm coming back for more.
Okay. No, there's no one in there. He's a bad boy. You don't. It's fine. There's no one in the smokes. They've actually moved them entirely. But I mean, that's the back off that Voston was able to do, right? Maybe they do think that there's players still down in those smokes. And they're putting a lot of pressure out there. They've moved the target, and now they can get some healing and get away free. So for Voston, I mean, he might have been a yappy little dog, like a little terrier, going at it, but it's come up well. It's looking good for them. On the south side, Geeke, they leave the petrol station. They're moving past Quarry now. The nuclear zone in tow, just behind it a little bit on that south side.
Rotate's looking really good, honestly, in Group Red. It's a very, very quiet game so far. I think that's because teams have been very effectively able to cut out a lot of squads coming their way. Look at the split on the circle as well. It's that, honestly, that's beautiful to me. That is beautiful. I love to see that. Everyone's got their own space. Everyone's taking their own splits, trying to maintain presence. That's a gorgeous zone. I don't see that very often.
Yeah, it's all the way out to the west. Everybody who took that really nice disparate split over on that east side, they're going to have to crunch in, cram in as best they can. Sending the overpopulation out west side, past Gatka, towards the swamp as well. The fields to the north, really tricky terrain to play around with. Influence Rage playing in the U-bend right now, off the road. And seeing if they can hold off on those banks, those terrain ridge lines that cover off towards that north side. A little bit of surround there. Arena, I mean, they love that high ground, so you're not going to get him off there anytime soon. Over towards Geeke. There's that momentum. There's another Elim. Second of the match.
Yeah, I mean, they're going. They're trying to get more done. Tony K finding Ragnarok from Geeke as well. Picks up the second there. Some more shots. Little bit more wild from Tony K, but still looking over towards Kevin. I mean, does have a bit of a kick on it there with the 3x and the silencer on board. Bit tough to make happen. NC2 though will get out of there. Is it NC squared or is it NC2? What do you think?
And NC2. I'll go on NC2. Because if it was MC2, then maybe it would be MC squared, right? But nah.
Yeah, that would be cool.
You haven't. The N hasn't earned it. You know, hasn't got the rep.
Yeah, if you put two N's close enough together, though, maybe you go to MC squared.
That is how that works. I'm pretty sure. Burmese Cools take a shot out towards Virtus Pro on the south side. Both trying to rotate in past Twisted Minds on that south edge as well. In these hills, down towards the roadside. There's really nothing that is going to be safe for the time being. Virtus Pro, they're not getting their teammate back up, but can they keep everyone else alive? Can they stay up as three? Because Ericord is very low.
I mean, Virtus Pro's had some tough rotates so far. They keep running into squads and can't quite find a place to stay. Again, I do genuinely think this has been some really nice play from every single team in terms of rotations. I mean, even just like this zone in particular, it's very hard to keep 16 players in it, 16 squads in it. Yet we're doing it. Like there's fields off towards the east, there's fields on the north, there's fields on the west. There is this strip of land down towards the south side, and we have 16 teams at this stage of the game. It's unheard of. It's very nice to see. Honest, it's not exciting, but it is beautiful.
Oh, that field. Towards the Regnum Kaya central area. Arena going to have to give up the hold on the west side. They've been holding about a kilometer stretch of road on that west side blank for the longest time. And they are now going to have to regroup probably towards Turney K, towards that south edge, but maybe a little bit closer. It's a very field heavy ending though on this one. We are taking up the majority of the land with that field.
Yeah, I mean, there is not a lot of area to play here. I sometimes think that like the land here sort of looks like America, like this field. Look at the same shape as the landmass. You know?
No.
See what I'm saying? No, maybe you don't feel it.
No, not at all. Actually,
Like with all the little states in it as well.
Stop the roll up. Stop this, you. It's the wrong way round, first of all. It's reflected. But let's crack on with the game. Because we've got ArcRed trying to roll up to Weibo, who have Regnum Kaya even further beyond this one. And you know that this central hill is going to be a major feature of this zone, and the fact that Weibo have the top of it when Regnum Kaya were there much, much earlier is nice for them, but there is that counterpoint to it. Maybe they're more content with that north side.
Yeah, if you Regnum Kaya, actually this is like a bit of it's a more smart maneuver in my opinion, is that you're sort of playing with Weibo as opposed to against them. It's a little bit underhanded in terms of the way you're playing it out, where any team that comes into this small valley between them is going to feel the force of both squads. And you essentially put yourself in a stalemate to live further into this game. I personally prefer Regnum Kaya's position as well, because everyone's going to want to crash onto Weibo, right? No one really wants to crash Regnum Kaya.
No, it's it is a little bit tough, right? It's maybe not the best idea, but I think crashing anyone is still a bad idea. Like it is going to go poorly for you.
But I mean, you have to crash
when you have to make that choice. Yeah, sure. That's probably where we're going to find it.
Because you can isolate fights there in terms of sightlines. Like that's one of the few positions on the map where you can isolate sightlines and get it into a proper 1v1. But with Regnum Kaya being here, it's just so difficult because you can't play on the ridge side to the west. Like you have to full commit. It is interesting the way they've set it up, and basically this means that ArcRed, Weibo, and Regnum Kaya are likely just going to be like, well, guess we're all staying here until stage 7 or 8.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the spot. You don't want to give it up. They are really holding each other at arm's length, but True Rippers trying to deliver on that gunfire promise coming on through. They are doing a lot. Twisted Minds really suffering. Burmese Ghouls with a little assist on the outside, and True Rippers may be able to stay alive as 3, but Burmese Ghouls going to try and roll over the top as well, or maybe just get ahead of the fight entirely. But Lord, I didn't even see him there, but was he inside the hovercraft the whole time? Oh no, Alliance now with the last player of True Rippers, Jelly, causing problems as he rides up towards the top, but against Alliance, against all 4 of them? I don't think so.
No, it's not happening. I mean, that's a horrible fight. It was going to pop off at some point. You have to third party here if you want to maintain a position. Influence Rage, Stonks just went through the roof right now on that position towards the swamp.
Oh yeah. That is going to get busy on that north side. But I mean, holding it all at this stage might be too much, and actually Geeky gonna sidle on into the west side of that swamp position, so they'll be sharing it. The first crash onto the center's going, and it is towards ArcRed and Weibo, coming through from Team Flashblank, looking for that central field hill towards that tornado siren.
I mean, this is not cool, man. It's not cool. These 3 guys, they held this first. All right? You stop bullying my 12-man team. Flash, you get back.
Uh-oh. There we go. Hard boy. Softened up a little bit there. Does go down. Tops is the trade-off, though, for it. And Team Flash, they still have a player out towards the north side. So it is basically just Zeus in that middle spot. Not really too much to do. Moving over. Wants to get that res and needs the backup in the area. Regnum Kaya, actually, they break the peace accords. Blank.
Yeah, that's uncool. Yeah, that's uncool. That's really uncool.
Oh,
this is even more uncool. All right, we could have all won. We could have all won together.
Oh, top 3. Not to be, maybe. ETSH as well. They're across the field, and they're eyeing this up too, Blank. Maybe a 5-team hold on the central tornado siren.
Oh, bro. Is this my 15-man team? Yes, please. All right.
Oh, dear.
Okay. I mean, Regnum Kaya starts to sling the grenades, and I mean, those are brutal.
Ooh. And another for Silas. Nade over the top. Zed Wolf polished off the knock with a spray down, and that is big. God. Another nade coming through. Oh no! Weibo, they're getting catastrophically bombarded here around the tower. Asuk now the last to stand, desperately clinging on. Everybody else seemingly unscathed. I mean, they had that little scrap on the south edge, the regroup from Team Flash. Boars, they're trying to approach. Everybody wants to get in towards the Tornado Siren. They hear it blaring. I think the back tires on that monster truck might have been out, but they're still going to make it work. Bose moves on in for the spray, but has to descend and stay alive for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is all Regnum Kai's fault. All right. If only they could just be a little bit friendlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened. I was thinking they do waste grenades by throwing those over towards Weibo. There was no full commit, and they weren't going to full commit over the top either towards Arcred. So, yeah, you get a couple of knocks. I think potentially you ruin the utility side of things. Good nade from Snowix. That's a bit of French passion right there.
I'm sure they'll be happy with that. The Boars are trying to move in and take the position that Team Flash moved in towards, but that is a big nade over towards the back and a little bit of a response. Turns him into a bit of a pancake, but he's down in the smoke and able to bide his time. Nicely found. Oh, it's all over.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it too much, but
oh no,
influence rage, more like influencing the circle. Am I right, guys? As it moves down towards the south. And that's probably a free win, if I'm honest. It's a fairly easy win off the back of that one. Weibo do get out of the way, and you can see actually the nades that were sent over the top over toward. Oh my god! Actually, it's not bad. Weibo like, we need things. We just saw lots of things drop on the floor over here. We need them. So they are just pilfering whatever they can. All right, it's turned into a bit of an extraction. Shooter looter.
They were getting completely bombarded out, Blank. They're almost all at full HP now. Weibo managed to put themselves back together. Ramses wants to try and change that, though. Up for order. It will be hot on the spray now. Up to Hero. 33Z charging forwards, trying to close the ground, force the peaks back. And he's on the guard. No chance of getting that flush. And that's another player going
boxes
down. Ramses is down, and that is another box. Tidy.
Very nice. That can't be. Weibo's just getting more boxes. I like it. Yeah, I was kind of surprised they got a full reset on this one. 33Z finds another there off in the distance. Sets them up to 2 heliums total. Maybe it was maybe Regnum Kai would just keep them on their toes, you know? Right? I got to give them
pretending to fight so nobody else would join.
Exactly. But they had to commit to it. Otherwise, no one would have believed.
Yeah. That's very, honestly, Silas is so smart for that, you know. Brilliant strategy coming through. Maybe that'll change though, because Silas and Loxy gonna take it down. That's actually from Alliance, and now again it's just Wild and Zed Wolf holding on inside the smoke of Weibo after their full reset, and their box brigade are sending on in. There's no chance that you get through, and that is a two-way takedown with Alliance and Weibo shattering Regnum Kaya.
Weibo got a taste for the boxes now. They want more boxes. Taking down Regnum Kaya, that's a big pickoff. This is a strong team. But, oh my goodness me, what a backstab coming through from Glory 22. Now just 2 players for Weibo up and remaining. Too focused on the box grind.
Hey, you know what? I didn't know it, but apparently 22 is greater than 33. It's new maths we're developing here on that northern side. And Arc Red, the progenitors. Last player going down on the outside for ETSH. They had a difficult crossing to play. Arena, by the way, they've been slowly playing this western side. They held all of that west coast for a long time. They moved up to the compound, out to the west of this area, and now they're transitioning. And with nobody else on the north, there's a realistic possibility that there's a top 2 in it for them here.
For E-Arena, they're playing Edge. I actually think Edge works really well in this particular lobby because there is so many teams willing. There's so many teams willing to play center, and honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and say it is that I do think the rotations have been a little bit slicker here so far than in Group Green. I think they've been pretty magnificent to watch happen. I think E-Arena is definitely benefiting from that as an Edge team because there's no one else holding them. And they could just slowly sweep their way in. It's very cool.
Bad news for teams, though, towards the bottom of the table. Top 3 right now, still very much in. And DRX, I think, may be in one of the rougher spots here, although Alliance do have to move forward. So, no, actually, I take it back. I think Alliance are in the rougher spot. Against DRX, who are in the next zone. They are going to have to move everybody else up towards it. Trying to stay on the outside as long as possible. Order strafing, spraying towards the arena, who also have to move forwards. But this blue zone's really going to hurt, and Order steps out into it to pick up the vehicle. Wants some healing. Again, arena under pressure from Soup, from Order, from everybody else from that Alliance high ground that they are still holding on.
Yeah, arena knows they just need to withstand them, basically. They need to withstand versus Weibo. You should get themselves a top 5 off the back of this one, but that'll be all that they'll be given, with 7 points total there on the elims, not to mention the placement points as well, grabbed off the back of that one. But yeah, I think for Weibo, it's definitely a case of they got a taste for the boxes too much, and then got a little bit complacent with their positioning. Arena though, good smokes, slowly pushing forward here. They do need Alliance to be a little bit more aggressive though, because right now Influence Rage can fully turn attention this way.
And maybe up into a solid spot here. I mean, this is really big for both Influence Rage and for Arena. I've seen top 2 in that last match. Yeah, I mean, brilliant elim count for Alliance as well. This is a big top 3 starting to form very, very early on. I'm sure it's only 2 matches and that volatility will potentially decrease, but I mean, Arena feeling the APG reinvigoration?
Well, we'll wait and see. I'm pretty sure that they're likely to go down in 4th place here. Very difficult for them now. I think they're out of smokes. Yes, they are out of smokes. They have 15 nades, but not Rondo. You can't create the craters here on Erangel. Jimmy just trying to provide as many smokes as possible for the rest of the team to regroup on it, but DRX is not likely to let them leave. Yeah, for E-Arena, it's a fully pitched fight here versus Influence Rage, and Influence Rage can hear the fighting happening behind them. They don't have to look that way, so all they need to focus on doing is holding out this team on the north side. Super simple game for them, and I think that is the main thing for Influence Rage right now, is that their game has been simple, right? It's been nothing special. Every step of the way, it's been very clear goals that they need to hit. I think for Alliance, it's probably the more impressive game from them, right?
Yeah, fighting through on that south edge, clearing out so much and getting the elim count that they have. It's brilliant stuff. Arena going to move out towards the field, play behind some of those hay bales. NC2 has to hop out as Joker actually crashes in further. And I think, yeah, that's going to be in the zone. Ooh, Sakura doesn't quite make the cross. They're down to 2, but he is going to bleed out. And there's not a double lock coming through from out in the fields, threading the needle there. DRX with the zone pushing. They're going to have to move forwards, but I don't know if they have the time to get these reses on board. Lil Boy looking for the shots towards NC2, but the hay bales keeping him safe.
I mean, they're down now, but that double knockover towards DRX was phenomenal. And now Influence Rage immediately turns tail and will look towards guys on the south side. Really here is depending on who's getting the second place. Who gets that additional placement point. Pretty sure it should be Alliance. They've done a very good job to withstand DRX and these bounces, force them out of position. Now they're into the roadside. If Alliance goes down, they'd just be happy with getting some more of these elims on side towards DRX. Diego finds a couple, but Iftar will pick up at least one.
And there's that final player going down from DRX. They have not been able to get the crossing. Now it's 3 versus 4. Influence Rage. They had this sort of numbers advantage, but this time they've got the high ground as opposed to against Arena in the last, but it's still the Southeast Asia giving them a run for it. The Brazilians trying to hold their nerve this time, moving forwards. Federal with the pump action around the corner, looking for the nade to bobble out to the side. It does damage, but it doesn't find it. Diego's down in the meantime, though. There's a wall of fire coming through, but finally he lays down the law, and just one player now remaining. Federal steps forward. He's given it a good go. The dance around the rocks. It's a 1v1 for the peak, but they will not be denied this time. Influence Rage with the forwards charge towards Alliance. Take them, force them into second place, and from a second place they launch themselves into a chicken dinner.
I felt like there was maybe a situation there where Alliance wins versus Influence Rage. There was a lot of whiff shots towards the end there for Influence Rage. It felt a little bit over aggressive at times, but overall Very well played to Alliance. I think they could be super pleased with that ending. Even if they came second place, they were popping off towards the end.
Oh yeah, beautiful stuff for Alliance. Big numbers being put up on the cards. For E-Arena, low eliminations means a minimal points earned this game. I think they only got 7, which is still a pretty good game, don't get me wrong. But it's not maybe what they were looking for. That hold on the west side, a little bit too passive for them. Influence Rage, helped out by the circle as well on their swamp side position. And they were able to keep their boots nice and dry. Keep their heads on their shoulders, although they did get a little bit dizzy towards the end. They closed it out. And we're going to be closing out this game, heading back over to the desk as well to break down the proceedings of our first area.
Do Brazil! Influence Rage to lay down the law in this match one right here. That's how you do it when it comes to Arigale. They had a good solid finish in Rondo, and then this last fight with Alliance. I'll tell you what, Law really had to do it there, right there towards the end. Beautiful pre-fires into the shotgun play. That's how you get it done, Max.
I was trying to find a way to do a pun with the other player names outside of Law, but I didn't have enough time. I didn't have time to prep. Influence Rage, very solid performance this time around. And you know what? They didn't have to fight Niptura. They had that position really early on. They dropped Primorsk. They, northern side of Primorsk near the quarry area. Push up. They take the swamp area for themselves, and they just hold off teams. And you know what? When a circle keeps going your way, that's realistically all you really have to do to get the win. And in this case in particular, very well executed. Double-digit eliminations here. Influence Rage can be super happy about this performance on their angle.
Yeah, it's a really nice compound to actually have as well, right? Because it's so open on that northern side with those fields. So then it's overlooked also on the south side in Alliance's position. So actually they were really protected just because of how open and how overlooking the positions of other teams were, that Influence Rage were able to just kind of hunker down, fend off teams from their immediate position and just wait for that final zone. Some really, really nice stuff coming in here. Some great stats we're seeing on the boards as well. I mean, Law only taking 17 damage for 4 eliminations is pretty crazy. Love that from him. Yeah, a really, really nice thing. They were able to conserve their energy for that final fight, and they were able to take the win. GG.
So far, it's been a great day for Influence Rage. They've had a second place going into the Rondo game, decent amount of eliminations, into now a chicken dinner with also a really good elimination count for themselves. Influence Rage, amazing Hodgix, and Alpha 7 already been in the finals. They want to join the homies. They want to make it there in Bangkok for the grand finals, and you know what? They might just have the homies qualifying if they keep having games like, what a banger right away.
The hermanos, that's right. The Brazilian brothers could make it happen. That's for sure. I mean, what a great start for this squad. Another great game for EA as well. They made it towards the end game in this one. 3 out of the last 4 squads all dropped in this particular location, so they didn't have to travel too far. Alliance did have to go all the way from farm, so they were the furthest team when it comes to that rotation. But man, to see 2 teams back to back, at least the top 2 squads kind of finish in the top 4 here, you got to watch out, Neptura, because those big point sponges can definitely create a big gap at the top for sure.
Yeah, very, very quickly. As we saw in Group Green, right, APG had one huge day and were never touched again, right? But it could be the same story here if these other teams aren't careful, that Influence Rage and EA could very easily run away with it. You're right, EA had a fantastic split on the western side. I really loved how they played that entire game up until the final push. I really wish they maybe had pushed Influence Rage a lot quicker, a lot earlier, rather than trying to go out for a northern rotate and a northern split. I just think that they had the perfect opportunity to do it. They were within nade range. Yeah. They could have a lot of cover away from the other teams on the south side. So I would have loved to see that a little bit more, but otherwise really, really well played from EA.
I think the game plan was for them to just hope for the circle to shift away from Influence Rage, but as we saw, never quite happened, and they were just forced into that position, and it just became an absolute neat grinder position that gave so many free eliminations over to Influence Rage, but I think also Alliance got a little bit versus Arena as we go through the replays of this game, and we're going to see Niptura Tornado Siren was just hectic. Goodness. It had 3 teams for the longest time in Weibo. It was Regnum to like how about we just work together? And we had a 12-player team on that position. It was crazy.
It was insane, right? I love that position so much. You can see here first, Weibo getting absolutely pummeled on both sides, and then Boar joining the conversation. Love the pivot that Flash made, actually. They were very, very quick to shift their attention from Tornado side to the back side of that area just to make sure Boars didn't do too much. Boars did get that win against them, but then immediately went out, and so then you had Acrid actually moving in, trying to do stuff. But WBG, that whole thing, just able to get them a full reset and then come back and do the business. It was really fun to see from them.
I'm really happy actually with Alliance. I thought too passive, Nitro. I was saying this entire game, they're not committing to a big play right now. They're just trying to silly. They went for these crate positions right next to Influence Rage, and actually what they were hoping for is for the circle to not be giving a decent position over to DRX, and which has happened. So that forced DRX out of their compound, and because they leapfrog that position, boom, easy pickup for Alliance. So Alliance not only able to secure eliminations off the back of that, in this case, 12 total eliminations, massive, massive performance, but also able to secure a second place just barely ahead of DRX. So Alliance, me quite a bit. Great position on the previous game on Rondo. This time around, the timing was on point, and they played until the right moment of this match, Hot Jukes. Alliance are genuinely impressing me so far in these two matches.
I love it. I mean, that's always a great part about PUBG Mobile. There's so many different ways you can win, right? I mean, you could play it, you know, kind of sneaky, passive, and then right when you get that opportunity, you pull the trigger. And Alliance did that. I mean, yeah, because we were talking about it, and you were like, yeah, dude, these guys are really playing this slow. But the second they saw that door open with DRX, they're like, all right, let's make it happen. And they did, right? So great decisions from all these teams. I'm definitely noticing, at least this compared to Group Green, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, like when it comes to rotationally and fight timing, I feel like much more calculation from Group Red. I feel like Group Green would just be like, let's just gun out and take this team out with just our superior gun potential. But here, teams are very particular with their fights and shot placement. What do you think about that?
Group Green was like a little bit more demon mode, and now we're a bit more sophisticated, Nipturo. Just like, how about we work together in this position?
Yes.
You don't have to fight, homies. And actually, it's been really working out greatly for some of the top squads. I would have to agree.
It has for sure. One thing I do want to mention just really quickly, though, is Law, actually, because he's MVP of the Erangel, the first Erangel. Really nice stuff coming in from him. But no, one team I want to mention just really quickly, though, Jukes, and Max, is VP. A top team that had so much potential, so because of how unpredictable they are, how aggressive they are. But I feel like right now they're not sure how to read the lobby. This particular lobby, this set of teams is proving very difficult for them on those rotations. They just keep getting blocked and interrupted in those rotations, so they're just not able to really find that position in circle. But yeah, they're going to be at the bottom of the leaderboards, but we want to look at the top right now because EA, Influence, and Alliance all up there, but the points are very close.
Yeah, they're close for now. That's only because we had 2 matches, but that's already a 15-point gap between 3rd and 4th place, Max, right? If we see, you know, these squads really run with another top finish in this game, it's going to be hard to catch up. That's what it comes down to, right? Whenever you get that good position, you got to put out a good game. And Influence Rage, they got blessed with that zone, but they put out some serious points, and that's how you get it done.
Now, you're saying hard to catch up. Like, we still have we have 16 matches, guys. Okay, let's
which is
down.
True.
Fair enough. But like, you don't want to take it too late. But it scares me a bit for DRX because they barely missed out on the grand finals going into the Gauntlet stage. So hopefully that's not going to repeat itself. They're looking at the bottom of the leaderboard. I really want to echo the point that was just made about Virtus Pro. So far, they are a very aggressive team, very aggro, willing to take any fight they see. But here, you just got to be a little bit more thoughtful of when you take your fights and how you take your fights and where you take your fights. And Virtus Pro, I think, might be a team that struggles because the lobby is playing very differently than what we had at the very start of this PMGC season.
I gotta agree. And it doesn't help, especially when you have a pretty good, solid position, and all of a sudden, 3 of your players just get naded and you're out. Right, in game number 1. It's so difficult to bounce back from that mentality, Nipturo, right?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I had totally forgotten about that, but that was a pretty nasty nade. That would knock the confidence of most teams, right? So I could see that maybe they just need a game or two to bounce back from that. But Virtus Pro, they're a team that have been there, done that. They're super experienced. I just hope in this next game we see a little bit more from them, maybe a little bit more adaptability. I just want to see them be able to pivot a little bit more. I will say I loved what they did. I forget who it was. Was it Akred in near Pachinki there with that first initial knock on rotation? I love how instant VP were to just block Arcred from doing anything else, and actually Voston just running him off and going out of here immediately. Get off my lawn, we're busy here, was really, really nice. I really enjoyed that from him. So they can do that. They can pivot really quickly. They just need to do that on a more macro scale.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about another engagement we saw this game, and I'm going to have to talk for the first time. We didn't talk about them too much, actually, this show so far for today. It's the side of True Rippers. They had a fight that they engaged versus, I believe it was onto Twisted Minds, onto the staircase, and they kind of all funneled themselves in a very small area on those staircases. I want to see some changes in terms of how you engage fights. True Rippers, for me, that was just never going to work out, not in 1,000 years. I want them to see for fighting the open, maybe try and secure off angles as you try and go for that initial engage, and then because if they do have off angles, Niptura, maybe 2 players south and 2 players on the staircases, I think they win that fight versus Twisted Minds pretty damn easily, but they all committed to such a small area that one spray just destroyed pretty much half the team instantly.
Yeah, that's often the case, isn't it? And I think especially in this lobby, we're seeing a lot of players, a lot of teams use those off angles. So it's definitely something you want to also use so you don't get left behind in terms of those fights, in terms of those CQC. So yeah, I really do agree that maybe just a little bit of a tweak there, just a little bit of a split is going to work wonders.
Well, let's hear from Law and the 7WG. Let's take it on over to the stage.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by Do Brazil is in the house. Influence Rage. What a start to the day. A second place finish and then a first place finish in just 2 matches. Law, what was the mindset coming into this Group Red?
Então, Law, qual foi o mindset que vocês tiveram, né, vindo para esse grupo vermelho?
Acredito que sempre vai ser o melhor possível, porque a gente sempre busca ficar em primeiro, entendeu? Independente de campeonato ou group stage. E independente dos outros times, a gente vai fazer o nosso e é isso. Vamos ver o que acontece.
So yeah, we always have like a very good mindset. We always try to get first place. So we are always like playing group stage with a lot of passion. So yeah, we are super happy for these 2 results.
And this year, you guys have added Federal. He hasn't been at PMGC since 2023, but he does have experience at this stage. What has that done for the squad?
Então, vocês agora com o Federal no time, né? Ele estava longe da PMGC desde 2023. O que ele traz para o time, né? A experiência?
Acredito que o Federal, ele tem... O individual dele é muito forte, o poder de fogo dele. E também a tomada de decisão dele na partida. Ele é um jogador que consegue trazer muita segurança para a equipe. Assim como o Lohan também. Mas por uma escolha nossa agora, o Federal está encaixando melhor.
So Federal is a really experienced player. He brings a lot of like confidence for us during the matches and on stage. And Lohan, he's very good as well. But right now we are with Federal and like it's super good. Like they're both really good players.
Well, 2 games in, this team is performing absolutely insane. We already have 1 Brazil team in the grand finals. Influence Rage trying to make it too.
Yes, they are. They're pulling out all the stops right here. It's good to hear that from Law as well. You know, yeah, and it happens. Sometimes you gotta, switch up the team a little bit. You bring Federal in, an OG in the PUBG Mobile esports scene, and it is definitely working out for them. That's for sure here, Max.
It's just a matter of time before we get back into the Federal era, Hot Jukes. Okay, this is a player that, when it comes to Brazil, the Carrillo, Revo, of course, Mafioso, even though he's benched recently for Alpha 7. But like Federal is usually very close to being named one of the best, if not the best player sometimes for that entire region. So yeah, I think that they found themselves. Influence Rage were looking really solid this game, despite still the circle favoring them a little bit, Niptura. But they made full use of that, and this gets me hyped for Influence Rage can bring to the table for not just this stage, but maybe the entirety of this PMGC season.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this next match in particular. Maybe we'll see. You know what I want to see? I want to see them have to work a little bit more. I want to see those big rotations come through and then see what they've got in store because they're looking really good so far, Jukes.
Yes, they are, but there's some teams that need to start stepping things up. Virtus Pro, I'm looking at you. We know that they like to land near that Lipovka mansion area. Maybe we get an Eastern Circle on this one. My question is, John, Blake, where do you want the circle to go?
Well, I, for one, would love a circle that's right next to Everest over in the Gatka Fields. I think we haven't seen that one in a while. I think that's definitely where I want to go. No, to be real, though, I feel like a Yaz Fields finish. We're kind of overdue. We've seen a couple of field finishes. Maybe it'd be a bit cruel to have back-to-back ones, but certainly would be interesting. We haven't seen that one in a little bit of a while. That or maybe the top of the Lumberyard Hill down on the southeast.
Yeah, I think Yaz teams are pretty frustrated about that as well, because we really haven't seen a single time where it's gone over there. Not saying that the Yaz teams can't do well off the back of it. I mean, we've seen Thunder Talk been able to transition from the south side against Naya multiple times into a strong position on Erangel. But it is one of those things where, yeah, I think we haven't really seen a circle on that side of it. I personally do enjoy Yaz finishes. They are so unbelievably hectic. I imagine players are quite glad that those aren't coming through all that often, though.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of positivity for them. We'll have to see the plane path cutting out to the northeast side, though, so it does go straight over Yaz and the circle. It's going to pop up very, very shortly. Looking for any hot drops. We do go out to the east, so maybe we're off of that Lumberyard Hill. Keeps a little bit of the military island in, but I'm pretty sure it's not going there, right? 100% can't happen. It could totally happen.
It could still happen. Be a bit of a difficult one to make work, though. You do have Troopers down in Milta, which is a good starting point for them. As well as Nuclear Zone over towards eastern side, Milta Power. Two strong starts. But for Alliance, again, around farm, it's a strong position to get going from third place. I mean, 29 points. It is very close to number one of E-Arena there with 35. Like I said, despite getting quite late in that last game, weren't able to get a huge amount of points off the back of it. You can see here Alliance with the majority of the most limbs in the lobby. Sakura off that one game still leading with 11 total.
And that is, yeah, that's, I mean, there's no way that that's getting toppled. Maybe this match, if Alliance do well again, but I think that might stay, well, we'll see. We'll see how long, but for a game more at least. 35 points, 32 points, 29 points. That is a big drop-off, Blank. It's a double difference there. DRX times 2 doesn't even make the mark against Alliance. And they have really extended over into a top 3 there, which is something that we didn't see in previous groups, right? It was kind of APG and then very, very flat for a long, long while at the start of Group Green. So now in Group Red, maybe we'll be a little bit more definitive on our top 3, but it's still very, very early days. I'm willing for well, I don't have to be willing, but I think things are going to change.
Rondo is the big thing, right? Where it changes so much the dynamic of a lot of our games, purely because we get the Rondo through, teams get a massive game off the back of it, and it makes the leaderboard look a bit weird. So I think for the rest of the day, at least until like match 4, match 5, it is just a lobby playing catch up to that Rondo match, which is what makes things look so odd in terms of our tables throughout the day. I think I prefer to see Rondo like towards the middle of the day, where it's looks a lot more even. It's easier to tell which teams are doing quite well. I think Rondo does create a little bit of a skew right at the beginning of things, but it's always fun to watch. I think it's a fun high octane game, and I think for players they're quite glad it's the first game of the day, because you know it's your first match, you're very warm, you can give it your absolute all and try and get the most amount possible off the back of it. And I think for E-Arena, obviously that was certainly the case.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Strike while the iron's hot, right? And see if you can get those results. Because of the inherent slight randomness that exists within PUBG Mobile, right? It is a question of converting on opportunity rather than being able to... I mean, everyone has it in their wheelhouse here, right? To have massive, massive games, to get those 20 elim chicken dinners. It's a question of how frequently can you convert on the opportunity to do that? That really starts to distinguish champions. So for Irina, this is great news. And I think especially coming off their performance in the Gauntlet blank, this is something that Irina will be thrilled to have had happen so early.
Silas getting taken down early by Glory here. For Regnum Kaya, I don't think they can afford to keep having these early losses in terms of players. It's not a team that it should be happening to either. I think it's like some aggression to try and get central positioning because they know they need points. It's tough. It's tough to even give advice to them at that point either, because just like, if you're a fan of them, you're like, well, slow it down. But if they slow it down too much, then they're not getting enough points at all. If they aren't aggressive enough, if they're too aggressive, then they're suddenly losing players early. I think that they're yet to find that sweet balance, honestly, right now for Regnum Kaya. But you're in groups right now. Yes, you had the Gauntlet, but you already had the Gauntlet to try and find that balance. And that's something that should be acquired coming into your next stage. I don't want to see Regnum Kaya going through to last chance, but even if they do go for the last chance, if they don't make it through in last chance, it is a pretty big shakeup. All things considered, because you had 6 days to figure out the rhythm and you still couldn't do it.
And they're the regional champions as well, right? If they aren't representing in the finals, then that's a pretty big disaster. You're right. It's not fun. It's not fun for them. Yeah, especially with Zedwolf's debut season with them, I think it's bad. True Ripper though on our screen, and he's going for one. Oh, he's traded off for a second, and there's no backup really. Jelly can only sit there and watch as he has to turn tail. The survivor to drive the story back to the rest of them, strike fear into their hearts. The Boars not feeling that fear right now, not against ETSH as they try and push on in. 3 players now in the ground floor, not quite connecting, and the spray is huge there coming through from Shiva, the destroyer right now. ETSH now holds the door and a headshot, beautiful. Hop out the window, look for more. ETSH don't have the backup for the Boars players, not rallying towards each other. Doesn't realize there's a player behind him, but has got his teammate now to play against him. ETSH running through the Boars, beautifully found. Shiva looking stylish, but doesn't quite keep his back under control.
Goodness me, what a fight that was between both those teams. Baby there goes down. Now Reverb looking to finish the job off. Sneaks and Reverb still up and kicking. Nade doesn't quite make it into the building.
Shiva's still up on the wall. SnowX and Exo. They found Baby. But they have been made to look a bit foolish by the runaround from Shiva. And I mean, Arcred just love sitting in these third-party oversights, right? We saw it from the last game. And easy for Bad Boy. He wants to collect these points. Might be able to do so here. But at the moment, everyone's kind of covered off. Shiva, I mean, I'd be surprised if they can get across for this res. He has to go now. He's just bleeding out. Yeah, Shiva's gone.
Yeah, there wasn't really much help to try and get him back up into position. And this fight has got multiple oversights on it, so it's difficult to make work. Circle over towards that north side around Dip and Mini Dip. Still a lot of teams on our north side yet to make their way in here. It is cramped down towards the south, John.
Absolutely. It's getting quite chock-a-block. Weibo Gaming on this north side, kind of on the lonesome towards the mansion area, towards those open fields. Going a little bit close to Milter, and we're still on maybe for that Lumberyard Hill finish that I talked about at the start. Meanwhile, Boars still tensely held against ETSH. It's not been a pretty fight down there. Let's hop over, though, to the middle of this circle, towards those shelter entrances now. Regnum Kaya holding one of their own. They did lose a player earlier on as well, losing Silas, which is far from favorable, but he can backseat game like no other. The guy has got a big brain on him, so hopefully he'll be able to deliver that information back on over. Arcred on the north side. They sent their third-party tendrils out towards the fight we were looking at before between the Boars and ETSH. They are still holding a nice central area, and they have managed to get that regroup going on that south side. Alliance, who are looking to convert on that big elimination game and looking to keep that points tally going. And it seems that they'll be safe for the time being. E-Arena late to the party on the west, though, and they are just passing school. They'll be pushing in, maybe towards Influence Rage, who are also on that north side. For now, the top 3 teams are kind of out of the thick of it. They can bide their time.
Yeah, I think that for Regnum Kari in particular, it's a frustrating one because this is a very typical position for Regnum Kari as well, John. Not having Silas here is frustrating because you do want multiple sight lines available, especially when people start to crash over towards Shelter too. Not having 4 players there does make your life pretty difficult. I think all 3 of those players, though, are capable of taking a 3v4. It's just you don't really want to have to take a 3v4 in the first place. Alliance, I like this spot. They are sending a player out wide up the hill, though, to try and scout out. I don't really want to let too many players get over towards the Wizard Tower and have oversight down towards you. But right now should be okay. A little bit quieter. Again, I am really liking the rotations here in Group Red for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, you're a big fan. You love it. You love it so much. And rightly so. I think that it is certainly interesting, especially early on in a new group, right? To watch those rotational dynamics, to see how teams start to feel each other's positions out and get a feel for just how their pace of their games need to go. We'll see if that continues, because we still do have, well, not quite 3 days, but the majority of our 3 days left to go. And our next circle will, again, reveal more about the rotational proclivities of our circle teams. And it goes all the way up to the northwest. I mean, this is great for Influence Rage, right? It's great for E-Arena, potentially, as well, to hold this out. Twisted Minds, I mean, it would be great if they were all on the Tudo spot, right? In the middle of that zone. They have to make that dash, and Arcred are going to try and stop them. That south point for E-Arena, potentially as well, taking shots out their way. But they are going to go for it, and rightly so. No, hang on a minute. They're going to regroup back to the dip on the west.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to hold that. I think that Tudo makes the right decision there, though, on the squad, is that although that position would have been lovely, it was very greedy. It was very, very greedy. And I think he realizes that the team's not going to get there in time. I'd also much rather have a 4-man squad over towards the northwest side. It's still fairly central. Reverb comes in with a nasty crash onto it. But the rest of the team is close behind.
I mean, you say the rest of the team, it's just the one man. Actually, Sneaks cannot get the best of them. They funnel back into the shelter. They'll get that res and play on as 3. A nice hold there. A little bit haphazard on the approach, but as 2-man, it's kind of excusable. You just need to go for something sometimes. Burmese Ghouls with a scrap against Geeke, or rather, just Ichi with a scrap against Geeke. Steal that hovercraft, get on the bike, get out of there. Burmese Ghouls, you don't want to be sticking around too long. The blue zone's here to play. But Yatka doesn't have that position under lock, and Key will be taken down with the side swipe. Will be immediately flushed as well. Ichi can't land the shots, but neither, it seems, can Burmese Ghouls. Over the top they go, and they are just not finding it. What has just happened there? As Geeke giving him a ride out of town, Ichi is knocked, but he's going to hop back in, try and reverse back on over, do more damage, create more chaos. Okay, Nerset's now here to play. What has just happened there? They've crunched all the vehicles apart, and Geeke spray it down. I don't even know how they managed to get those elims. Either way, a comedy unfolding here for Geeke, getting 5 elims.
Yeah, it's just a messiest fight I've seen in a while. He's just ramming vehicles into the players. One player from Burmese Ghouls basically surfboarding on top of the hovercraft. It's not a hoverboard, just so we're all aware.
Looking real Marty McFly with that one.
Yeah, it's just weird. Just a weird fight.
I don't know if I think I enjoyed it, but I don't think I liked it, you know? I think it's one of those ones. It was fun, but very, very unprincipled. We'll see if they can pick things up, because both of those two teams now, the Burmese Ghouls having a real tough time of it. Nuclear Zone, they move up north towards Virtus Pro, and they have been spotted. Fajita is down in the open, and Virtus Pro aren't going to let that one go. They will keep that pressure up. Next circle is going to take us central. No, it's going to go north. Hey, look who's there. It's Influence Rage.
That's kind of frustrating for a lot of teams. Influence Rage getting these circles is unbelievable. You can zone with a nade over the top there to find some damage over towards Boston, who was the front man for the squad. Malloy now immediately has to recover this position. It goes very, very long. Doesn't get too much value off the back of it. Weibo playing a pretty good spot right now. I think teams are going to start to lock into this tomorrow, by the way, in terms of the rotations. I think there'll be a lot more central teams because there are a ton of areas quite frequently that are open to rotate through. I think that change I will come towards the latter half of the day today, or be very much something that's considered tomorrow. Milky Way, that is a crazy play from you, but I guess you have to marshal the defensive here whilst the res goes off.
Yeah, he's going to be able to hold that line, stop Nuclear Zone from getting too close. Arthur, a clenched fist right now. Oh, I wish I could have stopped him, but no. First Pro actually sending out into the blue zone. I don't dislike it. They're against the headland, and they know where Arthur's playing. The zone is available up on towards that east side for now. They can beat the crunch on that east edge, but where do you go from there? Because it's a direct transition in towards Influence Rage from this point.
That is Pro. I'll go for the wrap. Towards Influence Rage. What is Law doing right now? I mean, some fantastic shots by Lil Boy and Diego. I guess the distraction play works. But yeah, that's very much off the back of some unbelievable shots from the rest of the squad.
Yeah. That was pretty big. I think the idea for Influence Rage was to flex out in third party. I don't think they realized that Virtus Pro had actually gotten as far north as they had.
Yeah.
So they were flexing out to try and take them down, right? So for Federal, for Law, they were trying to create that line, get a couple more elims on board. But a brilliant response, as you said, from Influence Rage. When Law came under fire, immediately Federal, Diego both snapped into action. So that's exactly what you want to see, is the ability to correct your missteps.
So for Virtus Pro, it looks like a weird play. The only thing I can think right now is that they assume a team's playing in Mansion and then they're all in one vehicle. So what they're hoping to do is to do the old, you know, Evil Knievel stunt where you go up the hill, you end up on the roof, and then they try and fight out as a three. It's a pretty dangerous play. It's the one that has high value if it works out. It's massively risky, but it all goes to nothing, like you say, because I think Influence Rage is looking third party, so they spot it way earlier than they potentially should have done, because Law is doing some crazy maneuvers on the outside. I think there, honestly, Influence Rage gets very lucky.
The Rippers moving through. Nuclear Zone gave them some trouble. Hydro did go down. Ooh, there's the lineup from Weibo, and they've been on a tough side of this zone. The approach not going to happen. They do win the fight with Nuclear Zone in the end, but they bite the dust for it. 3 elims found on the match, and on the southeast side, they go down. Influence Rage finally don't get a zone shift right on top of them, which is going to be good news for Weibo, actually, and potentially for Regnum Kaya here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, the 3 teams that I was looking at in this lobby in the first place were actually these 3 anyway, is Weibo, Regnum Kaya, as well as Influence Rage. I think Influence Rage is a fantastic squad overall, and always has been. But those are the key teams that stand out to me. Regnum Kaya now fending off versus Alliance. Now Zed Wolf left remaining all on his lonesome.
Oh!
And they survive with the help of Weibo off in the distance.
For how long, right? Zedwolf really can't stand up here. Needs to drop a smoke, and there's more players moving in. Ragnarok, you're not getting past Zedwolf. The Wolf's on the hunt, but he is the last to stand now. No teammates left to pick up, and he's going to be solo. Geekay going to roll on in. They lost 1. Will they lose any more? No, because it's just the 1 player. Zedwolf, you can't be doing this to him. Zed just about keeps them safe, but the rest of Geekay are going to fall like flies too. Oh my days, Zedwolf with a real standout play there, but cannot stand up to the test of 3 teams crashing.
Oh, that is the lone wolf and a half right there. Incredibly well done from Zedwolf, though. That's why they picked him up, for those moments in particular. Insane moves. Kind of salvages the game a little bit for Regnum Kaya too, with the 5 elims off the back of that.
Ooh, that is a little bit of a stopgap for them. The 5 elims, no placement points for them though. I mean, you're right. It will keep them up with pace, but they do still want more. It's good to see though that Zedwolf still has that glint in his eye, that little glimmer. DRX looking for it as well against Team Flash, but they are not going to be allowed in towards the museum. Not this time around. Flash holding it out. Can't keep the spray down going over towards Arcred. That looks like a good start, but there's more to do, and Tops is on the ball. He's looking for the last players alive now. I think it's just easy for Bad Boy on the outside, and that is dismantled. A really solid hold coming through from Team Flash on the south edge blank. They're up to 10 elims, and we do have a new pretender to the podium.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, Flash had a extremely central spot very early on and have maintained it very well with 10 elims, like you say. Weibo up to 6 now, so they're on the hunt towards the top side of the lobby. Twisted Minds, what is going on with this team right now? They are better than this. I know that they're better than this. But it's been some very odd approaches.
And another. Into the fight. There's it. He can't hold it. Not like Zedwall. Judo has been knocked, and that is all the way on the outside. And another team takes up the bunker. The vehicles start piling up, Blank. Eventually, you're going to have an impenetrable wall here.
Oh, they sort of already have. It's really the scrapyard on that side of the map for Twisted Minds. But it's E-Arena again, as well as Influence Rage and Weibo. Constantly being towards these end games right now. I think with Influence Rage and E-Arena has been a phenomenal day.
I mean, Weibo have been chiming in with the elims. 6 so far. E-Arena less so with 2. They were quiet in their last time around, and again, they didn't profit too much because of that. They're not getting stuck in this time either, but keeping up consistency, especially when you have those big games under the belt, is so important. They're still over that 10-point average already, Blank, not even including any of the matches that they, or any of the rest of the points that they get in this match. Influence Rage, they're a little bit louder with 4, but they were playing up in heaven and they got that VP spray down, which is where those points have come from. Team Flash, they're going to streak out towards E-Arena though, and the south point on the 2-2. There's only 2 of them. Can they hold it?
NC2, a good lineup over towards Flash at the moment. But it is a good initial roll down. It's down to Joker. He falls, and it's a big job now for Sakura versus Bose. Can he hit the target?
It's a 1v1. And Lil Boy's chiming in as well. They've got Influence Rage with the flex outs towards it. Sakura is on his lonesome here. Bose, same story. Weibo have moved in, Blank. They've rolled straight up to this hill. They hear what's going out. They're flexing out from the southeast side. Influence Rage can't control it, and they are just going to get crunched in the pinch here. Team Flash having a real tough time of it. Speed Force not working out for them. And Weibo deal the final blow. A lot of points earned for E-Arena there, though, Blank. And that is 6 on their tally. So despite only having 1 player alive, 4th place in a 6 elim game, that's still going to be happy.
Good wrap from Weibo. Only sending 2 players as well. I think they heard and saw how disastrous that engagement went. Out comes the hovercraft, though, and it's still going strong at this stage of the game. Sakura jumps in the buggy. He doesn't want anything to do with this.
Oh, they know where Sakura is. Federal, swap to that side seat. Go on, you know you want to. No, he's going to play it a little bit more sensibly. Play up to the ridgeline and look for control. They have given up that position on the northeast side. They're leaving just Lil Boy out there. But in the meantime, Twisted Minds, kind of the only team in the middle. I mean, you just crash a couple more vehicles in there. It is a full compound, right? It's really nasty stuff, though, and Twisted Minds are going to survive because of it. Sakura caught high and dry right now. Diego trying to send around. Federal trying to hold off against Weibo in the meantime.
I mean, he's been very secretive, though. Somehow remaining in it, but the tags there, that's pretty disastrous for him. Good shots from Lil Boy at distance as well. That should be Sakura going down. E-Arena out, strolls in towards our top 3 with Twisted Minds in what seems to be a fortress, the center of the map of scrap iron. And mind that nade is pretty on target.
Ooh, just the one for the knocks on that. Law, though, will try and flush it out. He might just find Walsh in the meantime. That's going long. It's actually pretty difficult to land the nades into this one because of where the vehicles sit. There's a lot of cover, and you can see it's not doing too much damage. They're all burnt out, sure, but their protection from that shrapnel, though they are getting forced and the nades are dropping a little bit shorter. Pop up. Oh, the bobble around. It just goes over the bonnet. It's surprising how difficult that spot is to nade, it seems.
Yeah, with you threading it in between the vehicles and any kind of LOS you can get on the nade is basically no damage. But Weibo, they're starting to move up right now, and you got Federal on the off angle as well as Lil Boy. Diego and Law, the only two players that are close together, and Weibo's trying to find that position on the map where they can push the spear through the armor.
Hero flexing out Lil Boy to match. Behind the rock, Hero actually corralling the man in now, and two players from WBG holding that flank down. The back line for Souk is completely under control. They've actually moved all three players up that north side, and now Orders streaking down the middle. With Twisted Minds out, they can start to establish on that bunker. They can play that same spot, but with off angles to complement it.
Why do we have the bow here, Souk? I know it's your specialty, but I don't really think there's any areas here where he needs it. I think he'd be better off with the shotgun right now. I think he's fantastic with it, but it's not like he has to hold down any angle with it right now. Maybe you get hit the vehicle potentially in the back, but I don't know. I'll wait and see. It is always exciting. Okay, it's his speciality. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You know what? If WBG win PMGC, we're starting a campaign to get a Souk skin for the bow, I reckon, for the explosive bow. That's what we want. Only if they win, though. Otherwise, we get no help from us. I'd love to see it. Influence Rage. Haven't been able to do too much damage to Weibo. We've been allowed to set themselves up quite nicely here. Diego hopping out. Down in the dirt. They're worried about the flank, and I think rightly so. If you get rid of Hero, then all of a sudden you can start to line up, but that's a really good opening pick for Tech3Z, stepping up forwards, getting that first knock. Influence Rage. I mean, they're going to suffer to these nades. There's 24 nades and more in the boxes for Weibo, and none for Influence Rage. I didn't even look up at the utility before, but okay, yeah, this is done and dusted. Weibo win, for sure.
Yeah, it's been a great game from Weibo. It's been a great game, and I think that my favorite thing about this game is that Souk put the bow and arrow down. He put it down, which is something that he refused to do in previous international tournaments, even in these moments where it didn't make sense. I think he's the one player that can find an unbelievable amount of value of it, but I do think he needs to put it down sometimes, and that's great. It's good news. It's great news, in fact. Yeah, Order's just like, I'm finishing this job now.
With a million boxes and the burnt out wreckage of half the teams in the lobby, Weibo able to close this one down. Influence Rage, though, it's not doom and gloom for them. They have 5 elims in a second place, would be brilliant. Diego, gonna give it a fair crack, but Order spots him in the grass. It will be taken down. Weibo Gaming able to find a chicken dinner, adds to their elim tallies, adds to their points. And this top section of the table is looking pretty happy. Weibo certainly more expressive on their victory there as well. Maybe we're some of the more happy we've seen teams going, and the celebration comes through. Nice stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good game. To be honest with you, it was a really good game from them. Some very smart maneuvers around there. And yeah, again, I think but the big thing for me is definitely the discipline coming through from Souk, which is like, it's not always the best time to have this weapon out. I'm going to switch it. Like I said, I don't want anyone to think that I'm BMing him, because I think he used the only player in the entirety of PUBG Mobile that finds a massive amount of value from that weapon. I don't think anyone else can, but it's not always optimal.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff for the PEL representatives. Weibo, they have a good time closing down that game. We're going to have a good time with the desk.
That last game was an esports PUBG Mobile symphony. And Weibo were the conductors. Are you kidding me? They controlled this lobby so immaculately, Max, man. That is how you do it.
Oh, the puppeteers of this game. Everyone playing in the palm of their hand. The execution was beautiful from start to finish. And especially it was respectful. It's not just Niptro. They were going in and just blasting everyone with their guns. No, like the strategy behind every move they made this game was just a 10 out of 10 from start to finish. And in particular, they had this big fight on the southern edge, 2-2 split. I was like, oh, that's a bit much. But they're so respectful that they don't suffer any casualties in those engagements, and then they just easily control the terrain, take it home, and it's so good, in fact, that Sook takes 0 damage this entire match. He is him.
He is him. He is so him. I love how they played this, and you were talking about them being really respectful, right? It's like they know exactly how much they need to do to pressure other teams with minimal fallback on themselves, right? They don't go all in. They know that just letting people know that they're there right over that ridge, like we could come over at any time, but we're not going to, but just in case, we could, right? It brings that unsettling feeling to the rest of the players. I will say, Influence Rage played that beautifully. Like, they were trying to cut off Weibo. They were trying to cut them off. They were trying to do different things. They were very, very careful. It was just a battle of the biggest brains, to be honest, in my view, right? You just had these two teams trying different things all the time. It was really great.
Man, look at that. 3 eliminations from every single player. I'll tell you what, if you guys are basketball fans, that they played this one like the 2014 San Antonio Spurs. The fundamentals were just so good. It's like they were in every single team's heads. They're like, all right, you're going to go here. We're just going to roll up on this hill, throw a couple of nades here and there. And they just forced everybody to just play their game. Yeah. And they clutched up a beautiful chicken dinner here. I mean, that is how Esports PUBG Mobile is played to perfection, Max.
I'm sure you're gonna have some people also in the comments or after this game saying, oh, like, it wasn't that like impactful of a game. It wasn't that wow. But it doesn't have to be. Sometimes being calm, cool, and collected is all you need to get a win. And in this case, Weibo showed exactly how it was done in this specific area next to Alamo on this Erangel match in particular. Though we've seen some of the replays, Museum Fight, Arcred, in my opinion, bit of a rough send over there, kind of sending it one by one every once in a while. Not the best play, and Flash easily able to abuse that in their favor. You can see Nazed a big disappointment there, Niptro. He was not happy about that fight.
No, he wasn't. It's really tough. That whole dip is actually really interesting, right? Because it was really busy this entire game. That one dip, everybody wanted it. And you had Z-Wolf fending off like 3 different teams. You had Nerzet at the end trying to do something there, but it just wasn't happening. So, yeah, that dip was a really surprising little piece of land that everybody wanted as we look over to the top 4 team rotations. And we do see Influence Rage again in this top 2 spot. They keep on doing it, and they had the longest rotation, to be honest. So big old northern rotation coming in from them. Love to see that wraparound, but they were one of the teams, both them and E Arena, had big old splits on the north side. I think as we get into the next phase here, yeah, you can see that, right? Big old rotation coming around, lots of splits coming in, and that regroup comes on through. But a very different story for Flash and Weibo, right? Just very holding on to those compounds, just chilling until they need to.
I mean, I want you to look at Weibo right now in particular. Flash, next circle, forcing them away. E Arena currently fighting to the western side. Flash, big southern western rotation. And look, the 2-2 split third party, and they don't overpeak it. This is really what I want to highlight about this push from Weibo. They get there, but they just don't show their character models. They just stay in a really safe spot. They start nading over the ridge, easily get a third party, get a few eliminations while taking very minimal risk, Hot Jukes. I was, again, a bit scared about that 2-2 split push, but for me, that was played to, I know I said perfect a lot, but that was literally a perfect way to execute that game plan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, these guys knew exactly what to do with this game. And if they continue this kind of play style, they're going to be pretty tough to stop. I mean, also, I mean, you got to give a big shout out to Influence Rage, right? I mean, top 2 finishes for the first 3 matches today, guys. I mean, what more can you ask for? And you get EA still extending themselves into the late game. We're already down 3 matches. We got 3 more left to go. But I mean, we got some standout teams here, Max. That's for sure.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Influence Rage playing Heaven. And we know, Niptro, when you have a circle finish around here, guess what? Heaven is the best location to play. Unless you're Sook. And in that case, any location is really good to play because he has the explosive bow, which he did change at the end. And I'm going to blame Blank for that. He made himself conscious. He swapped the explosive bow, but this man alone is responsible for changing the meta. That's what I'm gonna say.
I love as well Sook's positioning, right? Because he played anchor for his team. It's one of my favorite splits to play or to see other teams play is this anchor position where you have 3 players working kind of in a half circle around one player, and that one player was Sook, just holding down their position, holding down the fort, and letting the rest of his team do their job. So really love that. With that performance, they're into the top 3, not by much, sure, but they put themselves into that conversation, Max.
They were in 5th position before this one, now jumping up into the top 3 position. 35 points for them, really happy to see it. E-Arena, Influence Rage still going to be holding on to that 1st and 2nd place respectively, so they're going to be happy-chappy about that one. The bottom of the leaderboards, no, a lot of downwards arrows here, Hot Jukes. Unfortunately for them, it seems like they are definitely not building any kind of momentum so far, so there's still a lot of time, of course. It's only 3 games in, but when you only have 3 days worth of action, you don't want to stay down there for too long.
That's for sure. Well, let's take it on over to a quick break, guys. We'll be right back in just a minute.
galiba.
Alo. Anneciğim ne yapıyorsun?
Anneciğim. İyiyim bebeğim. Sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyi, ben de çok iyiyim valla. Maçları izledin mi?
Oo, izlemeden olur mu? Ben krizleri geçirdim benim burada. Bana 2'ye çıktınız, ikinci oldunuz, geri 3'e düştünüz, geri 2'ye çıktınız. Ben kriz geçiriyordum yani o sıra. Neyse mutluyum annem. Bu da diyorum ya, 3 gün formayla takıldım.
Vallahi.
3 gün formayla gezdim iş yerinde. Görmüyor musun? Resim atıyor ya iş formada.
İş yerinde de formayla yani şey yaptın değil mi? Formayla gittin.
Evet, evet.
İyi, sen ne yapıyorsun?
İyiyim anneciğim. Özledim seni, sadece seni özlüyorum.
Ben de seni özledim valla.
Aradım akşam, bakmadım hayırlı olsun demek için.
Uyumuşum, bir de uyuyakalmışım.
Ben de dedim kutlamaya mı gittiler, ne yaptılar?
Öyle işte.
Tamam anneciğim.
Tamam.
Seni seviyorum, öpüyorum.
Ben de seni seviyorum, öptüm hadi.
Hadi arkadaşlarına çok çok selam söyle.
Aleykümselam.
Yok annem, canın sağlığı. Bunları da tebrik ettiğimi söyle, ilet hepsine tek tek.
Tamam, aleykümselam. Onların da selamı var sana.
Tamam, aleykümselam anneciğim, hadi görüşürüz.
Hadi görüşürüz, öptüm, bay bay.
Welcome back to the halfway mark of day one of Group Red. I got Hughes from Team Flash with me. It is your first time at PMGC. How are you dealing with the pressure of playing at the biggest event of the year?
Chào Rất Hiếu. Thì đây là lần đầu tiên mà đội hình hiện tại của các bạn thi đấu tại giải PMGC, tức là sự kiện lớn nhất trong năm, đúng không nào? Vậy thì không biết là các bạn xử lý cái áp lực thi đấu như thế nào?
Đây cũng là lần đầu tiên mà team bọn mình tham gia PMGC, cho nên là tụi mình giải tỏa những cái áp lực đó bằng cách là không đặt thành tích nó quá cao, mình sẽ chinh chiến hết mình.
Yes, this is our first time playing at PMGC, and we try to release our stress by not putting so much pressure on the achievement we need to get. We just have to play at our best.
Okay, well, I mean, the day started off quite well in regards to eliminations. You guys are, after 3 matches, you're averaging about 7 eliminations, but you haven't been able to place in the top 3. What is stopping the team from just getting a top 3 finish after 3 games?
Thì sau 3 trận đấu đầu tiên của ngày thi đấu hôm nay thì các bạn có những cái điểm hạ gục khá là tốt, trung bình là 5 điểm mỗi trận. Tuy nhiên là mình chưa vào được cái top 3. Vậy thì không biết là điều gì đã khiến các bạn dừng chân trước khi vào top 3 mỗi trận như vậy?
Mình nghĩ đó chính là điều bọn mình thiếu kinh nghiệm, cho nên là sẽ không làm lại những người mà họ có kinh nghiệm hơn, cho nên là mình chỉ dừng chân ở top ngoài thôi.
I think the reason is because we lack experience. That's why we couldn't compete against more experienced or more veteran players, and that's why we stopped before getting into the top 3.
Okay, well, I appreciate the honesty out of that one. And talking about experience, you kind of don't really have to have any rivalries at this stage. But is there any of these teams that maybe is making your day a little bit more difficult after 3 games?
Vậy thì trong cái khuôn khổ thi đấu ngày hôm nay, không biết là có đội nào khiến cho các bạn cảm thấy là mình gặp nhiều khó khăn hơn trong quá trình thi đấu hay không?
Chắc là chỉ có 3 trận thi đấu vừa qua nó cũng là ngắn, cho nên là đội mình chưa tìm ra được những đối thủ nào mà làm khó khăn cho đội mình cả.
Probably the first 3 matches are not long enough for us to notice any rivals that cause difficulties for us.
Okay, well, hey, that's fair. As I mentioned, it is just 3 games, and you are currently building up that confidence at your first PMGC. I can't wait to see if you guys are going to continue with this kind of performance, because the next 3 matches are coming your way.
Well, that's how you get it done against the top teams in the lobby. You love to hear that there from Flash. First PMGC, they're playing against the best, and they're playing on the best device as well with the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and hashtag outplay the rest on the global stage. You know, Neptera, I love to hear that, right? Because, you know, this is Flash's first PMGC performance, and in my opinion, they're doing great so far.
Yeah, I love what they're doing so far. And it was really shocking for me to hear that this is their first time. I mean, top 5, I mean, yes, we're only 3 games in, okay. But still, we've seen more experienced teams do far worse so far in these 3 matches. And I love what he was saying there. It's like, listen, we have no pressure on ourselves. We're trying to make sure that we just play our best game. And I love that, because that is the temptation, is you're a new team. You go straight into, we have to win it all. And it's like, you really don't.
Yeah.
Just chill, just relax. It'll go far better for you. So I love that mentality coming in from them.
I was a big fan of how Team Flash played Museum this previous game, right? Because there was a very clear mistake being made by Arcred where they sent in solos in really weird positions. But no, they just start regrouping, fully prepared for the fight. And it was a really good setup and defense for them in Museum. So GG's to them. And hopefully Team Flash can keep that going moving forward.
Yeah, hopefully they can. They got 3 more matches left to go. 1 more Aaron Gale, 2 more Miramars coming up. And Miramar's going to definitely mix things up for sure. So I'm interested to see how some of these teams, honestly, I'm going to go 8th place on down here, Max, because we're already seeing some teams have quite consistent gameplay at the rip. I know like we still have a whole lot of tournament left to go here, but I mean, with the last Aaron Gale match, there's so many squads below 15 points here. I think they really need to pull a good performance out on this one. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree. You want to try and initiate a little bit of a comeback, because just as a point of reference, by the way, if we're looking back at Group Green, even though the points might be a little bit different, it was about a 98 point cutoff to be in the bottom 5, right? Which, just if you win your PMGC adventure, you want to make at least 100 points, I'm going to say, if you want to be comfortable and make it into last chance. And of course, you're going to want way more if you want to get into the grand finals. So right now, some teams are already almost halfway there. Hot Jukes, 45 points coming in from E-Arena. Infantry got 43. They're pretty much almost 100% sure to at least not be eliminated. So those bottom teams got to try and match that, Niptura, if we want to see them at least not be sent back to the airport after these next 3 days.
I do agree, but I think there's also some hope here for the rest of the teams, right? Because if the first 3 teams just run away with all the points, if you look at 10th and below, their points are 10, 9, 7, 7, 5, 3, 3. Like it's very short. There's a very small gap there, which means any game you do slightly better on, you're gonna get a whole bunch of points, and that's gonna jump you far up the leaderboard. So it's almost a blessing that the same 3 teams keep doing really well again and again for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's like a blessing and a curse, right? Because it'll take the stress off of you from not going to the finals, right? At least, you know, you could try to go for that last chance, but come last chance time, Neptura, 2 squads are going. Everybody else is going to the airport, right? And that's only 2 days, right? I can't, like, can you just go ahead and really, like, elaborate on how much of a difference it is trying to get top 2 in a 3-day tournament versus a 2-day?
Well, you have 6 less games. That's the obvious one, right? You have 6 less games to only get 2 placements. Yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane, because I think even here, even if we look at the group stage, right? Yes, you want to get top 3, but there's still 4th to 11th to keep you still in the tournament, right? It's only the bottom 5 going. So not only are we losing 1 place to the finals in the last chance, we're also losing that 4th to 11th buffer zone as well. So whatever pressure these teams are feeling to just get to top 11 is infinitely worse to get to last chance, because there's just not that buffer there. It's do or die. It's top 2 or nothing.
Just to add something on top of that, the more games you have, of course, the more consistent, the harder it is to be consistent, especially on a global scale, right? So those top teams, the more games you have, that means there's a higher chance, Hot Jukes, that they can falter, they can fumble, they can have 1 bad day, and instantly it makes it easier for these middle squads, maybe bottom squads, to jump back up there and compete against the best in your respective group. So yeah, I think 3 days, it's still really tough. We said it many times, 1 bad day is what we can really have. More than that, you might be sent back home. So you can't really afford to have 1 single bad day, because otherwise, we're seeing how close it is towards the middle of the pack here. You might have a really hard time making sure you at least can remain in this year's PMGC.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if I'm one of these squads, I'm trying to avoid last chance. I mean, with everything I got at this point, because let's pretend we're right here, Neptura. All right, let's pretend this is last chance, okay? You got EA, who have the craziest rondo of all tournament. You know what I'm saying? Like that point lead in that 1 game, I'm like, oh, that could be 1 spot cooked, just like that. And then you got Influence Rage, finishing in the top for the first 3 matches, they already have 43 points. So if this was just today and tomorrow, it could be done and dusted just like that, especially if these two teams keep performing today.
Right. I mean, it's an insane storyline to think that the tournament could be over in 1 game, right? If EA or a similar team do the exact same performance on Rondo, first day of last chance, get all those points, it's like, oh, there's just one position now. And then Influence Rage, they come in very, very consistent. Oh, that's done. We're done now, guys. Everybody go home because it's been done in the first 3 games. I mean, any sort of repeat of today going into last chance is going to be so destructive for the rest of the teams because that confidence just gets shot completely because it just starts getting run away with because you only have 12 games and 2 days sounds like a lot, but when you look at 12 games it's really not.
Well, Max,
actually talking about confidence.
Go ahead. Okay, I'll go. I was saying imagine being Virtus Pro in last chance right now. You know what I'm saying? Because these past 3 games, oh my gosh, they just cannot catch a break. And even with such a storied squad like VP, right? You get unlucky 3 games, and that could be it.
It could be. It's really weird too, and we said it a little bit earlier today. Virtus Pro do seem kind of out of their depth. This doesn't feel like a lobby they just naturally will perform well into because it's a way more passive lobby. I think if they were in group green Niptura, it would be a lot more in their element. Like, okay, everyone's fragging out. It's a way more aggro-focused lobby. We're doing great. But no, here, they're having a bad time adapting to how this lobby is responding to circles and situations in these maps. So Virtus Pro, they've got to adapt quickly because if they don't, I think that they might be unfortunately in the bottom 5, which I never thought I would ever say, but right now it's just not looking great.
I think you bring up a really, really good point is that if they had been in Group Green, they would have done far, far better than, at least for now, they're doing, right? And I think it's because Group Red is hyper focused on every angle, right? They are looking, because they're not focused on that aggressive play on those fights, that really what we're seeing here is every team just making sure their position is locked down, whereas Group Green are so aggressive, so ready to push and ready to fight that I think Virtus Pro were able to just sneak in between enemy lines and get a really, really good position, and that's what fueled their unpredictability, where here they're just not being given that opening to actually make some surprising plays.
And you know what that gets me hyped for, Niptura, Hodrix, is the last chance stage. Like, you've got these 2 lobbies which clearly played quite drastically different in their approach to the game sense. And you're going to go into last chance where every team is so desperate, and one lobby that was clearly more frag oriented and one that's more macro oriented and getting in positions a little bit ahead of other squads. The last chance generally is getting me so excited with how different some of these teams and groups are currently playing. So last chance, man, it's going to be intense, and also teams will have to adapt on a dime because otherwise, again, you're not in top 2 in that stage, you're going to have a bad time. So you want to be in top 3 right now because Hodrix, otherwise I think that adaptation in last chance is going to be so rough to execute that all the teams are just going to struggle to get even remotely close to the top of the rankings.
I think that's a great shout, man, because honestly, I guess to do a comparison, to me, Group Green was like an arm wrestling match, right? The stronger guy just made it happen, you know? And then we're in Group Red, and it's like a chess match. It's like totally different, right? The way you see Weibo just calculated, making the perfect moves, teams being much more careful on their rotations, not moving until the perfect second. So yeah, when you have both those 2, different lobbies crash with 2 days only, it's gonna be such a tough position, So, I mean, we still have quite a few games left today. We got 3 left and then 2 more days. And the great part of those 3 days, like I mentioned, what we're trying to really kind of emphasize on, is that it gives you a little bit more time, right? A little bit more time to afford those mistakes. My question is to you, Max, is have Virtus Pro burned through all those mistakes in these first 3 games? Because we've already seen 2 games today where almost the entire squad got deleted in just like a second.
I don't think so. We already had this. I think you asked us this question a little bit earlier on, also in Group Green, and I'll stay true to my word, which is you can afford 1 bad day. 1 bad day. Okay. There's still enough potential for you to make that comeback with a total of 12 matches. Especially now, they're not that far off. They're like 42 points away from first place, which really, you have a good second half of the day. You can close that gap quite significantly. So, no, I think there's still an opportunity for them to make that comeback. But the thing is, if you do want to be in top 3, one entire bad day, then maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe for top 3, it's almost out of the question, unless we see, again, a big change. But Niptura, this lobby, again, just doesn't feel like they're just well-suited to deal with it.
Yeah, they're really struggling to figure out how exactly they need to play the lobby, because every other team, honestly, I think every single other team knows how to play this lobby. Every other team feels pretty well suited to this kind of gameplay. It's just not really happening for them. So I agree. I think one bad day is going to be pretty difficult.
Well, let's go ahead and take it to a quick break, guys, and we'll be right back in just a minute.
PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك. بالتاكيد يعني احنا ابطال بمثل عربي مينا ريجن من افضل الريجنات بالعالم.
Chúng tôi khá là tự tin ạ, tại vì chúng tôi là đương kim vô địch C nên chúng tôi không sợ. Chúng tôi đã đạt được 1 top 1 trong một ngày, thì chúng tôi đến đây mục tiêu phá kỷ lục. Chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng sẽ được 6 top 1 trong một ngày.
I think we will qualify straight to the final.
اذا انت بطل بمثل ممكن تكون محظوظ بجيم جيمين، اما انك تكون محظوظ انك تفوز بطولة هذا الشيء مستحيل.
Bên Milan, tại vì họ là một đội mới nên họ sẽ có những tâm lý khá là bất thường.
Büyük ihtimal Wolves derdim.
I think probably Virtus Pro just looks like that.
Нельзя, блядь, сказать, что они удачи, что они нормально сыграли. Там нет неудачных. Те, кто на удачу выиграл. Я посмотрел, типа, фавориты своих регионов выиграли.
Wolves Esports. They have Coops. Best player in the world in my opinion.
Đội VP ạ, tại vì bên khu vực đấy khá là căng thẳng và họ chứng minh bản thân mình từ những ngày đầu tiên.
İyiler, kötü değiller ama heyecanlı oynuyorlar.
Я считаю, что из всех победителей PMSL мы являемся самой сильной командой.
Virtus Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten bu PUBG Mobile oynadığımdan beri hiç sevmiyorum oyun tarzlarını. Kendilerini seviyorum ama oyun tarzlarını hiç sevmiyorum. Yani bölgeleri güçsüz olduğu için ben MENA bölgesi demek istiyorum. Oradaki takımları biraz daha vurmak kolay diyebilirim. Main fight hariç.
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
Я думаю, для нашей команды будет легче всего зарабатывать поинты на плюсах из Америки.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك.
Em muốn gửi một lời nhắc đến đội đương kim vô địch BMSL Milan là cách chơi của họ có thể là khá là ổn ở bên khu vực đấy, nhưng ra đây chúng tôi chưa chắc các bạn đã làm được.
Yes, I think we have a lower experience than the other teams, but I think this benefits us. It's in our advantage because the teams don't know how we're really going to play.
Tekanan tu memang ada. Bila bawa nama Malaysia, saya bukan main untuk diri sendiri je. Saya main untuk komuniti, untuk fans dan orang yang percaya pada kami.
Bom, o ano passado foi muito especial para a gente. Senti que estávamos ali a um passo do título. Mas às vezes, por mais que você se esforce, o resultado não vem. Essa derrota ficou com a gente e nos mudou.
آخر سنة ما راحت بالطريقة اللي ردناها، حاولنا وتعبنا بس بالأخير ما حصلنا النتيجة اللي ردناها.
My first PMGC taught me a lot about myself, the pressure, the nerve, the mistake you can make only on war stage. Now I'm here with a new roster, but my goal is still the same, to perform the way I know I can, to play with clarity, confidence and discipline.
A gente está aqui para jogar e ser feliz e buscar o topo. Sim, a gente está ainda mais confiante. Eu acredito que a PMGC vai ser a melhor de todos os tempos da Influence Age.
أنا واثق من نفسي هواي، واثق من تيمي هواي أيضاً، ومتأمل ناخذ توب 1.
Perjalanan PMGC kita orang pada tahun 2024 boleh dikatakan sangat teruk. Kami langsung tak berjaya untuk lepas ke next stage. Tapi 2025 akan berbeza. Saya tak akan biarkan kesilapan yang sama berlaku 2 kali.
It's my fault, but I always come back.
Don't get it twisted.
Our talent was never the problem. Bom, este ano voltamos com mais fome, mais disciplina e com a mentalidade bem mais clara. Acredito que este é o nosso momento.
Saya tak nak orang lain ingat, tim Malaysia ni datang untuk bercuti je. Tapi saya nak diorang tahu yang kita orang boleh bagi saingan terbaik untuk tim-tim global.
All right, let's keep things rolling. We are going to be heading on into the next match and hopefully getting things underway nice and quickly. Apologies for the slight delay, but we are going to be jetting on in, making sure everyone is fighting fit as a fiddle to be carrying on with proceedings. Blank, it's been an interesting day. I mean, the desk was talking about how it feels a little bit more like chess or the rotations than the boxing matches that we saw back in Group Red. I feel like from what you've said so far today, I feel like you agree.
Yeah, I think that there is like this almost a little bit of me is thinking, oh, is this a little bit just of a less aggressive lobby? I think that at this stage of the game and this stage of the year as well, it's like you'd expect every single team to know exactly what they're doing here. But at the same time, I am just sort of curious in terms of the aggression that's coming through. It doesn't feel like there's quite enough here.
Yeah, it's that is interesting. That is interesting to bring up, right? Because we've seen, I think E-Arena is kind of the example of this, right? Obviously, in the first game, we kind of, that's an exception. Maybe we don't talk about that much, but throughout the rest of it, generally very, very passive, right? Waiting for things to come to them, surviving quite a long time, though, to be fair, and that might well be enough if you're able to blast out when they all do come to you. It can work out, get you up into a top 3 position. We are going to be heading into another Erangel, though, Blank, as we head on into the skies for one more time. We'll probably be seeing this one again after... No, this is the last one today. Yes, we are on match 4. We'll be seeing the Miramars after this one, so we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see more after this one, so make the most of it whilst it's here. Again, quite a hard cut south on the plane path.
Yeah, pretty tough playing path on this one. Obviously, Nuclear Zone's gonna be quite happy being able to drop towards Mill to Power easily off the back of this one. Yeah, it's very southern leaning. It's actually one of the hardest playing paths to play over on Erangel. The fact that it cuts down south of the water as well. So difficult to get towards the north side of the map. And a lot of times, you do have a lot of players dropping over towards the east, but the majority of that split is on that western side from Primorsk all the way up to even like a Zaki split. Just the eastern side of shooting range. So I think that this is harder in general because the area of the map where you usually have the most amount of players being able to move across is on that western side, and here you're forced to cram everyone towards the east. There's definitely going to be teams dropping on top of one another, as you can see here, Weibo taking down one player from VP. Now, Maximum was talking in particular that VP just wasn't looking like a squad right now who could take over the lobby, which is what they enjoy doing, and I'd agree with that. I think they're a team that likes to bully, and here there isn't a lot of teams to bully, honestly. There's not a lot of teams to shove out your way and take a central position.
Yeah, it's a lot tougher of an opponent than maybe they're used to. And we'll see if they can adapt to it, because right now they are dead last. They got 1 point a match. We'll see where they're going to be able to earn their point this time around. I was looking at where teams were dropping. I was worried about down towards Primorsk because both E-Arena and Influence Rage were dropping down in that area. But E-Arena sent a lot further up, and they will play that West Coast split. Again, just keeping that one going. Other than the Elam we just saw there against VP, seems like everybody else is out of danger for the time being. Yeah, everyone else is nice and split from one another. E-Arena finally dropping down. It doesn't look like they've got too many vehicles, though, Blank, so maybe a long walk ahead of them.
Yeah, just going to cut in here with Weibo because they're starting on the south side of Stalber. And again, I think that if you are... you don't really have to replay this, for sure. So yeah, VP is getting kind of trounced upon right now. But yeah, for Weibo, I think that they've got the lobby under wraps already. And I think they're quickly understanding what needs to be done because they're already sending central. They realize so many of these other squads just aren't moving. They just aren't moving off the center of the circle. They're not looking to pick up strong positions early on either. On Weibo, on the other hand, they're just like, well, we'll just pick a central spot that we can rotate freely from and then work from there, because everyone's trying to play on the edge or just towards the center on the outer bounds. I think there's a little bit of a lack of confidence inside this lobby at the moment.
Maybe. Or maybe it's caution, right? Like, obviously, new lobby, don't know what's going on exactly. You should be aware of general principles, but every lobby is different. And we do keep chopping and changing them here at PMGC. Some familiar faces, some not so. And making sure that everybody is on a little uneven footing going into this one. So maybe they're feeling it more here in Group Red. So yeah, maybe it is a little bit not as bold as they potentially could be. And at the moment, there's a few teams taking advantage of that. 2 teams over that 40-point boundary, and Weibo up on 36. It's looking pretty decent, and a really big drop-off down towards 6th place, with Pregnant Kai only on 17 so far. ETSH currently passing that Stalber Hill, moving in on that south side of Severny, as teams need to move farther north up here for the circle as it popped all the way up towards shooting range.
I did praise Weibo. This is a very greedy split from them, to be honest with you. They're playing towards Severny and the compound that just sits the west of Stalber. Both really strong positions, to be honest, especially the one off towards the western side of Stalber as well, John. The circle does move over towards the northeast. You are going to see teams rotating towards that position very quickly. But this does keep Weibo pretty safe. They have an eye in over towards Severny, but Order's pretty okay in that spot as well, because you can play the ridge line. Then you also have the 33Z trying to pick up a positioning shooting range. Wow, okay, interesting.
Yeah, that's very, very big right now on the split. And maybe they'll look to regroup. I could see some vehicles being hopped into from the east flank, but not holding my breath. Alliance, they blasted out on the swamp side. They're on 29 points now, Blank, in 4th place, moving 2 and 2 right now. So they have got this is their rearmost position. They've got 2 players a lot further north, so Jimmy and Olio bringing up the rear. Not across that river yet. They're just to the east of Roshok right now, east of apartments. In the meantime, Burmese Ghouls actually might have Boars to deal with on the far side of this bridge, as the Boars are sticking around, it seems. They don't want to get to the next circle. They're busy.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking the time. They're definitely taking the time with this. Slowly move across. DRX on the western side of things have crossed the bridge over towards the south side of shooting range. A little bit split off at the moment, just searching for position in the circle. It's a little bit more central, but again, you don't really want to be playing on the outer edges of the circle anyway. QXZ will send Easy for Bad Boy packing, but the rest of his team not so happy with the fact that they were rebuffed there. QXC's coming back for round 2. Okay.
He's just he's letting them know, you know, for DRX, holding as much ground as you can in this area could be quite important. It forces teams further towards the east side of the center of this next circle. It puts more pressure into that area, and the more pressure that exists there, the less pressure is on you. So I like the outward presence that they're trying to take. Sure, it's a bit of a risk though, but at the moment, I think it's okay. I think if you did this in maybe 2 minutes time, that's where it starts to get a bit dangerous for something like that, for a play like that, because there'll be more teams around. Everyone will be a lot more confident in their holds, in their positions. It's during the establishing phase that you can have an impact on that pressure.
I'm not insane. I hope someone can confirm this, but Snorix did just spin like a Beyblade in that vehicle, right?
I was looking at the map feed. I'll be honest, I didn't catch that. Can we get an analyst confirmation on the Beyblade technique?
Yeah, it felt pretty cool. And he was straight back on target as well.
All right. Yeah, we've got confirmation.
Got his bow nice and early.
Big Beyblade
yeah,
action.
He did let it rip. He did. Fantastic.
Believe in the heart of the cards or something, I believe. I'm not sure.
What the... what you just said is
digital monsters, right?
So criminal.
Digital Monsters.
Stop. You need to stop.
Ooh, okay, well, Wild needs to stop too, because he is taking shots out, and it looks like Loxley's going to be the one to pay the price for his hubris. Although he's giving them a good run around. Whoa, okay, Flying Silas out the window. Going to try and look for the shots on the overpeak. Might actually, wait, Loxley's not flushed. Is Silas going to get Loxley back up here? Did he just fly and save him in the vehicle?
Ooh, it seems so, but there is a player looking to come on in, and we'll clean house. Where was the hold?
Yeah,
That's
there was
the
another player for
question.
Regenkaya on the outside. I mean, they won the fight, but that was messy. It looked fun for Silas, but that was messy. The big news, though, is the circle blank. Big shift.
Yeah, it's a massive shift over towards the western side. I mean, for Weibo, though, easy picking for them. Managed to instantly pull off from Severny, head over towards, probably going to try and pick up a compound on the western side of shooting range, try play the higher ground there. I'm very impressed with Weibo so far. I think that they've had the cleanest rotates today. I think there's been a fair few games where they've been almost free wins for teams, and I think for Weibo, they've made the best rotations out of all of them when it comes to salvaging, when it comes to setting themselves up for that late game. Big fan, very big fan.
Yeah, they're doing okay right now on that northern side here. A big stretch out and still holding quite a lot of ground. Twisted Minds, they are across the bridge onto the northern shores. So we're not going to quite have the ability to have a Zaki circle, but near enough. Teams out on the west side. I'm looking at E-Arena, and again, they're kind of chilling. No one actually competing for the west side of this one. Sure, the fields to the north of North George, not super favorable, but there's buildings out to the east side of them that they could potentially look to turn in towards. That ridge line as well to co-occupy with WBG. Weibo Gaming on their split can't really hold 1 point of it. Actually, I'm looking on that north side, and maybe they are going to have to hold a point against True Rippers, but that'll unfold in a moment.
I mean, Sook's in a vehicle right now because he either needs to maintain scouting over towards the south side, but he immediately also needs to regroup with the rest of Weibo should they have a team rotate over the top side of Severny. And Malloy, very nice. Love to see it.
Ooh, and the rest of them too. This is a pretty important compound as well, given the state of the circle. Holding here would be brilliant, but the nades are good to open up for... Wait, hang on a minute. No,
they're not.
That wasn't
they're
them.
Not.
That was actually... I take that back. It was entirely really bad nade from Voston. Nade himself. And True Rip is actually going to try and descend on this flank. A third party potentially coming on in. They want to earn those points, grab those prizes. Nuclear Zone looking to try and keep Virtus Pro at bay. And True Rippers also going to give it a good go. There's a knock found. And Alliance are going to wade into this fight as well. Could be another third party coming through. Virtus Pro stepping out, flexing out from their building, and actually doing a lot of work in the chaos of that third party engagement.
Yeah, I mean, True Rip has made their way onto this. They have taken a knock, but so far are controlling quite well. Malloy has been pretty crazy with the pump action so far. For Weibo, though, yeah, overall, just insane game from them so far on the rotational aspect. They get a real classy compound to themselves in the center of the circle, and they play this one out fantastically. Good nade from Hydro over towards Milky Way. I feel like True Rippers should be able to clean out this fight now.
They did commit to it. They committed to this third party. For Alliance actually sailed all the way past. They want to get into the zone, and maybe that would be the better choice in the long run. But for now, True Rippers riding high and able to take down 3 points off of that engagement. They'll be happy to be able to earn those. They're up into 8 points now. But, as I said before, their next task is to move further west, and Alliance had the inside track, completely avoiding that third-party situation.
I mean, they get ahead of it. That's the main thing, right? They get ahead of it. And passing through that area is not easy. The Lord, finally, we're shooting hovercrafts. It's taken a while to get there. Honestly, this happens a lot over in CSA. As well as EU, and everyone really knows like the solution to it, which is you just blast the hovercraft as much as possible, and then they're sitting ducks afterwards because everyone's so overconfident when rotating in a hovercraft. But during PMGC, I think that the overall counterattack to hovercrafts has been pretty poor so far.
Hopefully, they'll be able to figure it out. Coming on in. It seems like, yeah, whenever a hovercraft was moving, everybody was shooting at it in some of the sub-regions. Definitely a change of tune here. Around the ruins of the plane, Team Flash looking to move in from that southeast side, transition from that shooting range hill to a further west position. The Burmese Ghouls, yeah, they're not in this next zone. So sure, you've got the high ground for now. There's no one really nearby. They're going to have to move to that north. Probably regroup towards Ichi, transition from there, use him as a foothold, a slingshot to push themselves forward. But into those hills, you've got WBG, you've got Arc, you've got Influence Rage as well, who are already holding face there. So a difficult approach to be made.
Yeah, I think anyone not down on the southeast side is a little bit stuck. Let's put it that way. Getting up this hillside is quite difficult. So a lot of teams already hold strong positions. For E-Arena, they get a very fortunate game. The fact that it heads up this way, they sent all the way towards North George, and they've been able to just loot this position for a long time. They should have all the utility in the world to work with. Hard shift on the north side actually shifts over towards the water, which is very unlikely. And I think that if for Weibo, you can't blame them here. This is really out of the norm for circles. I think they absolutely expected this circle to go center, but on a stage 4 shift, to shift on top of water, that doesn't happen. That really does not happen. The team's getting very unlucky here.
Yeah, that's that hard south regroup. Kind of nasty. They gave up this bunker position that Arc Red now have as well. On the north side, Rectum Kai went for a very quick move towards that coastline, and DRX are taking the dip just in front of them out to their west side. E-Arena, they've been chilling for a long time on that west edge. They love playing these edge style situations that you highlighted that during the previous matches. It will be no different here. And the fact that it's gone so far north, I think that's kind of great news for E-Arena's game plan.
Again, I do think E-Arena got lucky on this game. I think they got very lucky on this game in terms of where they went to go loot. Because this could have been a horrible game for them if the circle shifted far over towards the eastern side and they spent so much time in Georgia Pole. But here they've just been able to loot all day long. And then just because there's no one on this western edge of the circle because of the way the plane path fell, they get a really free and easy sweep on the west side. There's still teams in front of them that they'll have to deal with, and that will require skill. But the setup for this game has not been that hard.
No, it has been a pretty long road, though. I think it's safe to say a south plane path into a north coast near to Zaki finish, right? It's definitely been a bit of a trial, and I wouldn't be too surprised if that impacts the sort of the total utility count when we get towards the later stages of the game. Teams might not have had as long to get that loot on board. A couple fewer smokes maybe, and maybe more expended to get to the approach. We'll have to wait and see, though, if anyone's been hoarding them. A little cache of goodies to play around with. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, some fighting is starting now. E-Arena on that west side. Twisted Minds, Boars coming into conflict, as well as DRX, actually, a lot closer to the center, picking up the stragglers of Twisted Minds.
For E-Arena, this is a good time to go. Sadly, Twisted Minds fall over really quickly. Means the Boars are very secure in that position. The rest of E-Arena really weren't there. They're still looting for some reason. Should have a lot of smokes to work with going forward. True Rippers with the hovercraft will drop that one down. Good side swipe actually from Hydra, and immediately backs off the position. Quite like that there. It's a good distraction maneuver, and now the Flash just down to one player. Influence Rage will come in to finish the job, though.
Oh, yeah, they're getting taken down here. It's Team Flash on the ropes as True Rippers, they've lost one to a full Flash. Influence Rage moving on in with 3 players alive. Federal Has to hide behind the tree, though. Healing up as fast as he can. Stage 4 zone, so just have a little bit of time to play with. The heals are coming through. Influence Rage are continuing to break ground here. But Jelly on the low ground needs to worry about Federal. If he hasn't taken him down already, that could be a really, really dangerous angle for him to handle. And Law's able to get the side swipe. Picking it up now. The last player to stand, Federal, did go down. And there's only one player for the True Rippers. He's spotted. But he will be put to bed. That is nasty on the off angle. They've still got one more, but no. It's going to be done and dusted. 3 elims found. Who's this, though? It's the last player from Deep Flash. Dias is going to take down Influence Rage. Okay, they survived through it all. But now Arc Red are here. They love these oversight third parties. That's exactly what they flex out for.
This is the second time today the Flash has been able to live out a 3-man third party as the final player. We had Win do it over there on Rondo. These players just seem to forget that they're still existing in these engagements. For True Rippers, I did quite like the way they were manipulating the sidelines, you know, playing multiple angles, then quickly pushing off. Good shot from NC2 with the Epicam. Really easy initial shot. That might be the go signal for E Arena, actually.
Something. They might need to be a little bit quicker than that, though, because Snowix hits them with the Beyblade attack. Blasts them with that metal core. Now they lose a player. Sakura down for the time being, but the Bulls having a really rubbish time now. As 30K sees him coming from a mile off. E Arena picking up the points there, losing 1, but with 5, they will reclaim that top spot that Influence Rage so temporarily held.
Weibo, they lose one player in order who was their outpost, but now they're looking to finish off a couple of teams in their zone. Wild spray there from Sook. Luckily 33Z is there to pick up the slack. Now Geek looks to send a grenade across. It's quite long. I don't think it does too much damage. South G takes a lot there from the high ground.
We're not going to be too worried about that nade. That one's a little bit closer to home, but it's not going to do enough damage to get another knock. So smoke's starting to come on through. E Arena flexing down south here. And a little bit of a split still. They're not overcommitting. They're just continuing their watch to hold on this western side. Tony K. I don't think he's going to be able to do enough to take down Weibo entirely here. Not with the Burmese Ghouls up top, with GK on the oversight. Don't think you can push around as convincingly enough. Walsh is okay. He's not in any of the teams that are playing around here. Walsh is on a mad one right now. He's still alive. How has that happened? There were about 1 million barrels pointed your way. How have you gotten away with this, Walsh?
I mean, you can just send dead center, to be honest with you, but see how long you can live out for. Regnum Kai up to 5 eliminations so far, despite losing a player earlier on. And here is the bow in action. Very, very good at actually fights versus Wizard Tower because it's pretty particular angles you can take there, and you can just pepper both of those positions inside that building.
I mean, the difficulty is getting that lineup right with Burmese Ghouls up the top. You can't really peek for too long at all if you're Weibo. So you can't keep that suppression going. Okay, there we go. Walsh does go down. That came from Regnum Kaya, actually, all the way up on that northern side. And the circle, I mean, it doesn't hugely favor anyone right now, Blank. I mean, E Arena maybe, but DRX probably the only team that's going to have I don't even want to say good time, but an okay time.
Yeah, it's curious the way that Weibo need to play this out now. For Geek, they've set themselves up very nicely ahead of the pack, and they just need to hold out Weibo. And because they understand the terrain here, they know that Weibo's options are very limited going forward. They could send out over towards that northern side, which is what 33Z is going to go for, but they need to immediately find a pickoff over towards 10K.
Spray down towards GK. So 3Z going down, you're right. I mean, that's immediately getting flushed. They're going to have to leave this fight. It might be favorable, but they didn't do it quite quick enough. Stop GK trying to step up to them. Maybe a bit overzealous there. Not too sure about that push, but it's going to slow Weibo down. And it's going to make them a little bit harder on the get out. There's the rundown as well from the Ghouls. You're right. They deciding instead of going for the circle, they're going to try and push GK as they leave. But Godspeed hit them around their tree trunk there, not quite able to connect from the spray down. And he's taking a lot of damage. Steps out too wide against Kevin, but the reverse spray down is going to come on through. And that is the pickup for PUBG Schools. But Arc just love these oversight third parties. You can't stop them. And they will continue to keep PUBG Schools on the lock-in. I don't think they're getting away from it. There's the spray down. Hardboy with a wide flex out. Arena may be ready to pounce.
I think Arena's played that very well. I think they realized, again, that's just good terrain knowledge from Arena, understanding that one of the only options for teams that are stuck underneath this wizard tower is to send towards the north, and TennyK does a great job to hold that angle. I think for Weibo, if they waited slightly there, maybe they could wrap into that fight versus between Burmese Schools as well as GK, maybe get some more points. But overall, wrapping towards that north side, trying to take down the players from Arena was the high value play.
See if they can keep those high value players coming thick and fast. Starfred moving on towards Joker, and he doesn't have the backup necessary to hold out against this. Only the one player now left standing for Arena. But with 8 elims, it's louder than they've been previously. So I'm not too displeased. Down to top 5 again, getting very deep into these games. Seems like they just know how this edge game goes. With 8 elims, it's looking pretty good. But for now, I mean, maybe this is Regnum Kaya's game. They have got a pretty solid spot on that northern edge. It's not easy to play, but they are safe and they are very central.
We haven't talked about too much, but to recap really quickly, I think overall for Regnum Kaya, they have been very good, and when it comes to taking shots across the entirety of this circle, they've constantly maintained pressure over multiple teams, and that's been fantastic. DRX, though, in another situation as a 4-man with very little eliminations, looking to take a chicken dinner here. We saw that that wasn't enough, though, in the Gauntlet. Need higher elim gains from DRX.
Okay.
If they do get the chicken dinner, it's still good, though. You know, it sets them up for a top of the leaderboard finish at the end of the day. But again, we need more aggression from DRX. I think that's just a fact.
Yeah, I think we'll wait to see it. It came through from their South Korean counterparts. We'll see if they can bring it to bear here. For DRX, they have to move further east, but Regnum Kaya holding on that long terrain might actually be under threat here, as if DRX get those sideswipe angles, it's going to be tricky for Regnum Kaya to fully deal with it if they have to stay down on the belt buckle because of Arc Red's position right now.
Tough ending zone. Very, very tough ending zone. There's a slight incline right now, which really does keep Kaigse safe over towards Regnum Kaya. And as soon as Regnum Kaya is in nade range, they are in a lot of trouble versus a lot of these other squads. They're looking for basically a second place and maybe some more eliminations here. I think that's the most that they can hope for. If they can get a chicken dinner, it will require massive outplays.
Ooh, Arc trying to move in now. They're really not having a good time of it. Alliance taking shots. Regnum Kaya, DRX, everybody lining up, getting in a queue to take them down, and it will be Alliance falling in the end of it. Because, well, hang on a minute. Arc Red successfully crashed that position. Well, successfully. They only have Glory 22 left standing, who's going to have to try and navigate this one. Plays up to the tree. Blue zone not giving him too many favors there as TinyK falls. That's a third place locked in for Arc Red. The Arena out, but they get 8 elims at a 4th place, so a good result for them. They will continue to stay pretty solidly at the top of these tables because of it, Blank. And this is what I was talking about, right? Late game, the supply's a little bit dry because of the length of distance that teams have had to travel.
Yeah, I mean, DRX coming from the west side as well. If it was picked clean by E-Arena, DRX can get over TinyK's body, then maybe they get a little bit more loot on board. Into the 3 versus 4. DRX, they know exactly where the guys from Regnum Kaya are playing. Regnum Kaya also have to deal with players behind them in Glory. It's those nades now, which is going to be the big issue for DRX. They need to immediately get a knock here. Those are very close to Kaisei.
Big investment on nades as well. Regnum Kaya now only with 2 remaining. Silas takes a lot of damage from that one. Another follow-up comes through. The bounce is there, and Silas is down. Just now alive. Zedwolf immediately on the reposition, but the buggy goes up in smoke, and the next nade's coming through as well. Zedwolf, be careful. Oh, no. You didn't want to go for that after all. The buggy explosion was good. DRX on the approach. Do lose one, but Glory's lighting him up now. A 2 versus 1, but he's behind a tree. I don't imagine he could do this, Blank. I just don't believe in it. Is low. Maybe maybe there's a miracle on the cards. As DRX do not have him under lock and key right now. He's challenging. He's boldly peeking. Completely bold as brass, and the rest may be coming through. I'd say not peeking. This is absolutely insane. Okay, he steps out and finally will close this down. DRX take the chicken dinner. They step up. That's what they were looking for. The four-man presence on the western side get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, good job. Good job for DRX. Good clean sweep from that western side. Again, it came down to a lot of other teams fighting amongst one another, and then DRX coming in to pick up the scraps. But the rotator they made was still fairly good. I just want to see a little bit more of a stronger performance from DRX in terms of that firepower. We saw that from D+ as well, where they were a little bit slow to the mark, but they were getting good placement points and some elims, but then they really turned things up to secure the position towards the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Great stuff coming on through. A lot of decent elim games there coming through from Influence Rage, from Reworked and Kaya as well. We'll see what DRX can do to get up towards the top spots.
It's Regnum Karya that get the zone, but it's DRX that gets the win. Beautiful nade played here, and I mean, what a way to finish this match here, Neptura, for DRX.
Really, really great stuff. I love seeing this from DRX. My favorite kind of team is a team that'll do these big old splits, and the timing that they get in this game in particular was really, really nice because they were holding the same position for so long, right? They had this for like a couple of zones, and EA were just keeping them cornered with their own big split. But the minute that EA started getting into a fight, the minute they started falling down, DRX caught that. They went, hey, we're going to spread out now. Now is our time. They move in around Regnum as well and just have clean sight across to Arcred. Really, really good stuff from DRX. I love this for them.
It got a bit dicey against Glory though at the end. It was like, oh no, let's not get 1v4 please. It would be a really bad way to end this game. But no, it was very good, and I want to highlight one play in particular. It's QXZ. I think his scouting was very important for the squad to get control of that dip very earlier on in this match, because I think without his scouting, they may be just going completely blind in this match. So maybe in terms of, you know, par with Hyunbin, but QXZ definitely very to the macro decision making hot jukes for this team and for them to make sure they can claim this chicken dinner.
Absolutely. Hey, speaking of macro, right? I love the way Arc did this game, right? I think they were really solid when it came to the third parties. You just see them kind of waiting in the shadows, picking their fights, trying to steal some eliminations here and there. I think they were definitely trying to hunt down more Neptura, but at the end of the day, getting a top 2 finish and putting some points on the board is big.
Yeah, they've really got their heads on a swivel. I've been really enjoying watching them take opportunities against other teams in all 4 games we've had so far. It's been a big thing for them that they've just been trying to get those third parties as much as possible. I love an opportunistic team like that. So really nice to see them continue to do that. And then in the final zones, go in against Alliance as well. Looked really, really good. It was the play that I hoped that they would make. Yeah, it's not going to get them the win, but it definitely gets them that top 3. It gives them that position. And what I love in particular is the confidence that they're doing those plays in.
You see that style? That's almost got away with
so
that save,
funny.
just flying over the entire compound. And it almost did work out, but he did get punished at the end, but his teammates were able to at least redeem that fight somewhat for the rest of the squad. As you go for all of these circles, it kept shifting up northwest towards Zaki, which is very rare to see circles around this area in general, so I feel like a lot of teams were taken aback by these circle shifts. And so because of that, a lot of these southern eastern fights just broke out when teams really wanted to delay it as much as humanly possible, but they were just forced in making those fights happen in the first place. But WBG, this ridge for them was so strong until it unfortunately in their favor. But Sook did this, as much as I love seeing him play with the explosive bow Neptura, when you're in CQC with an X4 and they have an S12K, chances are the shotgun is going to win. And in this case, that was definitely how it did go down.
Yeah, unfortunately. So, Hardboy just going way out into the blue zone for that one. I love that from them. But yeah, I think WBG had some fantastic rotations, particularly in the early game. The 2-2 split to rotate right around to the north side. I loved that from them. But as we go over our top 4 teams, because WBG were not in the top 4, we got some pretty cool rotations from these guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking especially, yeah, you can go for Primorsk. They left it for free. Influence Rage, take it. That much, so you can have that one. That is a-okay. And very quick rotation from E-Arena then into Southern George Pole and Residential, then going into Northern George Pole. Very step-by approach, especially because of the circles continuously shifting towards them. That means all the fights are going to happen to the east, and they can safely make it in. One major issue here, Niptura, is this split to the west. I think the split was good earlier stage, but when you get into the late stage of the game, it keeps you in a very weak state, and I feel like that is the main core reason as to why they kept losing players left, right, and center, is because that split did not make them ready for any straight-up fight that was coming their way.
Yeah, I think especially with the ground being so open there, right? It's quite flat, so you're bound to lose players pretty quickly if you keep a large split like that, if you don't cover yourselves in some way. DRX able to just really spread out, as you saw, over EA's position there once they were cleared, so really nice from them, and it gets them 18 points. You know, it's not the most, the biggest elimination count we've seen so far, but 18 points in a lobby that, as we've been talking about before, Jukes, is really, really close, because those top 3 teams just keep running away with all the points. For DRX, this is a massive game.
Yeah, I think it was a massive game for a lot of teams, especially in that mid-pack area. It's the first, game that we see Influence Rage not end up with a top 2 finish, right? They still end up sneaking 5 eliminations, so they'll definitely take that. E-Arena putting up some serious points though, one again. So we definitely got one big point sponge, but I think this was the match, Max, where a lot of those mid-pack teams can finally start catching those top 3.
Oh, definitely. I mean, especially at the halfway point of the day, you're going to try and initiate that comeback if you are falling slightly behind. So it's good to see, but you know what? A man that is stepping up to the plate. It is Hyunbin. Again, I keep calling this guy. He is the rising star, not just of South Korea, but I would say on the global scale. This guy, if you guys don't know, started his career in early 2024. He started last year, and he's almost played every global event, and he's been doing so well with GRX. I mean, GRX is one of the most consistent teams globally out there. So Hyunbin, I don't know when it's going to happen, Ipchura. I just know one day he is going to be a global MVP. I'm telling you. I don't know when, but it will happen. It will go down.
I mean, to think that he's doing this well and is this successful only a year and a half into his career is a crazy idea to think in 2 years, where is he going to be as we look over in the leaderboards. And yeah, DRX's win pushes them all the way up into 5th place, right behind top 3. To be honest, they're only 6 points away now. So a big game. But yeah, as we were saying earlier, right, a big game for everybody here. I mean, Regnum still stay at 6th place, but you've got Arcred moving into 8th now as well. BG and TR, both of those teams now moving into the top 11. So some really good stuff here. A great game before we head over into the Miramar.
I don't like saying, I know that Hot Jukes, he's definitely onto something. Hot Jukes, you're onto something, because the top of the leaderboard, it's not moving. I don't know what it's budgeting for
weird.
the last few games now. It's just been E-Arena, Weibo, Alliance. Of course, DRX able to jump up a little bit over Regnum, but yeah, it's moving a lot at the bottom, which makes sense. The point gap is very minimal, but the top is not budging an inch, Hot Juke. So your theory is like coming to fruition every stage, it feels like.
It's kind of wild, and I'm gonna do a theory in the future as well, right? Again, imagine if this is last chance, guys, right? Where top 2 move forward, everybody else is gone. If this is a scenario that happens here, all these teams, like, let's be real, right? We would be counting out half the lobby already at this point. So it just goes to show how deadly that last chance coming up is. We are obviously still here in Group Red. We get to see Regnum Karya again. It's pretty crazy how much that top of the leaderboards has not shifted, because prior to this game, they were in 6th place with 17 points, okay? They are now have 31. So you're like, oh, they're moving up for sure, right, Neptura? Nope, still in 6th place.
That is a crazy stat. Oh my goodness. I don't think I had done the numbers in my head enough. I had no idea. That is crazy. What's also really funny though is Wild still in #1, TourneyK still in #2, and then all of a sudden with the win, DRX are just shooting up into 3rd and 4th place here for the top gunslingers, right? So even though, you know, we have a new team winning, new team doing all the things, those two players still on top here. So you still see that consistency coming through. And man, I don't think we've had a team, Max, be more consistent over a stage, at least so far, than we've had the top 3 teams be.
They're not budging. They are, I mean, except
Just
for
not.
well, the first time was not in, what, top 2? I feel like this, which is crazy. They haven't been in top 2. They fell off. It's really kind of interesting for Influence Rage. But no, E-Arena 2, TourneyK, just a rising star from that region. I feel like ever since he got that in the pier area next to Farm against, I think it was Thunder Talk, where he should not have won that 1v1. This guy's been on an absolute killing spree, and he's doing it once again in this stage here for E-Arena. Sakura's been also doing amazing, especially on that Rondo game. So E-Arena, the running White Rabbits here, popping off, and I'm going to see Hodrix because they showed true PMWC in Riyadh. After that, they kind of fizzled out, but it's good to see that potential kind of coming back to that same level on the first day of this stage.
Yeah, and that's what it takes to be a champion, right? I think you have to get, you know, you get a little bit of circle love or a very fortunate position in one particular game, and you got to capitalize it. And the thing is that EA, I mean, they did it right off the rip here. That was like probably a Rondo that we won't see for the rest of PMGC. That's how good it was, right? And the fact that they did it in game 1, they knew that, hey, this was so huge, Max. Let's continue with that momentum. Let's play it carefully. Let's get to some end games and put some consistent points, and let's shut down this slot right before we can let anybody catch up. And they're executing that strategy to perfection.
I adore the shift, by the way, from earlier this year in Globals where we had Sanok to now having Rondo. Because Sanok, it was a bad game, but it's Sanok. You know, we were all saying that, oh, it's a Sanok, whatever, who cares? But now, when you have a bad game of Rondo, it's like, no, you could have so many possible points. The elimination points are just so high if you do get a big game because of the entire recall tower system. So, yeah, E-Arena able to pop off right away there, Nipchura, get himself that massive chicken dinner with a ton of eliminations. Is definitely success very early on in Group Red.
Yeah, it has a real, that's the best possible game they could have had to just set the tone for the rest of the day. And, you know, it's like, okay, we're looking at the winner list. No back-to-back win, no second win coming in from EA just yet. But they don't need it. They don't need it. They're top of the leaderboard. They are looking very, very good indeed. But I want to shift over just very quickly over to Miramar, right? Because that's the next game coming up. Yeah. I'm looking over at the drop locations, Jukes, and it's Weibo and Regnum Karya in Picado.
Ooh,
now,
let's see some of that.
We've had many of these hot drops before, and all of them have lasted at least 15 minutes running into the blue because there's just this standoff. I really hope we don't get this time around.
I want to see it for at least one match. All right, come on, let's just see a little bit of that evil hot drop action off the rip. You know, I mean, you don't want to, but hey, I mean, come on, Weibo versus Regnum Karya, that'd be sick.
That would be kind of fun. That'd be kind of fun.
It would be, but Picado's really bad for hot drops because you literally have options that are next door. If you're fighting, it's just an ego trip thing. You can go trash it to the west.
Exactly.
And this location of Weibo, by the way, is Monte Nuevo, which I'm seeing right now is free. So if the fight happens, I'm going to call it. It's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
And these two teams are now smart they are. I'm pretty certain, I'm like 99% sure, Hodrix, it's not going to happen. If it does, I won't be on the next segment. I won't come back.
Hey, you know what? I mean, all clear heads should not avoid this at all costs, right? I'm just saying from a viewer, right? Perspective, it'd be cool to watch. But at the same time, I mean, Regnum Karya, I want to bring this up. If you guys have been watching these interviews between these players in between segments, right? We got to hear Silas get asked the question, right? Which team do you like, dislike? And he was straight up Xavier. I never liked them. He's like, I like the players, but I am so sick of this team's play style. I don't care for it at all. And guess what, though? They're in the finals. They made it during the Gauntlet, right? So if you want to be able to compete against them, honestly, now's the time here, Max.
If you hate Xavier that much and you don't want to play against them, just fail to qualify. You know, you won't have to play against them at all. You'll be out of that entirely. But no, it's quite interesting that they has kind of a vendetta against Xavier, because they're one of the most consistent team when it comes to qualifying to these global events, even though I'm make it to PMWC earlier this year. PMGC, Niptura, we always Xavier, so I'm sure he's just fed up at this point, like, oh, Xavier again.
I have to play with them again. Give me somebody new. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch them because, look, Regnum Karya, if they don't qualify to finals, if we don't get the dreaded Regnum versus Dick Xavier, then what are we doing with our lives? It's not PMGC without both of those teams. So I really want to see them do something here. Come on, Regnum. Get some good games in this Miramar. Let's get you qualified.
Well, let's see if they could do it. Top 3 teams are being mighty consistent, but we're taking on over to Miramar. Let's go ahead and send it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blank.
My, the time does fly. It's Miramar o'clock. We are in the sky. Trailer park over towards Impala as we are going to see if that stagnant hot drop in Picardo is going to be a reality, or is someone going to split off from the norm? We'll have to wait and see as we're heading on over for the desert.
Yeah, easy playing path for everyone involved. Really nice stuff to start things off with. Yeah, I'd agree with Niptura. It'd be great to see some more strong games out of Regnum Karya, but right now it has been a little bit all over the place, losing players early. I think that last game was a testament to their capability. I mean, getting basically pincer between 2 squads is never fun, and I think they realized as soon as they got into the nade range. I think their big mistake there was not blowing up the buggy beforehand. It wasn't going anywhere. It ended up causing 2 deaths off the back of it. But yeah, I think that's just an oversight on their part.
It's hopefully a fixable error. It looks like we are going to get a hot drop. Might not be the one we expected, though. I think it's safe to say. The arena on the top floor right now. Everyone's scrabbling for weaponry. Looks like maybe a minor advantage on the downstairs. A couple more rifles found there, but no, they are both seemingly fairly well kitted. This is over towards San Martin instead of Picardo, which, by the way, only has Regnum Karya in it. Boars trying to spread around, but not going to be dropping into Picardo. Arena descending the stairs, though, on our screens, and looks like Burmese Ghouls are actually not going to look to push up just yet. In the same building, though. This is nasty stuff. This could hold on for a while, and maybe we were looking at Picardo too firmly, because this is apparently where it's at.
I mean, this is a really weird drop. Down on the south side of Hacienda, it is so strange to see this one. I think this is my first time actually seeing this hot drop in an actual game before. I don't quite get it, personally.
It is a bit of a curious one. I mean, going towards San Martin, I mean, you do get some decent loot. Maybe it was a backup drop and it was a new drop that someone was trying out, and they both just decided, we'll go for the same place. I have no idea. It is very curious. Be interested to see what the analysts have to say about that. But the circle is up to the north side, which does mean that this fight can stagnate, as we normally see in Picardo. Everybody else seemingly well behaved at the moment. Blank, nobody getting too close for comfort. Not like we are right now in San Martin. But yeah, everybody else very happy with this one.
There's just a lot of buildings here. I guess not quite as big as Yaz, but they could have easily just not dropped on each other and play this one out slow, but you really delay yourself. And I think for both Burmese Ghouls as well as E-Arena, I can't tell which team it's more frustrating for, because you start in a good spot. You look at the circle here, and if you're Burmese Ghouls on the downstairs, you're just trying to throw smokes and get out, because you should be way more concerned with zone 2 and being able to freely leave. It's just a weird one. It really is a weird one. In the meantime, Influence Rage get up towards that north side on water treatment around that area and claim a lot of ground in that position. Arcred have a decent rotate out from Impala up towards El Azahar, wrapping around maybe even Torre Armada if they want to go super far, but likely going to cut west as they hit the El Azahar hills.
Would seem to be wise, but the furthest journey is the team on our camera just then. Nuclear Zone, who have got a long way to go from Vallademar on the southwest edge. Leaving Picardo, Regnum Carrier did not have a hot drop for themselves. I wonder if they're aware that there's a hot drop in San Martin, because it's been very quiet on that hot drop, right? It's not been... I don't even know if they've taken any shots at one another just yet. They are still kind of locked in, I imagine. Yeah, and they're not going to get any loot. They're going to have no supplies for this, Blank. I mean, it is crazy that this is happening on our first Miramar as well.
I think more so just at PMGC. I don't really want to talk about it too much because, again, it's just...
This is going to conclude when another team arrives and just takes shots at the arena, right?
Yeah,
that's the only way this fight concludes.
I don't want to talk about it too much because I feel like if I was to talk about it properly, I'd be quite harsh. And I don't fully understand the reasoning just yet. So I have to just leave it be.
Federal. And he's being chased down. Silas has spotted him, but he's got a shotgun. And Silas has to dip behind the cover for just the time being. Actually sprays out with the UMP. A nade? No, the pin's not going to be staying out of that one just yet. That's a good nade out for Wild. Goes a little bit long, though. The cook not quite there. Has got another one in tow. Federal with an answer, potentially. We're going to try and cook that one down. Again, doesn't quite tag him, but Zedwolf's there. Spots with a pinfall, and that should be easy pickings for the Hunter from Regnum Karya, and they will be able to get away with that one. Maybe not cleanly. There's still Influence Rage across the way, but the suppressive fire from Wild is good enough to keep his teammates safe.
Got 455 556, which is quite a bit of ammo there for Wild. He's being the entire ammo box for the whole team.
Double weapons there. Double 556, mini 14 in the Scar. Must be why.
Yeah.
Surely. Stylus has that can't be as well. Surely.
Yeah, they're getting ready for the long game.
Oh, okay,
I mean,
yeah, no, it was
fair enough as well, considering they're so center.
It wasn't that much ammo on Silas. It was just what was left over. The UI was so surprised that he had that much ammo. He was like, got to keep looking at that for a little bit longer, but it wasn't on Silas.
Ah, I see. Weibo's going to rotate past Crater Fields here. It's a little bit of a longer rotate for them. Frustrating in the last game. I think that for Weibo in that previous match, and I mean, I'd still stand by the fact that their initial rotates there towards the end game were really good. Good split. Then you set yourself up to what should be a really strong compound. And then you get a phase 4 shift over towards water. I think it's genuinely very unlucky for Weibo. I don't. It's very annoying. It's very annoying.
Oh,
like,
no.
Both teams don't want to do anything. For Burmese goals, they should just leave. They should just leave.
I mean, as soon as you try and leave the windows, like, they'll take shots out the windows, right? And that's what you're worried about. And, yeah, like, the fact that also basically none of San Martin is going to be looted as well could be pretty great for some of the other teams who are trying to find a home around that area. Maybe some of our longer in the tooth teams out towards the southwest side. Boars, DRX, Nuclear Zone, all moving in, still bundled up a little bit around Picardo as the next zone comes in fairly soon. So maybe San Martin could be a more valuable transitional point than they expect, and they certainly won't have scouted it. I don't think they're going to be going in, though. That's the thing. Where's the next zone?
And so it's towards that northeast side. Okay. Very much far away from everyone else as well. So we're actually going to Torre Armada, which we don't see very often, honestly, around Cruz de Valle as well. So if you, some of these teams on the north side, you're getting quite quickly into the zone. I think for Alliance, they should be able to get a great game off the back of this. Weibo's making a very wide wrap. They're not even on the map.
Oh, here we go.
Finally.
They were like, oh, the circle's not slap bang on top of us, guys. Guess we better do something. This is going to get rezzed, and Tony K is going to go back to the top floor, and it's going to be like nothing happened. Guaranteed. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. No, they're dropping off the side. They do want to conclude this fight. They're more preoccupied with holding up the stairs as well. Tony K drops down the drop down and sends him straight in towards NC2 with a spray. This is, I mean, where was this earlier? They could have done this 5 to 10 minutes, well, not 10 minutes ago, but they could have done this 5 minutes ago.
Well, the thing is that E-Arena had the advantage, right? E-Arena absolutely had the advantage on this fight where Burmese Ghouls can't... And I'll explain why this is so funny after this fight ends, because it should end pretty soon. Initial Molotov to stop the run out up the stairs. Still 3 players alive right now for Burmese Ghouls. E-Arena underneath, and they just switch positions. But yeah, the thing is, it's on Burmese Ghouls to take that fight, to try and assault E-Arena, and E-Arena is just waiting for the next circle shift. And then E-Arena sees the movement off towards the northeast side, and they're like, well, we have to finish this fight now. Because you've got no choice, because this team is not doing anything underneath us, so we have to take the initiative, which is unideal. And the fact that E-Arena comes out on top is a bit surprising. But to be fair, very well played. I don't blame E-Arena for this.
Difficult, but now they're on the ground floor and they can leave, but they're not. Okay, hold the angle, let them know. The ammo's going to be super low. They're going to have basic. They have no supplies. I mean, no meds, no nades, no smokes, no nothing, no armor for NC2. Like, I mean, this is disastrous, especially when the blue zone's on you now. You want to loot through the rest of San Martin? I mean, it's literally ruined their entire game. It's literally ruined the entirety of the game for both of these two squads. They're just not surviving this. They're not getting through. And even if they do, they're going to be easy pickings for anybody who even looks their way, who even so much as breathes in their direction. But the center of the circle is starting to get clogged up a little bit. Alliance did move there early. Unknown, trying to find the shots, but it's Sakura. Okay, they stormed the staircase whilst bouncing about on the drop down, and that is that's a pretty solid take for E-Arena. But they need to heal up, and they need to loot fast, and they need to run as fast as their little legs can carry them, because right now, they need to make up for lost time.
Yeah, a lot of lost time.
They're in big trouble.
I think for E-Arena as well, when you look at this, I think Max brings up a great point just in the analyst chat right now, where it's the first Miramar. If this happens again, I would be very upset. I'll be very upset. I hope it doesn't happen again. But for E-Arena, yeah, it really has caused big problems to the game. For Burmese Ghouls, they get absolutely nothing out of it. Absolutely nothing. 0 points. Nada. Regnum Kari, though, we get to be back on board with these. I don't want to talk about E-Arena or Burmese Ghouls for the rest of the game. I'll wait and see the next Miramar and what happens there. I think it's okay to put that line of thought to bed for the time being.
Yeah, it's better left for the future on that one. Regnum Kaya, they lost Zedwolf earlier during the rotate up towards the north against Alliance, who were able to pick up... Oh, no, sorry, not Alliance. I can't remember who was able to take them down, but they lost Zedwolf, I believe, to that rotate up to the north. But they are very, very central now, close towards Torre Hamada. Helium start to come on through. DRX swinging out towards that north side. Weibo were in front of them, but Sook is spotted, taken down, and 3 players move into Torre Hamada on that northern side. You can see them moving through the oil field. I'm trying to strike a goal here for all of these teams, but now Nuclear Zone bringing up the rear. These 3 teams moving in from that western side. They've swung all the way out on this edge and had very similar ideas, but now there are caltrops on the road that DRX are going to lay down. Nuclear Zone cannot make through all the way through, and they'll divert south. So not losing anyone there. Good news.
Yeah, for Weibo, really wide wrap from them. Getting caught there is really unfortunate as well. But it's a good play from DRX to send up here so quickly to try and battle out teams that are trying to make that wide wrap, so Weibo get read into a little bit. Nuclear Zone just cannot find anywhere safe to stay off the back of this one. You've got True Rippers down the southeast side playing around that. Oh, don't show me again. I mean, what's happening on the screen right now?
Nothing happened. It's fine. Don't Don't worry about it.
Oh my god, giving it. Giving it to Fairview Schools. Fair enough as well. I'd be hella upset.
Let's see if they've got a little bit more left in the tank. There's 3 players for Influence Rage. A little boy on the inside with the dastardly drop down there. Not a lot of health to be playing around with, and looks like he might be able to handle them singly on his own as he steps out. No, he closes the door there and gets the flushes onto 2. A beautiful drop down from the balcony. Quick on the draw, and Tony K on the top floor doesn't really have too much to do. Hang on a minute. No, he does. He's got the pump action. And even with the low HP, they're still dangerous, and it is a 2v2.
In comes Twisted Minds, though. To finish off these 2 teams. I imagine this should be a cleanup coming through from Twisted Minds. You'd hope it was, at least. NC2, very low HP. Likely to have absolutely no mids either. Can't believe Tony K is getting the cross.
Okay. He's going to get knocked and flushed there, though. And his Twisted Minds putting a stop to this one. 2 players from Influence Rage. Yeah, they're just going to try and get out of there as the fight continues as well on our picture-in-picture. A lot of humans being found, and there's NC2 getting knocked out. Influence Rage heading for the hills. You've got to get out of here. There's NRZ and ETSH both still clashing on this western side. Really super favorable for either, but teams are keeping their reses safe. Oh, he has to step off it. Hold the angle, no ammo on the backline. And this is going to be a full push for ETSH, but they're getting lined up for him. And the spray down continues. It's so nasty and messy on these outside angles. And Twisted Minds might be able to third party this as well.
Shiva looking to get a little bit frosty. Tries to take down 1 on the outside. Gets a good bit of tag damage in, but Nuclear Zone still living off the back of this one. There is the wrap around the side. Starting to look worse and worse right now. And a good shot for the window. Wow, very, very nice. Threaded the needle on that one. Shiva will get knocked by Walsh, though, off in the distance. It's a long shot from him. In the meantime, Weibo tried to make a wrap down towards the south. It wasn't meant to be, though. They were doing an okay job of it, but it get cut out. They've been all over the place, this map, man. It's felt a little less sublime than some of the other rotates today. I'll tell you that now.
It's not been super solid, but everyone has their off games. Nice spray down from Freak. I mean, the Twisted Minds have been third-partying everything on this southwest border. My question is about their next maneuver, right? Towards Alliance, maybe? Maybe slink into the south edge of Cruz de Valle? See what we can find there instead. But these shots just continue to land for Freak, who's doing very well. I think the shotgun's a bit ambitious there. We'll get the flush. And only 1 player escapes. It's Shiva, and even then, that is under duress. A lot of bullets being sent out that way, and it goes to Milky Way on the point.
Great shots coming through from True Rippers as well over towards Boars, not letting them quite leave so easily on this side. They've got a tough rotate in, though, from the southeast moving downwards. There is a little bit of locales that they can head over towards to stay out of dodge. Very cool finishing circle here over on Miramar, though. Do not see this one too often. The flash in a great spot towards the center. Depends on these next coming circles where things start to tighten up, but right now they have a very high chance of being in those later zones.
Ooh, nice answer by Cause on that nade to Easy for Bad Boy, right in his ear. Blasts him sideways, down, needs a res, needs some help, but Cause absolutely leathered there with a nice little shot out the side. Havlik trying to hold on around the cactus, prickly as ever, and he's prickly too. We'll find the knock, get the flush, but he's the last to stand for Boars. And everyone on this east side having a tough time. And actually, True Rippers going to be stepping up to maybe third party this. Havlik just about able to get out. There's 2 players from Arcred. Be able to move forwards. Havlik on a solo dash towards Weibo. They're going to spray out as he tries to go for the approach. Half his HP bar gone. True Rippers not taking the shot, but he's good for 1 on the hop through. Hero able to stay alive, but the flush for Havlik leaves him as a solo now for Weibo.
Yeah, could potentially stayed up as 2 there, but sadly down to 1. Good third parties coming through from True Rippers, though. They control a lot of space now on this eastern side. Their only really big contestants now are DRX all the way to the north in Toya Armada. He will have to wrap through them eventually, but True Rippers just waiting for this run out and fair.
Stage 5, you can dip into the blue for a little bit. Grabbing an extra vehicle, probably not a terrible idea because you're going for a bit of a mad dash. True Rippers, no, I don't think they're going to have the angles on it. DRX might, though. Kaixei's a little bit further off in the distance. And they could stop here and heal, though. That's the big benefit. The smoke on the buggy, not super favorable, but don't really have too many choices. Easy for Bad Boy. They have to play with what he's got. And Kaixei does take some shots. It's going to divert him back into town. I think the smoke there, forcing him to make that decision. You can see the low HP on that buggy.
Trying to figure out what DRX's plan is. Because I don't know if they know they're not in the circle. They do need to move down towards the south now. I think they could have controlled a lot more on that eastern side and potentially got a big amount of value from it. So now they're forced just to send out into the open. True Rippers are going to wrap way back down south. Go for a location that they've not fully scouted, but are pretty certain there's no players there.
Ooh, a nice nade from Easy for Bad Boy. He's got P90 as well. He's charging him.
He's just pushing.
He's running him down, and he finds one. There's an off angle for Hardboy as well. Gets that second, but the flashes are there. DRX look very, very low. Stepping up, looking for that spray down. Hardboy still keeps things alive for just a moment longer. Slows DRX, something awful. They can still get this full reset if they get away from this unscathed. The nade to the sky for Hardboy. They'll see this coming, or at least they should. That's going to hit the deck. It's not quite going to bounce onto target, and the rest comes through, but there's an off angle. It's VP. Aragon swoops in. It's going to force Hardboy maybe to go for that second charge down. DRX still having a struggle over time, and he goes for the swipe around. Will find another knock, and it's just Hyunbin now really taking these shots. Hops out with the bump action around the rock, looks for the shot, will get the shot down, but VP are there. And it is Aragon to snatch it away. Last standing for the squad, but he stays alive and gets at least 1 point.
Yeah, that's disappointing from DRX. That is very disappointing from DRX. Going down to Easy for Bad Boy there is super fortunate. And it kind of gives you flashbacks to when they were playing against Kara, where they were so preoccupied with getting the res that they forgot that they could just take the 3v1. Yeah, I'm very, very bewildered by that. That's not a good game from DRX there.
That's unfortunate. Especially when this was a really good opportunity to jump up towards those top three, given the lackluster player counts on Influence Rage, on Weibo as well, and obviously Arena already being down. It was a good chance, but they won't have that opportunity. Some fairly low elimination counts, I think it's safe to say. Very, very spread. You've got Arc with 5, you've got Arena with 5, 4 for DRX, which, you know, it's not a complete bust of a game, but it's not ideal. However, there's no standout elim leader right now. And the middle of the tables, all still being alive, is going to push this lobby back to a little bit of normalcy, I imagine.
Yeah, dropping straight over towards Crucify as well. This is cool. It's very, very cool. I mean, it is very much isolated positions, though, inside of these buildings, and we're going to get a very long Miramar here, probably into the 30-minute range because of it. But Twisted Minds, they have been rapping, and they have been rolling over quite a few separate squads here. Olio very low versus Freak as well as Walsh, and Lord just rocks up into the building. Come on,
Olio,
thank
no. Oh, okay. Regnum Kai with a long-range shot, contribution to the fight. Alliance swept aside, and Twisted Minds now up to 5 elims. Regnum Kaya grabbing a point from that fight as well. A couple of shots land on their mark. But now Twisted Minds have to go further, Blank, and it will be probably straight towards the open ground around Regnum Kaya. There are a lot of rocks, a lot of defilades, but it's getting to them that will be tough.
For Twisted Minds, it's basically just a Hail Mary you have to send across here. But Regnum Kaya should have their number. The Flash are looking to clear out Geeke here, as they have held onto the center of the zone for a long time. Now they're further towards the north of it, but they're looking to clear. And with Geeke being extremely split here between every single player, there's a good chance they should be able to get rid of Nerdev. What a bounce on that. Wow. Actual trigonometry in the building.
Goodness me. All right. You can't find him, though. I think they naded upstairs. They didn't realize that they actually naded downstairs.
How did they... Where was the bounce even to? Did it bounce off a wall down the stairs?
It must have done, right? It must have been through the staircase and into the room. I have no idea. That is actually crazy. That's a 1 in a million nade right there. Brilliant
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm glad that they were also confused. They're like, hey, what happened to my nade?
Where actually was it, guys? I don't remember. I left someone.
I thought that was
somewhere.
It's almost sad because I thought it was an insane nade, but it turns out it was just complete luck on their end.
Hey, a point's a point.
True Rippers. What was the end game? It's 2 elims so far. Playing very much on the south side. They're on the 3-man split here as they can slowly rotate from building to building, trying to minimize those casualties. Getting in towards our next zone now, and the Flash weren't able to gather as much space as they would like, but they did get that anchor right over to where Nerzed was playing. But it is Influence Rage with the most central position, but not the safest spot in the world.
No, and they've only got 2 players to hold it down with as well. It's very open. A lot of sight lines can come through. The benefit is that in the urban situation right now, the buildings around them are kind of holding each other back, right? So they sit in this dead zone that no one's really going to compete for until the later stages. So potential to get a solid top 4 here for Influence Rage. Just keep those points coming and see what they can do. Twisted Minds, though, no such luck. They're on the outside. They have to try and come in from the cold.
You could probably try and wrap behind the Flash here. It's probably the best idea to go for. With the Flash lightly looking further towards the center of the circle, that is your likely play. Surprised Hero's still in this game, by the way, but a long trudge ahead of him. And I don't know if you quite caught it there, but Geek are taking shots towards him so they know his position.
He's moved through the building quite well. Has got that smoke. Get up to the wall next. I mean, this run out is being held completely. It does tag on a little bit of damage. He's going to step out for more, but the clip is going to be empty and the reload's there. Hero not going to use that time. Stays back, but the nade is starting to come on through. That goes a little bit long. Bounces short, and maybe they think he's still inside now. We'll have to wait and see. Twisted Minds actually making their approach further up to the north side than they previously were, but Loxy has that lineup over towards Freak as well. That should be coming on through. An immediate flush. And Team Flash, the assistance coming on through from Regnum Kaya. Heroes making the the dash across the open ground in the meantime. Twisted Minds, I mean, against Loxy, this side angle, you don't imagine they were going to be able to get through, but they've managed to push a lot closer than is comfortable for Regnum Kaya. Meanwhile, Hero standing up for the fight against EK on the other side of things. He's going right around the edge of the bunk of the trash cans there. Kevin has to go in with a shotgun, and finally he'll be the one to put it down. But goodness me, that got a little bit fraught, a little bit too close for comfort.
My turn, no, your turn, no, my turn, your turn, my turn. Kind of worked
Real
out in
Punch
the
and
end.
Judy stuff.
Yeah, swinging around the crates the entire time, but finally get the shot off. But I think Hero got a lot further than he might thought he would. And for Twisted Minds, the reason I wanted to wrap them over towards the north side and then push through the Flash is because of those angles from Regnum Kaya. It is surprising they get towards this building though, and they actually end up in a much better spot than before. Oh, well played. In the midst of all that chaos as well to make that decision, I was quite pleased with that from Twisted Minds. But another late game finish with Regnum Kaya, and I think that they are starting to heat up a little bit now.
That's what you want to see. Getting a little bit warm. Hopefully it's not hot under the collar. Starting to get nervous now. Kevin, you're not going to be able to get that tire back on, I'm afraid. The blue zone's too close, and it's stage 8 blank. We have 6 teams remaining going into the final circle. This is nasty. I mean, this is what I was talking about before as well with Influence Rage. Like you said, it's not the happiest of positions right now in and amongst the mausoleums, but nobody's going to push them just yet. It will have to wait until this next zone for someone to make that crash, and that's exactly why. As soon as you make that crash first, bang, you're gone.
Yeah, we're playing whack-a-mole at the end of the game. Which one of these small outposts are the players in? You're going to have to expend 18 days to find out.
Absolutely. You know, it's a real treacherous land out there. Twisted Minds nades over towards Team Flash. Doesn't connect more than a little bit of damage. I reckon Kai can have to move forwards too. Everyone getting sandwiched now. We are going into the graveyard.
Flash. Good shots over towards Twisted Minds. And I think that their time is coming to an end here. John, sadly, the run out on this one is extremely difficult. Chudo, the final player here inside the building. And Win has a nade to throw back. But even this run out, Regnum Kaya sightlines on it. As do True Rippers, who have been a little bit quieter, but, you know, get into an end game off the back of this one. Hydro taking some great shots, assisted by the Flash on the side, and Regnum Kaya may be the next to fall here.
And they're into the graveyards now. Team Flash, do they know that there's another duo inside? I don't know. Because they've been very quiet for a while now. I mean, Diego could be a big problem for them. Team Flash, they do have 4 players, so they can go for trades, but if it's at the opportune moment, Influence Rage could really play a massive spoiler here. They're playing 2 in, 2 out. And True Rippers maybe think that they are facing one team on the inside. Law, okay, Law's going to give... Surely he's given the position away now. Okay, they spotted him. But he's drawing them towards Diego. Oh, big 1-2 punch here. Law does go down, unfortunate. And that is going to mean that likely Diego is not long for it either. Spotted by Regnum Kaya. So the moles are being whacked blank. No worry there. Regnum Kaya going to move in with 2. True Rippers with 3, but Team Flash hold the inside now. With all 4 of their players up on the wall, Regnum Kaya take a lot of damage. There's the lineup that you're looking for. And True Rippers are going to take them to pieces. Gonna be difficult though. Silas nearly able to do a little bit more, but no knocks found in response. Team Flash should have this on lock blank, but can True Rippers find their way in?
Yeah, it's been a long time coming here for Team Flash, and they've worked this zone quite well. Should be a 21-pointer. As True Rippers are sat up against the wall, and the blue is only going to make their lives harder now. The Flash moves up over towards the church.
Ooh. Okay, Hydro. 1 player on the outside, but he goes long, but he should have looked out short. The pump action around the side. I mean, they're taking small chunks, but it's not enough for the whole shebang. It is Team Flash to be able to take down a chicken dinner held out on the north side against so many teams, and they were the team to take the initiative. They did not fall prey to the Influence Rage position either. They kept their wits about them, and they take home a very strong chicken dinner.
Pretty respectable rotation going through from True Rippers as well, down towards the south side. They cleared up towards the north, swung back down towards the south. I think they could be happy with that game. I think there's just discussions going on there, but I think that they could have been happy with that game. It was a very hard game to finish out, especially when that team gains so much control over towards the graveyard.
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic little run out. Towards the end there, everybody held the edge lines nice and successfully, but only one team could stand atop the pack, streaking out in the lead. It's Team Flash.
And in their first ever appearance in the PUBG Mobile Global Championships, Team Flash get their first chicken dinner on the first day, Max. That's got to be so huge for this team.
Definitely. They're going to be ecstatic about a finish like this here, especially able to wrap it up in style versus the likes of True Rippers. And not an easy position to maneuver your way through, right, Nipcher? Going through this graveyard, which, as Blank said, you just got to hope you can find the right spot where all the players are hiding. It's like battleship game here. And they were able to find it for some of the players eventually, and that was going to be the end of Influence Rage. But yeah, Flash, they knew they had the man advantage. They had full control of the circle. You might as well push up so they can't deny the points away from you. And those 2 extra points are going to be looking real good on those leaderboards.
Yeah, really excited about this team, honestly. It's not uncommon to see a team that's, you know, fresh out the gate, ready to go into PMGC their first season in to get a win. But often we see that on day 3, you know, after they've had a few days to really understand it works, right? But for a team to come in game 5 and get a big win, look at the eliminations we're Look at Win going for the win, 1,000 damage, 7 eliminations. Like this is a 12 elimination win for them on their first day at PMGC. Is really, really nice. And as you said, Max, it's just looking really good. Their momentum was really good at stage. They had a very zone with, but they kept their head on the swivel, were able to angles and get that one. It was
I don't know if it would, I would say it was a difficult zone per se. They were in the city for a very long time, but I would say they used the zone to its full potential. They had the northern control, there's a little bit elevated too, so they had even more oversight on a big majority of the fields of teams trying to push in the circle itself. So until that point, they had a ton of eliminations because they were the gatekeepers of Cruz del Valle, and they were doing such a good job in making sure no team can really try and wrestle that position away. Twisted Minds got close at one point, but it was just still so heavily favored in the favor then of Flash that it was not even a fight in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's
it
not
was.
often we see those graveyard positions, right?
Right. I think it's the scene jukes, to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen it go quite that
It's
way.
rare.
And it is very rare, and Influence Rage able to just take advantage of that and go, we're a duo, we're getting in the graveyard, and we're staying there. We're in a coffin, we're keeping very, very quiet. But some really cool fights coming through this match, and I want to point out in especially Twisted Minds, we've seen nothing from them so far today, but in this game they're able to just really come out swinging. I really liked the momentum they were building throughout that game, especially on that western side, just trying to third-party spread out control as much as possible, Max, and that gave him a pretty good entry into the final zone.
No.
Wait, no.
The thing is, we're judging. I would definitely do that in my own games.
Oh, yeah.
I can't judge too hard for that when it does happen, unfortunately, under pressure. A little bit of a fumble with a nade right back in your face. Definitely not as bad as the nade Top did when he naded all his team back in CSA.
Oh, God, I remember
very
that.
Unfortunately. That was a meme for the ages, but very good wrap up otherwise at the end. Twisted Minds, I think I definitely enjoyed their approach next to Team Flash on the northern side, because it's a position where if you do end up clashing, there's a lower chance for you to get third partied in the end. So I think that was one of their better options. Otherwise, you just had to go for a fight right away, and they took the slower, more long-term approach. They don't get in the top 4, unfortunately, but it's still a very, very good idea. As here we go for the team rotations here for this game, looking at the squads, trying to center up. Big northern shifter against next to Cruz del Valle. And Flash, as we talked about already, Neptro, that northern side is a bit elevated. It's a bit of a plateau. If you were going out of Torre Ahumada, which that happened with Arcred, Virtus Pro, DRX, guess what? None of them survived because that position was used so efficiently by Team Flash.
Yeah, it really, really was. And even down to the final zone, right? I mean, you see TR, they're really moving all the way around the zone, trying to find a good spot, finally get in onto the south side, and that also works really, really well for them. But it's just that final clash between those two that, you know, Flash were just able to just push forward and really corner TR in that zone. So nicely done, and that's going to be a 22-point game on the board. That's a pretty good stat for your first win at PMGC.
Oh, they're going to be stoked about that one for sure. But True Rippers, just to go on that one before I wrap up my point on this compound, is they actually had a really good game plan, which is playing the southern edge of Cruz del Valle. And they're just kind of hunting teams away from them. And at one point, they even pushed away Influence Rage in those graveyard positions, which are not great to defend. And it surely didn't quite work out. They don't get the win, but I think that was the right way to play a city finish, which is just make sure to push teams away from you as you clear the edge. And that makes it a little bit safer for you to keep your players alive while taking as little risk as humanly possible.
Yeah, and I'm glad that True Rippers were able to put some points up here, because, I mean, that's going to be the last team for Team India to try to make it on into the grand finals. And they needed those points because we're seeing some big point sponges here at the top. With that win from Flash, they were in 7th place prior to getting these 22 points. You put up a 22-point game, you're moving up the leaderboard. So I'm gonna be really looking forward to see where they're ending up. But I got a big feeling here, Max, that this particular group is going to be very top heavy. So if you want to make it into, let me just go and take a look at those leaderboards. And yes, sir, indeed. Woo! All the way up to 3rd place here, Max.
Yeah, 3rd place. Look at that. Team Flash making it happen here. One chicken dinner, of course, 16 placement points total, having a great moment here on this first day for Group Red. Weibo, though, getting pushed out of the big 3. Quite unfortunate for them. Still 43 points, ranking them up to 40. So, as you said, Hodrix, it is quite... The gap is not impossible to close You can still make it up even if you're at the bottom of the rankings. There's still that potential. And actually, looking at True Rippers here, such a good performance, in fact, Niptura. They're out of the bottom 5. They're in the middle pack. This is looking good. True Rippers definitely looking very strong compared to what we saw in it originally from Orangutan.
Yeah, really, really nice right off the bat in the first day. I just hope that they continue this kind of consistency throughout the few days, because we've seen it in teams before where they have a really good first day and then they kind of drop off. I, on the other hand, will never shut up about Flash, because based off of the interview we heard earlier, he's going, we don't have any pressure. We're making sure we just play our game like it's any other tournament. And look where they are. They're in top 3. I keep saying this about new teams. Relax. And finally we have a team that seems to have, at least so far, been able to do that. And look at where we're at. We've got a top 3 team. Win is number 1 for this game. 1,000 damage, 7 eliminations. Like, it's so good.
I wonder how he picked his name, though. It's like, some of his teammates, oh, we love to win games. He's like, say that again. It sounded quite nice, actually. But he's definitely popping off, and he was an MVP contender from his team back in SEA. He's doing it once again. And looking at the other players here, Havlik, also an MVP contender from his team alongside Snowix and Hardboy when it comes to players from Uzbekistan. I would say, personally, he is the single best player from Uzbekistan, even over the players of Upgrade, and he is stepping up to the plate here. He's having a great first day so far in Group Red.
Yeah, he really is. It's really been nice to see him. He's, again, one of those old names, right? We've had him around for a good few years, so it's nice to see him back on these leaderboards for PMGC Jukes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what I love about this lobby is so many historic esports PUBG Mobile names are in here, and we see some new blood, right, that are really popping off the rip. That's fun to see as well. You know, going back to where we talk about True Rippers, Team India, right? For the first 4 matches, 11 points. This last game, they double that. So they get 11 points in just 1 match. That puts them up to 22. Trying to get to that 3rd place position, because, man, I'll tell you, last chance is going to be crazy. I think that if we're going to see True Rippers in the grand finals, I really do think they need to do it here and now. That's a 31-point gap already, you know? So, honestly, the pressure is on. I know that Artura, you're like, hey, all you got to do is just relax. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely easier said than done, for sure. I mean, it's so crazy to see Team Flash perform like this first PMGC day 1. But for a lot of these veteran names and squads, Max, man, I think, like, man, you're going to have to make it happen here on this last Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very important to kind of lock down your position after day 1, because, of course, after that, you're going to go back to your hotel room, going to start to prep, do your research, maybe check the hot drops, etc., and make sure it doesn't happen anymore. But you want to try and have as good an opening day as possible, because otherwise, I mean, as much as we say, oh, just stay calm, relax, you know, they're playing for $3 million, you know, there's a lot on the line right now. So I think nerves would get to you, and I would say that is quite natural. So you want to try and relax. If you have a good opening day, it's going to make it easier for you to be a bit more whatsoever until you've qualified.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's really a strat we've been seeing a lot in a lot of these teams over the last few stages, right? We saw APG do it where they had just one massive day. They were super chill the next 2 days. I think similarly here, EA, if they continue in this last game to have another big game, I think the next couple of days they could chill a little bit more. So definitely we're seeing that strat come in from a lot of these teams.
It's a huge advantage, right? It's a huge advantage to start off so strong, because you gotta have your way with the lobby. Teams are gonna fear you a little bit more. You know, day 1 is usually a little bit scary on a normal side, because if you have such a big lead, teams usually like really keep an eye on your rotations. If you're gonna study one squad, you're gonna study the top team, right? But there's a lot of teams that are having good, consistent performances here. One, again, is Influence Rage, Max, right? They had 3 top 2 finishes, right? Then they go out with 5 eliminations and come back with another good, solid performance here. Influence Rage is doing really, really well.
Yeah, but not top 2, so I'm disappointed. Sorry, if I don't see Influence Rage top 2,
yeah, you're right.
They're washed. No, no, they did struggle a little bit, because I think it's not them playing a bad game here. It's just, unfortunately, they fell victim to the game plan of True Rippers, which actually, I want to take on a bit on True Rippers. I feel like they were playing a bit too aggro at the start of the day. They were playing a bit just very aggressive, but there wasn't really a game plan behind it. As compared to this game, Hot Jukes, where guess what? Actually, a game plan that was set up really well. Sure, they still don't win the game, but for me, it shows potential that this squad, macro-wise, has that potential. So very happy with True Rippers. But before I throw it to you, Hodrix, to send it to the game, San Martin, I better not see it. Okay, E-Arena, Burmese Ghouls, I don't care what you do. That fight happens, I give you one Joker. You got it. You wasted it. I see it happen again. You guys are trolling. I better not.
Well, we better not see it, that's for sure, because there's so many spots wide open. Let's see if you can go ahead and make those movements. Well, we got the last Miramar of the day, guys. Day number 1 about to wrap up. Let's go ahead and take it to our casters, John Allen and Blank, for one more time.
Thank you very much, Hot Dukes. Thanks to Max and Nat as well for giving us all the lowdown, all the goodies as we head on in. And nothing bad is going to happen at the start of this match, Blank. I could already feel it. There's nothing bad.
Nothing bad at all. I hope so. I'm praying so. Kind of worried just slightly. This playing path, though, it passes right over San Martin. Very dangerous zone, indeed, that we don't really want to have to talk about, and hopefully we'll have to at all during this match, because things will change, surely.
Yeah, they must do, right? Right? Yeah. No? Maybe. Have to wait and see. The Arena are out. Burmese Ghouls are out. Oh, they're out quite close to each other, Blank. They're all out quite close to San Martin. There's also another team. Oh, the Regnum Kai. They're likely going for Picardo, but we don't need to worry about them. It is.
Please don't do this again.
At least don't drop on the same building. At least don't drop on the same exact building. Okay, Burmese Ghouls are going a little bit further. Look at that. They're split. They're around. Oh, Blank. I think our prayers may or may not have been answered, but for now, Ichi's a little bit far away from San Martin. It's very, very packed, though, down towards Picardo, and that's giving me a little pause for worry.
It would be hilarious, Burmese Ghouls is like, well, we can't hard drop San Martin, we'll just hard drop Picardo instead. Yeah, funnily enough, they are quite close to silence. So they were right. But yeah, they're on more of a split this time around, which I'm grateful for. I like any team that sees something go badly and decide to switch things up afterwards. So Burmese Ghouls, in my heart, they are now forgiven.
Oh, that's nice of you. Very friendly indeed.
They're welcome.
I'm glad.
Off towards the western side we go then. Well, Pozzo being held by Twisted Minds. Weibo going a little bit further down towards Montenuevo. God, it has been a shocking day for VP, hasn't it?
It's not been great. No, it's definitely not been great. They have got 8 points, and it looks like that may be close to all they get here. There's been 1 or 2 moments where they've chimed in and had a decent showing, but yeah, it's been messy. It's been it's been pretty bad for them.
Damn, they're pulling a team secret, dude.
They really are. They really are. I mean, to be fair, they do have company down towards the bottom end of the tables, right? It's not... No, it is bad. I mean, you got the Boars, you got Nuclear Zone, you got ETSH. A little bit further ahead, you've got Burmese Ghouls. And right now, they're the bottom 5, right? And that is exactly where you don't want to be. The 11th place bubble is 18 points as it sits right now for Twisted Minds after 5 games that we've had. That's just shy of a 4-point average. So I think that's 3.8, if I'm not mistaken. I think I am mistaken. I'm not going to try and do it again, though. It's a fairly low average. So, you know, 1 big game. It's all it takes right now to get you out of the bottom 5. That will get harder as time goes on. Malloy, not the last of Virtus Pro, but he's certainly going to feel like it right now. He's got a pump-action shotgun, no helmet, no armor, no meds, and very close to no hope. Steps out, opens the door. Ah, they know where he is now. And it's going to be a full descent onto his position. Leaving it a good go, though, and giving them some trouble. 1, 2. Oh, he nearly connected on that third one. Oh, that was dangerous. Oh, that would have been so bad for Arc if they had not been able to get through with that third player. I thought Glory was going to be snuffed out there, too.
Kind of sick, though, to be fair. Maybe down in 15th place, but doing it in style. On the other end of things for Nuclear Zone, the lead bars are fully in. There is not much reaction going on in that reactor at the moment.
Sorry, if you're going to talk about control media and nuclear reactors, you've got to get it right.
What did you say?
Normally carbon or boron control rods, I believe. Typical.
Yeah. What was the old one?
I'm not sure. You talking about? I don't know. Are you talking about one of the nuclear reactor meltdowns that we've had over the history of them? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, the RBMK, that was lead.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that didn't go so well.
No, it didn't. Anyway, let's not talk about that too much.
Hey, look, it's interesting history, and hopefully they're going to be able to recover from their meltdown and see if they can get up towards the top spot, bring out some of that plutonium power, you know, for Nuclear Zone.
What they need, reverb on the reverse, up the hill. SH making it happen. This is the safest way to do it as well, so fair enough. Can't believe I'm analysing how sticky a car's wheels are to the side of a mountain, but here we are in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
That's where it all takes place.
You love to see it. Spider cars. Clambering up all sorts of mountains. I mean, that's what E-Arena were able to leverage, right? With the buggy, which is generally the most sticky of the vehicles. Was able to get up to that super duper high ground, isolated position that Sakura was able to sit on and rain from up on high. Rain hell from above. Terrible time for everyone else. Well, that's what afforded him that opportunity. DRX moving in, close to the blue zone, leaving Torre Hamada. And Blank, I think I can confirm that we did not have a hot drop this time. We're into minute, what is it? We're 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. Hey, we're fine. We didn't have a hot drop.
Yeah, again, I think that making those adjustments from one game to the next is correct. Especially here in Group Rare, we've got 3 days to make it to the top of the tables. I think for Burmese Ghouls, it's much more of a... It's a nice thing to do for them, purely for E-Arena. It's quite sportsman-like, where E-Arena is currently in first place. You're basically saying we're not going to ruin all your Miramars. Obviously, they're ruining their own, but changing it this early is going to not create massive problems for E-Arena going forward. And E-Arena actually has a chance right now. So no matter what happens, I think for Burmese Ghouls, it is very sportsman-like to do that.
I mean, sportsman-like, sure, but it is generally more of a self-interested, we're just going to try and earn as many points as we can without holding a grudge kind of situation. So I think a lack of holding a grudge, I don't know if I'd call that sportsmanship, but I do get where you're coming from, and I think I generally
I've seen people ruin top teams' games before doing that.
Yeah, that's
multiple
fair.
times.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But you're right. They have adjusted. They're more concerned with their own points tallies. They'll let that one go. They'll allow E-Arena to continue unchallenged, or at least for the time being. Zedwolf, oh, he's been knocked from quite a distance away here. Flash of... Let me put the beam on. There's a difficult position to go for the rescue towards. He's very, very low. Not quite able to get that flush. The smoke's there. While they're still taking shots, they are still trying to slow it down, but it's not going to work. A huge south shift. I was too preoccupied with these players out in the field, but Blank, a massive shift down to the south.
Yeah, absolutely. Over towards where currently Regnum-Kai is playing. This is a very, very good circle for them to get on with. I do sort of agree with the desk that calling yourself win is a little bit on the nose. I'm just waiting for the day when we get a player called PMGC 2026 champion. I would love that. And I think someone should do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Not only
definitely.
because it would be funny if you did win, but it would also be hilarious even if you didn't. And I would not make fun of you for it.
I feel like that's Kitsune's new name, no? He needs a new name.
That's, you know what? I was making a joke. You're being mean. You're big
Yeah.
meat.
Well, you know, that's what you get. That's what you get for not qualifying. As the circle heads all the way down to the south, we saw Regnum Kaya on that split. Looks like they've dragged their forces back together, though, because they know that teams are going to start to crunch in. Threat across the way from Flash, from Weibo Gaming now as well, from Boars. Maybe not quite as much of a threat, but still a presence that you do not really want to cross if you can help it. And they will be able to consolidate to the east side of Montenuevo, out west of Power Grid and Picardo. All the other teams are going to try and find their home. There was a lot of teams further to the north, up towards Crater Fields, which means that this north side is going to be much more packed, and you could see that on the map. You guys can see actually over on the map feed, which is available on various, I believe, various platforms, but definitely on YouTube. And you can take a look at where all your favorite teams are at all times. But we can see right now on our map that there's a huge grouping of teams towards that Power Grid corner of this circle.
It's a difficult one as well, because this is sort of Valley of Death type of deal right now. Over towards the center of this one, Regnum Kai is very lucky to actually have some kind of position to play which is safe. That buggy is salvageable.
It's nice.
Fine. Yeah. Bit awkward getting that one caught. Slightly delays the rotate. Not that it really matters. There's not many teams in this area anyway. Ahead of you is Weibo on that front side. Burmese Ghouls get themselves a central position ahead of E-Arena as well, so they can do a little bit more on this match. But once again, it is none other than the Flash towards a lovely spot to play from. It will get a little bit claustrophobic with the amount of teams looking their way, but if they can maintain this, it remains in circle for a long time, then they do have a good chance from this spot.
Next circle coming in a couple of seconds, just under 10 now. We'll see it pop. It does continue to sit right on top of Burmese Ghouls, of Regnum Kaya, Influence Rage and E-Arena out on that eastern side. So what can Team Flash do on that southwest edge to keep up with the pack at the top? Weibo, though, with a more difficult rotate, and they're going to try and send it straight on into the west side. Shots already laying down into them from DRX, and Twisted Minds have Chudo up in front of them. So Weibo having a tough time, and that is going to be exactly why they walk into the wall, and that's a flush immediately. Point stolen, but it is a point taken away from Weibo.
I think I was a bit of an early push coming through from Weibo there. Really fully have the information needed over towards that northeast side. What I will say is it's very weird seeing China being as aggressive as they have been throughout all the lobbies we've seen play. I think if Tiamba was playing like they did on day 3, they could have easily qualified. But again, it's still interesting that even Tiamba had it in their wheelhouse to be extremely aggro in these games. So it's nice to see, especially from Weibo as well, who have Order, Sook as well, 33Z, who've typically been very much split off-angle players. I don't know where they're going right now.
See where they can go. Walsh drawn short against Alliance. It's going to be the rest of Twisted Minds trying to flee the scene. And I don't know how successful that's going to be. Freak very, very low, has to stop off for a heal. This isn't in the next zone, but it's closer to it than Alliance are. And it might be that Alliance have to push through this same ground as well, Blank. So potential to be a little bit of a stronghold, but not if Lord goes down. And that's what DRX are trying to see to.
You see immediately backed off the angle there, seeing the multiple shots in the sand plummeting up in front of him. Twisted Minds do have an outpost in Shudo off towards that eastern side, which they can regroup on. It's just this open zone in front of them, which is quite hard to pass. Definitely a stage 4 circle on this one, John. It is nice for a lot of teams. We move further up over towards Power Grid, confirming on basically level playing field. It is just very rough for all our teams playing down towards this valley to have to move out now, because so many teams will know exactly where each other are playing, will take shots as soon as they make that move. So you're sort of waiting for those final moments to really break outwards.
And see how well you can break through as well. because it is always tough when you have to wait until the last moment. Circle pops and again goes towards that central hill. Keeps things tight, but those teams on the south really going to have a nightmare now. Look at the number of teams cut out here. Twisted Minds and ETSH up over on that west side, of course, that we're on board with. But Weibo, Flash, Boars, Nuclear Zone. You've got Arc. You've got True Rippers, E-Arena even on the east side, all cut out by this circle. And in stage 4, you expect maybe 1 or 2 more to be more central. Not to be, though. Everybody's going to have to make that crash.
Yeah, we're playing out to open zone now. I think for Geek as well as Boars, slightly easier as well for Regnum Kaya, basically holding the field. They have to be very clean on their shots, though. Well played to the Flash, crabbing a lot of those shots over towards Weibo as they look to make their move out from that western side. ETSH up against Twisted Minds here with Freak as well as Lord, just beached basically in that car.
Trying to get himself unstuck, but it is a tough time to do so with the zone bearing down on the outskirts here. Weibo shots out towards ETSH, but this is from the hero in the blue zone, so they're fighting to try and give themselves access further up to allow them to move further into this one. Twisted Minds holding with 3, and ETSH cannot make it anyway through there and will not be carrying on into this match, but there's plenty more teams still left to take up the mantle of this fight. Weibo still flexing all the way out with Order and Hero, the 2 players remaining on their side. Order just about to start dipping into the zone now, but DRX are right and slap bang in front of them. They're not taking shots, though, and he may have just found an opening that probably should have been... Okay.
Nice.
That's so unfortunate. The topple on the vehicle, that will spell the end of Weibo. Yeah, he's not getting out of there. Unfortunate, but good news for DRX. They're able to pick up the point.
I tried to pull the old Kung Fu Turtle on them. Didn't quite work out. Surprised those nades didn't do more damage, but here's True Rippers holding off versus Nuclear Zone. Slight whiff on the nade there, but it back straight backwards over towards the body. 2 nades that didn't quite go on target, but absolutely did the work.
That's what you'll take those, right? You take the wins where you get them. True Rippers now. Harsh looking to step up, and a lot of damage done already, but there's sight lines from the off angles, and it's forcing him into the fight. That doesn't matter, though. He's ready for it. As the spray down around the corner, the pump action there. One more shot. No, the shell doesn't land. Will there be backup from Hydro as he spots the ankles, cannot sweep them? They're able to stay alive, but he's just going to continue to have this position chomped down on by Turney K, by E-Arena on their outpost. They're back to their old tricks, Blank. They're playing the edge.
That's the classic for Heater play right there. Guy's a bit of a clutch maestro when it comes down to it. But you're right, E-Arena having oversight on this means that he is almost definitely done for. As soon as he moves out in this vehicle, it's straight into open ground. Even has to swing by here. If E-Arena don't finish him off, the blue absolutely will. We are getting our next shift on the circle here as Burmese Ghouls continues to hold out that lovely bit of high ground over towards the western side of power grid here. DRX still trying to discover where Twisted Minds are playing. Taking a while, though. It's like budget Hercule Poirot. I guess I just say Benoit Blanc these days.
Not like that, though. Got to say, we'll talk to Max. He'll set you right.
What, Benoit Blanc?
That's right. That's the one. That's for Heater.
I'm not French, though.
No, but neither is he.
Exactly. Which is why he's Benoit Blanc.
Nah, he's got that southern North American drawl. You know. That's some real New Orleans with it. Very uncertain where that accent all comes from. But anyway, let's get back into the game because Team Flash, they sped right into the middle of this one, Blank. They somehow managed to get through a lot of the teams around from the southwest side. They have just taken 2 knocks and flashes, though. But that is from the Burmese Ghouls, who have actually moved over to that area. So a nice little pick up there. They continue to hold a pretty dominant position into this circle. They're having a pretty good time. Who knew that if you don't hot drop at the start of Miramar, you can get into a good position? Wow.
This is great from Twisted Mind. I know this one. Max Van told me about this. It's Le rotate de bleu. Very weird. Doesn't make much sense. Not sure why it happened. But Twisted Minds essentially sail off into the distance, into the storm, never to be heard from again.
Sad. Oh well. There they go. Into the never-ending storm of waiting for the next match. Regnum Kaya, 2 elims now. On the western side, they've been chilling for a while. As we've seen them in this location for a very, very long time. You can see they're looking up at the mountain that the Burmese ghouls currently sit on and thinking, wow, how are we going to deal with this? This is nasty. We'll have to wait and see what they've got up their sleeve, what tricks they can ply on that western edge. North side, Influence Rage are going to have to go for a run out, and E-Arena are bolstering their forces to try and stop it.
Influence Rage, center of the tops, E-Arena, kind of the nemesis of the lobby right now is Influence Rage for them. It's always nice to see these moments unfold. Rivalries between two squads, both just as good as each other, but a lovely nade over the top. That was to airburst early. Doesn't do quite enough damage, which leaves E-Arena on a 3 versus 4. Wrap around the sides. 2 players from Influence Rage getting a lot of damage done.
Oh, a little bit discordant from Influence Rage. It felt like 2 players were trying to step forward, but the rest of them just not in cahoots with it. 2 players, though, 3 players now down, and it's all up to TourneyK to turn it around. 3 reses potentially there, but they need to crawl fast. They need to crawl forwards. There's off angles coming through, and of course it's Arcred chiming in with a third party on this fight. E-Arena with just TourneyK will fall down, and the rest of Influence Rage, they managed to get 1 res, but now Arcred are on the surround. Our top 2 teams tumbling, Blank, taking the tussle and feeling the burn. Arcred are here to close it out.
I think that if you are E-Arena on that final game, you are very unhappy with TourneyK there. NC2 does a huge amount of work, and I think if he had an off angle and TourneyK wasn't healing underneath, that was a very different story between them and Influence Rage. But you're right, Arcred, insane third parties as always. That's what they really do capitalize on, and I think players in the lobby will start to get less and less concerned with these big engagements, knowing that Arcred is on the prowl. DRX down to just 1 player now. Seems like a consistent thing, losing these engagements when it comes down to it. Versus Regnum Kaya, that is a strong team to come up against.
I mean, not right now, though. They're down on 1 player themselves. It's actually a lot of influence coming through from Alliance, from Flash as well. Across the way, there's caused so many problems. But Wild is still in action for Regnum Kaya. I think is that the last? No, it isn't. As it is going to be still at least 1 more player from DRX to go for the fight.
Nice.
Mario. Oh, he's going to be able to stand back up. The top QXC, though, he's still got some fight left in him. He is now guaranteed the last player. Regnum Kaya fell. In the meantime, they tried, Blank, to push up towards that north side, towards DRX. The approach was okay, but there's just so many teams still alive in stage 6 and in this area. Maybe that's what's happening, right? The teams are just getting so choked in by the surrounding, by teams not wanting to go for the fight. But when they do have to, everybody is immediately on it.
Yeah, a really good clutch there coming through from QXZ. Gets the double. I really felt like it was game over for him there. Sadly, both those eliminations were stolen from him. So they dropped down to 6 points. You're right. I think so. Arcred's playstyle, and I've seen it multiple times in the past, where Arcred's playstyle works only some of the time, right? It's not a consistent playstyle. If you don't get those opportunities with third parties, or you're not in the right spot at the right time, you just fall flat on your face. So the majority of the points that Arcred is finding is, like you say, they are just essentially the vultures of the lobby. I'm not a huge fan of that playstyle. I think it can work, but I think the problem is that if it works here, there's a big chance that then it just doesn't work in the grand finals. You see them down towards bottom 5. So yeah, I think Arcred, although it looks okay now, I do want to see some more just good old-fashioned gameplay from that team.
It might see them into last chance, but much further, not sure. Jimmy tumbling down for Alliance. They had a really big game earlier on Erangel, but not so much since. Teams have leapfrogged them. A nice flat approach towards the top spot towards the end of the day here, Blank, as well as the tables are likely to be closing down. Fairly similar to this from that first down to 6th place, depending on what Flash can do here. But generally, much more linear than we saw from Group Green. No massive burst outs early, so things to get interesting in the next few days. That nade not going to find it on the bounce. Burmese Ghouls, they finally take a knock, and they've been holding on this high ground for a long, long while. Maybe they're getting too bold, but that should be very resible. They've got the plateau almost entirely under control. A nade on down towards SnowX, and the balls are very much cooked here. Just the one player standing is Havlik. Ooh, okay. Way overextended there for Burmese Ghouls.
Yeah, there's so many places on top of that where or just throw down the smoke. I think you expend utility at that point to get that res for free. I think Burmese Ghouls throws away a perfectly good chicken dinner there. Just on some pretty early peaks, some dangerous peaks, and a careless res there as well. You are having a player looking to move over, hit their way, and pick both of them up, but it's a little bit tough to get over that way. Havlik underneath now, also looking up, could be a thorn in the side for them. Yeah, very weird from Burmese Ghouls.
I mean, you could just see it was completely open and clear to the angle. They should have known that. Just crawl back a little bit and it's completely safe. Yeah, it's nasty stuff, but they do manage to get across, start that rezzing protocol. Unknown as well. Spots win, in fact, off in the distance. Yeah, he's aware of Havlik being in this position. Havlik has to push up. Yeah, he's seen him now with a shotgun in hand. Can't really take that challenge, but does drop the smoke, swap the weaponry to get a little bit more range firepower, and that's exactly what was needed. Unknown, I mean, what was he doing there? It felt flounderous, but that's going to leave them down a player. And Yatka from that high ground, not really going to be able to do too much about it. Unknown really isolated himself into that. Could not win the fight against Havlik, who had zero cover.
Yeah, almost felt like he brushed his whole thumb across the screen there and just really whiffed the spray entirely. Not great from Unknown, from Burmese Ghouls. I also looked like he's very unconfident, right? Very timid taking that fight versus Havlik. I think it's very obvious when a player isn't super confident in their gun skill is that if they don't have any utility, they start to look like that, which, like you say, it was very twitchy.
It's not what you want to see. Not what you want to see at all. Not this late in the game either. At the moment, I feel like ArcRed maybe have the better spot in the circle right now. I would give it to Burmese Ghouls. Burmese Pythons, that's the thing. That's an animal that exists. Burmese Ghouls, if they hadn't just done something like that. Hopefully they can get back into my good graces, but see just what they're able to extract from this. I think ArcRed, though, they have been generally a lot more impressive from playing the higher range off angles, and I think this is exactly what they're going to be looking for here. And into the Burmese Ghouls, I think they have the approach better than any other team. GK really trapped, crunched in. I don't think they make it around the headland.
Yeah, the geeky Scorpions down the southeast side, they're trying to get around towards ArcRed.
All right. You're a geeky Scorpion.
That's the thing. It's a real animal.
Uh-huh. I don't believe
you've got little glasses on.
You've really chuckled yourself with that. Goodness me. Oh, he's going to be asking AI to make an image of that in a minute. Win, though. Oh, he wants a picture of that. Frame it. Havlik can't go into the fight again this time around. It's up against Win, who does win and lives up to his namesake. Godspeed. Naden down. Canonically, one of the major enemies of Flash, once a friend, turned to foe. We'll see if they are going to crunch that one down, but no, they let him go. Win will be able to heal, and they're more concerned with ArcRed.
It's so weird to me, like Burmese Ghouls have been playing on this high ground for so long, yet seem to have the least amount of control over it. The fact that ArcRed's got up and from the position they were in, so confusing to me. But this is good old-fashioned gameplay, and I'm much more impressed with the way ArcRed's playing out this end game.
on the high ground. Yeah, they've got the center of the circle now. GK are doing pretty good to find inroads here, though. Towards the higher ground, towards those slightly more accessible areas. Ragnarok wants to be an elevator for the rest of the team in the buggy, but Win is there. Oh dear. And there's off angles from the Burmese ghouls up on high. We do still have a horse in the race. Nerzed on the back line, trying to push forwards. They still haven't got rid of Win. Finally, he goes down, but the nades are going to start to pour on through. Burmese ghouls, I've spotted them, and they are trapped around the edge there for Geekay. They're going to have a tough time, but Ichi is down. And again, Arc Red, just keep this one going. Keep this one burning. And Nerzed stepping up. I mean, with Ichi down, it's going to be a lot harder, but Yatka moves in to play an extra player for Arc Red on this approach. The fact that Geekay haven't been completely obliterated so far is crazy, and they might actually find something here. Easy for Bad Boy, keeps them together. The Burmese schools have got major threats sent their way. Geekay are as 4. They're getting the reses here, Blank. Arc Red get rid of the Burmese schools, but now Geekay might just have the shots that they're looking for. A reposition necessary for Ramses around the edge, but that's what they needed to even the numbers, even the score lines, and then another shot over the top would do it. Might just seal the deal. It's a nade coming up on high from Easy for Bad Boy to do so much, and it is Arc Red to be able to mount that top of the hill, take the ghouls out of the running, and control Geekay around the edge. Nice control from Arc Red. They're not just a third-party squad.
No, they're not. But also, Burmese ghouls did kind of roll out the red carpet, say, please come on in.
Yeah.
You have all the high ground. That high ground's for you. Would you like a lemonade with your high ground, please? Also, why don't you take some of Lim's offers as well? We'll just walk into you. How about that? You like that? Yeah. That's great, right?
Yeah.
Little bit confused about Burmese ghouls' play towards that end game there. I think they need to step it up going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but Arc Red, I mean, we've seen a lot of them getting stuck in. They are certainly willing to step into the lobby, and that's exactly what you need here at the PMGC. They'll profit immensely from it. A nice result coming on through, and as we close down our day, there's only one place we need to go, and that is to the desk.
Uzbekistan get their first chicken dinner here at the PMGC, and man, this was a very fight towards the end. I do gotta agree, man. We saw a little bit of a gift to the high ground here. Arc Red pulling out the chicken dinner right where they needed to, Max.
I was fuming. GK able to make that wraparound, but also getting free knocks onto the Burmese ghouls, and because Burmese ghouls were just over peeking so often. I feel like they had no reason to put themselves in danger, and they kept doing so, and they didn't allow Arc Red to get there because they were being hyper passive. They kept getting knocked so often that they literally couldn't do anything to stop Arc Red because they kept getting knocked by GK. And because of that, Arc Red, they push up, they snatch a portion of that high ground away. And it's not just they get a good position to look at that elimination count. 7 elims for Ramses is wild in this match.
Yeah, really love that from Arc Red. They've been so consistent throughout today, right? So it's only fair that they get to end the day with a win, a really good win as well, right? Because, you know, we've been talking about Burmese ghouls in that game in particular, right? And they had that position from early on in the game. They were able to hold down the cliff sides until really that top 3 was given to them, or they took the top 3, and then it kind of did not go their way. But for Arc Red, on the other hand, sweeping on the edge side, as we've seen them do all day, is really, really nice to see them have that momentum, have that wherewithal to actually just make those plays, go for those fights, and get up that cliff. I don't even know how they were allowed up that cliff, right, to get that approach and then come up. Really crazy stuff from Arc Red, and GG's.
Yeah, GG's indeed right there. Yeah, Burmese ghouls. I mean, I got to be critical. You know, you can't lose those guys. That was yours to win right there. You know, Yatka ended up pushing out by himself against Arc Red, and once I saw that push, that solo push, I was like, yep, it's over. So, I mean, it's tough, right? Here at this stage, your communication has to be rock solid, especially towards the end game. Even with a good position, one tiny mistake and, you know, another team's going to take advantage of it. So good for ArcRed, right? I think ArcRed, prior to this game, they were like dead center, middle of the pack, 8th place. For them to take advantage of it and get a good game here towards the end, they're going to feel pretty good going into tomorrow.
Oh, they're going to be over the moon. ArcRed were not given a free game, and they were fighting tooth and nail to make sure they can make that transition work out. And they were playing it pretty slow early on because they kind of leapfrogged a lot of teams and actually held the lower side of the cliff, which kept them safe because Burmese Ghouls can't shoot directly down at them. And even if you want to chuck those nades, you don't want to waste that utility because Burmese Ghouls are on this high ground cliff. So if they start wasting utility, they're not going to have resources to wrap up the game. So I think they knew exactly what they were doing in that position. So very happy with ArcRed really using that terrain to its full potential. But yeah, as you said already, that solo push of Yakta, Hot Jukes, was definitely a big fumble. I can tell you, maybe Niptura, Yangon Galacticos, watching this back in Myanmar, been like, we didn't qualify, and this is what you do. You take out a spot, and this. That's going to be a bit rough to watch. But I still believe that Burmese Ghoul can do some great plays, but I feel like this one definitely should make them rethink their whole approach to finishes like this.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's something that can be tweaked, right? That's the good news, is that, you know, it's something that's just got a little bit of tweaking to do and you'll be good to go. It's not the end of the world. And the good thing is that the mistake was done on day 1, not on day 3 when it really, really, really matters. So plenty of time to bounce back from that one. But you see the points on the board here. ArcRed able to get 25 points. And honestly, just talking about how, you know, the zone favored both Burmese Ghouls and ArcRed able to pick up a lot more points off the back of that.
For sure. All I know is that for Burmese Ghouls in particular, this is one of those games where you got to go with your coach, your analyst, everybody, every resource you got after today, and have a big conversation and figure out, all right, how do we lose this game in particular? And the reason why I'm saying that, especially here at this stage, guys, is do you remember what happened in Group Green, right? When it comes to qualification of just going home or not, it was a 3-way tie. Okay.
Ooh,
and this is what I'm talking about, is this could have been that game where it could have decided whether you go home or go to last chance, right? So that's why we're being really hard point on this, is because you cannot lose those. At the same time, there's still 2 more days, right? But you got to bounce back from that big time here, especially tomorrow, Max.
Talking about bounce back, Virtus Pro bounced downwards. Like, they tried to bounce and they went even deeper underground. They've been digging the entire day. I don't know what's happening with Virtus Pro. That was a 0-point game, right? So Virtus Pro, after having dominated CSA, I was like, come on. Oh my goodness. My eyes, they burn. Virtus Pro, what is happening? Oh, that is not a spot I was expecting to see them in. But looking at the top of the rankings, ArcRed jumping up, right? Now in 4th position, just behind Influence Rage. That's been slipping a little bit after their great streak at the start of the day. And Flash now in 2nd, like really SEA coming out swinging on day 1, Niptura, with Flash and E Arena.
They really, really are. But you know what? I'm also really happy with how the middle pack of the lobby has been able to step up in the second half of today, right? In the first half, we had like everybody else had like what, 20 odd points, something like that. But now ArcRed 54, Regnum 45. Like, we're getting up to a point where that gap isn't so big. Like, it's still substantial, right? You know, you got Weibo in 7th place with 43, and then EA 65. I mean, that's 20 odd points, but it's only 20 odd points. It's only one good game. It's not 2, it's not 3 like we saw earlier in today. So really nice for the rest of the lobby to kind of realize what's going on and adjust.
Oh, there you go, actually. Daily MVP is going to be Tony K from E Arena.
Wow.
Congratulations. Of course, he showed his potential during the Gauntlet with amazing solo plays, and he's going to be able to do it once more this time around. So 2 average eliminations over the course of a day. Really, really impactful stuff. So Tony K living up to the name of maybe close to Tony K. No, the 2 players are menacing on the battlegrounds.
Hey, those are 2 big names right there. Attorney K definitely putting his stamp on the day. It's good to see such a huge improvement from EA in particular. Hopefully we could see that improvement tomorrow from a team like Virtus Pro, because, guys, I just did a little bit of the math. That is the roughest day 1 of a team so far in PMGC. Pretty tough. Gauntlet was on day 1, APG with 12 points. Group Green was Team Secret with 11 points. So 8-point day in 6 matches is tough. It's going to be a difficult bounce back, but this team has such a storied roster, right? We know what they can do. Hopefully they can make that happen tomorrow, Max.
Hopefully so. I would just recommend them to slow down the gameplay a little bit. I feel like they're trying to play their own game, which clearly is not working in a lobby like this because the entire lobby is playing relatively slow. So they got to make sure that they can make that change tomorrow.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it on over to the 7WG for a great interview.
PMGC 2025 is absolutely just flying by. That's it. Day 1 of Group Red is done and dusted. And next to me, I have Luxy from Regnum Karya. They finished in 5th place with 45 points. Now, Luxy, I want to go back to the Gauntlet because you guys are one of the favorite teams of the tournament. What was one of the biggest lessons that you learned from the Gauntlet that you can apply here in Group Red?
Valla siz Gauntlet takımda favori oyun takımlardan bir tanesisiniz. Gauntlet'ta niye öğrendiniz ve bu kırmızı grupta kullanıyorsunuz?
Gauntlet'te lobiye tam alışamadık. Takımları analiz edik. Şu anki kırmızı grupta takımlar bize daha az denk geliyor. Daha rahat oynuyoruz.
So at the Gauntlet stage, we didn't get used to the lobby yet, but I know we get used to it. And then there's a lot of teams that fight with us in this tournament.
Yeah, there was. I think one of them that you, especially Silas, was mentioning. I think it was DX at one point. He was saying he did not like DX. Well, luckily for you, Silas, I see you smiling over there. They're not here, so you don't really have to worry about it. Now, today, especially going back to Erangel, you did start off slow. You ended up with 2 9th place finishes, 1 ALM, and then 5 ALMs, but then you picked it up. What was the cause of that slow start in Erangel?
Valla Erangel'de biraz yavaş başladınız. İlk 2 maçta birinde 9, birinde 15'te bıraktınız. Neydi sebebi?
Erangel'larda 2 maçta 3 kişi başladık maçlara. İlk alan adam kaybettik. Büyük ihtimal 4 olsaydık 2 maçta da daha yüksek puanlar alabilirdik.
So the reason we start slow because we lose the first man in the matches. So our tactic for as a 4 player, we didn't execute it that well. So that was one of the reasons why we start very slow.
Now, going into tomorrow, you're currently 14 points away from 3rd place. What are you looking to do tomorrow, especially at the start of the day, to make sure you get yourself into contention for that 3rd place?
Şimdi ya siz 14 puanla 3.'ye kalıyorsunuz. Yaklaştınız. Ne yapacaksınız ki o 3.'ye tutmak için?
Stabil oynamaya devam edeceğiz. 2 gün daha stabil oynarsak ilk 3'e gireceğimize inanıyorum.
We'll focus on stability, try to get much points and try to live as long as possible. So I believe that we can make it in these last 2 days.
I believe you guys can make it too. I mean, you guys are Regnum Karya, the pride of Turkey. So I'm hoping it happens because tomorrow, I mean, it could be at the end of the day, could end up being make it or break it for some of these teams as we saw what happened in Group Red. And I can't wait to see what's going to be happening tomorrow in day 2 of Group Red.
Us too, 7. Tomorrow is gonna be a big day, but we gotta give a big thank you today to the Infinix GT30 series, the official gaming phone of PMGC 2025. Engineered for precision, performance, and victory, empowering every gamer to hashtag be the one and outplay the rest on the global stage. I mean, when it comes to Regnum Karya, we definitely believe in this squad. We know what they can do. 14 points away from 3rd place. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be more important than ever, Maxman, for this team.
Yeah, it's going to be very important for them to try and finally secure a spot in the top 3. I mean, I was looking at their points here. They don't have a single chicken dinner, and yet in placement points, they're still really high to teams that have got a win. So they're consistent, man. They're always making it to the late game. So Regnum Karya, I feel like once they get that big win here, Hot Jukes, they're going to start to build even more momentum in Group Red.
I believe so as well. Well, guys, Neptura, any final thoughts on the day? Who do you think needs to make it happen tomorrow?
Needs to make it happen? Come on, we got to get VP. Come on, I believe in you. Do something tomorrow.
Yep, that would be a bounce back that I definitely want to see. Well, guys, we will see you tomorrow. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman, Neptura. Thank you to everybody on the desk. We will see you guys tomorrow.
I ain't scared of nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never run, never run. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming. Survival of the fittest, be the hunter or the hunted. If you the one, show 'em you the one. Champions never back down and they never run. Where your squad at? Time to airdrop, going all out, and we don't stop. So where your squad at? Time to airdrop, going all out, and we don't stop, don't stop. Hit up in the game, I ain't running from nothing. Got 'em jumping, they ain't see it coming, bang. 0 to 100 miles an hour. You my chicken dinner, watch how quick you get devoured. This is my domain, this is way more than a game. Check the stats, I'm the best, better stay up in your lane. Yes, I got the passion, got no time for distraction. Let's get into it, cause I'm ready for that action. Might have had the title, homie, that was in the past tense. After I attack 'em, I got 'em running backwards. Hey, fall back, I make 'em fall back. If I ain't the greatest, then what you call that? Number one, the champ, yes I am all that. Legacy in the making, that's where my heart's at. My opponents, I make 'em vanish. You just collateral damage, don't really think you can manage. Put heat on them like they branded. Studied your every weakness and I'm about to take advantage. I'ma hit 'em right where they standing, let's go. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming.